public discourse for and against the policy. But speaking to NTA News in London, President Muhammadu Buhari formally puts the matter to rest.
The Governor of Central Bank convinced me that there is need to change it, and I agreed with him. Time has been given from October to December, 3 months is enough, whatever money you have, to get it changed through a legal system. So I don't know why people are complaining about it.
So despite the complaint, there's no going back on the policy?
No, there's no going back. There's no going back.
You are the chairman of the Presidential Campaign Council of your party. What are the chances of your party winning the elections?
What are the chances of my party not winning the election? We are going to win this election. Tinubu, the presidential candidate, is a very well-known politician in the country. He was a 2 times governor in his state, Lagos. Resource-wise, the most resourceful state and the most visited state. So I think the party was lucky to get him accept, to be its candidate.
President Buhari was, however, quick to reaffirm his commitment to free, fair, peaceful, and credible elections.
My aim is to make sure that Nigerians believe that we respect them as an administration. So Nigerians...
The Governorship Election Petitions Tribunal sitting in Osogbo, the capital of Osun State, has nullified the election of Governor Ademola Adeleke of the People's Democratic Party. In the judgment, read by the chairman of the 3-man panel, Justice Sese Akume, but dissented to by one of the 3 members of the tribunal, says the July 16, 2022 governorship election was conducted in non-compliance with the Electoral Act and violates the principle of one man, one vote. Admitting that overvoting took place at many polling units as filed by the petitioner, the tribunal applied the mathematics of deduction of the questionable votes, leaving the APC candidate with a higher vote of 314,931 and the PDP candidate with 290,266. The tribunal consequently directed the Independent National Electoral Commission to withdraw the certificate of return issued to Ademola Adeleke and return Boyega Oyetola as the validly elected governor of Osun State.
All praises to Almighty Allah for what is done for us today. It's a very solid, industrious judgment, and they deliver it on time as they promised. We are grateful for that.
Would you want to say anything on the other? It's a tripod standing on 2 legs for now.
Well, the point you had, this is, if you like, this is the first round we have won. It is up to the other side to decide what they want to do. Whether they will just accept this now and go home, or they will go upstairs. Whatever the decision, we are there, and God is there.
A member of the tribunal cited inconsistencies in submissions surrounding the use of BVAS or its abuse, saying there is positive evidence to sustain the petitioner's case, as the BVAS report relied on by the petitioner was not even taken in evidence.
What is in issue is the BVAS mention. This tribunal took a view that it is the BVAS report issued after the report says it was, their documents say it was on the 17th. The report says it's on the 20th. And that BVAS report, which is a report which is stated, with the INEC stated clearly at the tribunal, had not been synchronized as at that point. And it affected 1,750 units. The petitioner simply just took 750, 749, and in the tribunal and moved on to reduce to 744. And the tribunal, the chairman agrees that that is the only document.
If it has not been synchronized, who gave it to you?
No, you apply and you have 14 days under Section 74 of the Federal Act, and we issued what we have as at that time. And you go to Section 64. Yes, as Section 64 say, authorizes INEC to update the results continuously. So results is as the server gets the data. Is that there was the BVAS report which they are relying on, which is the one on the first one I talked about, there was a beavers report tendered by INEC on the dated 22nd of August. And there was the physical figures on the beavers machine CTC made certified by INEC based on the orders of the tribunal. Tribunal said, now go and check the beavers machines and give us the scores in them. That is exhibit RWC. And the beavers machines, 976 of them, were also brought to the tribunal and the parties looked at them. So what the law is, and will be maintained until any time, is that it is the beavers machine, which the facts are still in the beavers machine in the custody of the tribunal. The beavers machine, it is the figures in the beavers machine that ought to be transmitted. So the transmission is a secondary process.
Meanwhile, Governor Adeleke has described the judgment of the Governorship Tribunal as a miscarriage of justice, vowing to challenge the ruling at the Court of Appeal.
The beauty of the hierarchical system we have in Nigeria, you see, you have cost for appeal. We're going to the Court of Appeal, and then we get to the Supreme Court, which is the apex court. You will see that what happened here today was most unusual in the sense that you had a judgment by the chairman, you had a judgment by one. The third did not even say a word. She neither said she supported nor she did not. So it's 1-1. But we said that in the Court of Appeal.
Sule has confirmed the bombing of herdsmen and their cattle on the border between Nasarawa and Benue states. Herdsmen had reportedly retrieved their cows in Benue to return to Nasarawa state when bombs exploded at their camp. Governor Sule says the tension in the area has been giving him sleepless nights.
Yesterday, but then it crossed over to our state. It had to do with some Fulanis that actually got to rescue their cows, and after rescuing the cows, there was a bomb blast at the area where they gathered their cows to bring them back into Nasarawa state. As a result of that, I have been on it all night, trying to resolve the matter with Chief of Defense Staff, Mayor Allah, Wild Stroke, and all the security agencies, including our Commissioner of Police. So both Deputy Governor and Commissioner of Police are on their way to Doma right now to ensure that we continue to douse the tension that may generate as a result of this. So by the grace of God, we'll see how to ensure that we maintain peace in that area where such bombing had taken place.
Well, earlier, I spoke with the Nasarawa State Governor on the latest developments. We're now joined by the Governor of Nasarawa State, Abdullahi Sule, for more on this developing story. Thank you so much, Mr. Governor, for joining us on the news tonight. We do commiserate with the people of Nasarawa State and, of course, with the government on this unfortunate incident. But what more can you tell us about this alleged bombing of herders in your state?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, it's something that happened actually from last night. I was at home, at the middle of the night when I started receiving calls, from our border with Benue, that there was bombing at the border with Benue State of some of our own Fulani people who had gone to bail their cows, as a result of the arrest of their cows by the Benue State government. And then by this morning, it became a little bit clearer about the number of people that died and about the fact that it was not, it was being carried out. Rather, it was some kind of drone that was flown and then controlled from somewhere else, and then it exploded. So that is what happened. But the fact of the story is that it's a number of Fulani herders, who got their cows arrested by the Benue State government as a result of the this a policy they have in Benue State where anti-open grazing law is in place. So the information is that those Fulanis are going to Benue to pay for the penalty in order for them to bail their cows. So after bailing the cows, and they were able to bring some of them inside a vehicle all the way to the border with Nasarawa so they could cross over. At that moment is where the bomb exploded, and then you had this same number of people that got killed, and some of their cows also killed. So that's what we had.
Now, do we know who is behind these bombings? Any arrests made so far?
It will be very difficult to arrest anyone at the moment because the whole place at that moment was in total disarray. And then, as I said, the room was earlier where the Air Force actually carried out the bombing. But right now, we got to understand that there was no Air Force airplane that flew the area. So instead, it was a drone, that flew the area and dropped the bomb. Now, we have no idea, whatsoever up till this moment. I have been talking to my colleague in Benue State, Governor Otom, and he said he didn't know anything about it. I spoke with all the security agencies, around, and none of them is claiming knowing anything about it. So there is nobody who is claiming responsibility for the drone bombing.
Right. Mr. Governor, this is coming barely a week. You reiterated the effectiveness of the National Livestock Transformation Program, the NLTP, bringing peace to Nasarawa State between herders and farmers. Do you think this has anything to do with the program and the success of the program?
Hi, my name is...
Okay. Very beautiful afternoon to you from this part of the world. Thank you so much for joining us on today's episode of the People's Parliament. I can see quite a number of faces already in the building. Thank you so much for taking time to join. Jimmy, my regular co-host, and of course, Max Obesi, of course, another regular co-host of mine. I can see Madam Victoria. I can see Mr. Bankole Otegbe, Madam Madonna, Nelo, Zari Yusuf, Lamin, Tech Mayor, Adal Weri, Dr. Olu, UC Maxwell, my brother, Mr. Taye Olu, all of the regulars, Lanre Onikon, thank you so much for taking time to join us on a very beautiful Sunday afternoon from this part of the world. It's been a very interesting week. I think it was on Wednesday, I was discussing with one of my co-hosts about what the topics should be for today. And he told me to calm down. He was like, Omar, the Nigerian political space will give us topics before the end of the week. Even more stuff to talk about. And I laughed because just as he was saying that, I started seeing interesting news from all over the place. Some very sad. All of them very sad, to be honest, because when you look at what has happened in Osun State, you ask yourself a lot of questions. Is it that the electoral law is something that Nigerians do not pay attention to? I remember that on this platform, we went through about 4 to 5 weeks of the electoral law. We would find about maybe 150, 200 people listening. Myself and UC Maxwell, I think we started with Mbangyong, myself, Mbangyong, and Deering. And would go through it, would have legal minds come to dissect it. UC Maxwell would go through it bit by bit. But it feels like as it enters through the right ear, it goes out through the left. Nobody was listening. Because I believe that this legal loophole that must have been exploited during the tribunal process by the APC is something that was probably staring us in the face and nobody paid attention to it. This has been the case for Nigerians for such a long time. I remember somebody once told me that if you want to hide something from a Nigerian, put it in a book because we don't read. And that seems to have some element of truth to it, considering my engagement with so many Nigerians from different sides of the world. I love our country and I love our people. But sometimes I ask myself, how serious are we about most of the things that we pay lip service to? When you open these spaces, people come up when we're talking about the topic that has to do with, the secessionist movements, the violence that may happen around elections, all of these incendiary topics, religious stuff. I've even seen it happen on the violence space. The numbers rise. People come in. They want to listen. And then they listen and enjoy it for about 4 or 5 hours. They enjoy the argument, the banter, and then they come up and they request the mic and they're like, I don't think we should be talking about this. I think we should be talking about the PVC collection, INEC, elections. And I laugh.
Oh boy.
Because every day, Magnific Dude opens spaces. My brother Zos and Ngozi, they open spaces. You find 100 people there, 90 people, 45 people. Desjardins Oju is hosting a space right now. If you look through the people listening, you'd find obedience. Lots of them. And that's fine. It's a democracy. Everybody has the right to listen to whatever, rocks their boat. But it's the hypocrisy that irritates me. So you listen and you enjoy the conversation for 5 hours. And that's when you remember that, okay, we should be discussing PVC collection. But when they're discussing PVC collection, anybody hardly goes there. Because we love the controversial topics. We love the violence space. I love the violence space. I come alive. There's a certain energy that comes on me on the violence space. I don't know where I get it from. But it's the spirit of the Nigerian. We are natural activists in nature. For a very long time, we've never been able to activate that part of us. But I think in this electioneering process, you've seen the energy and the desire to vent that exists in Nigerians. And I cherish and appreciate it. But the question is, do we really channel it to where it matters? Most of the time, we don't. You see people talk on, when there was a space I had some weeks ago, and it was just an impromptu space. I just decided to talk about some, I think it was something, I can't remember the topic. And the Great Oracle was there, and we had this interesting exchange, history related. And I could see comments in the comment section. Oh my God, I really love so much history. This is a history master. And then when you host proper spaces and you're discussing Nigerian history, you hardly see anybody there. What do we really want? Assure elections. The drama continues. It will continue. Adeleke will probably go to the appeal court, then the Supreme Court. I don't have a lot of hope for him, if I'm being totally honest, because I feel like politically he's very, very isolated at the moment. His politics so far has an element of naivety to it. It feels very difficult to see him as a man who understands the trappings of what he's battling. And then we move to the issue of of the infighting between the APC. I've always said it, that the APC is not a natural political party. The APC is a coming together of various political interest groups. And it would unravel with time by itself. Because the CPC faction and the ACN faction, they have two different realities when it comes to the positions they even serve in government. You see Bashir Ahmad and you see the access to the luxury life that he has. You see people that are the former national youth leader, Ismail Yusuf. These are people that roll with the big boys. The ACN faction, you can see one of them who finally got the chance to be national youth leader. You can see how excited he is. Finally, they're no longer taking the crumbs at the end of the table. Now they are, in their eyes, they're part of the big boys. They're the big players now. But their realities have been very different. The ACN faction, they are the online noisemakers, the BMCs, the Pomo boys. We've seen them all along. Lots of them. You could see the desperation in one of them when he was contesting for the national youth leader of the party. He went to a public event and he was kneeling right in front of Bola Ahmed Tinubu and screaming for him to endorse him. They are the bottom ladder of the beneficiary process. But the CPC faction, of course, they're getting the big jobs. Many of them seem to be separate cows even when they get involved in scandals. We saw how the payslip of Bashir Ahmad, when he was still collecting money as a government official, even when he was no longer serving in any capacity, we saw it on the internet. It was available on so many news platforms. So the realities of both members of that party has been different for a long time. Now it's unraveling. Over the last few days, we saw FFK, Adamu Garba, lots of them complaining. Oh, somebody's trying to sabotage the party from within. Something is going on. Yeah, man. Bola Ahmed Tinubu also went to Abeokuta. He spoke in Yoruba language. He made it clear that some people are hiding fuel, they're hiding money. No matter what they do, he's still going to win the election. I mean, your party is in power, for crying out loud. Is there something we're not getting here? So you can tell that the bubble has started to, burst. But the question is, they say when two elephants fight, the grass beneath would suffer the brunt of it. The infighting of this political party is having a very adverse effect on the life of the average Nigerian. They can't have access to gasoline from gas stations. They don't have access to money. The CBN keeps telling you to bring back your old notes, but when people go to the banks, they say these notes are not even available. I saw pictures of somebody who used an ATM machine today and he still brought out old notes. So who is fooling who? In the words of Rufai Oseni, Yerong Parofonro, Ekembeke Soro. The gossip is telling a lie to another gossip.
You have been asked to go and deposit.
And then the case of the Nigerian Air Force. That is something I would never understand, because as we go on, I would break down the numbers. The amount of erroneous bombings of innocent civilians that's happened over the last 2-3 years would shock you. You'd expect that any modern military body would have radar systems that would help them to pinpoint their targets accurately. But this does not happen. You heard the governor of Nasarawa State. He mentioned that it was not even an airplane. He said it was a drone. We've heard people who speak about deploying private drones on election day to monitor the elections. And we've heard APC boys say that, do you even know if that is legal or not? I know that there'll probably be problems with its legalities. So that begs the question. You can't just fly a drone in Nigerian Airways without somebody in the military knowing about it. An armed one, for that matter. We love banter. We love violence. We love to vent. But we have real issues. The question is, are we really willing to talk? Do we really have the heart for the very hard topics? Sometimes I think we don't. Sometimes I think it's better for us as Nigerians to pay lip service to these things. Last Sunday, we were talking about Reverend Father Archie. God bless his soul. And I heard one or two people come up and say that we should focus on our candidates. And that's fine. But it did hurt me. In my heart, I asked myself, do we really care? All of the stuff that we're doing right now, do we really care about the country? Or is it just about a candidate? Do we just believe that once that candidate gets into office, everything is going to be fixed? I don't think so. I think it's going to be 4 solid years of work in the first 4 years that would not be easy on any of us. Nigeria is already in a very bad place. Then the next 4 years, trusting the kind of person that Peter Obi is, he will definitely consolidate on all of the, foundational work that's been done in the first 4 years. But Nigeria is not going to turn into El Dorado overnight. One man is not going to come and take our problems away. We have existing problems as a nation, and the desire to talk about it should never leave us, irrespective of whether we have elections or not. I ask myself one question. After elections, when we host people's parliament, whatever happens, are Nigerians still going to show up? Will people care to talk about the country's politics? God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, Atiku Tinubu wins. Ask yourself, will you still be interested in the issues of Nigeria? This is what I want you to take home from my opening monologue today. Ask yourself, how deep is this patriotism that you currently feel? How deep is it? Because for some of us, we bleed green. Try cut us and you'd see. We bleed green every step of the way. Because somehow, the mental, psychological, emotional connection that you feel when it comes to matters of that nation cannot be bought with money, cannot die over one electioneering season. Because everywhere I go, I would always be Nigerian. On that note, I say welcome once again to the People's Parliament. I have my co-host here with me. I'm going to be taking them real soon. But for now, let's enjoy my regular opening tune. Welcome to the People's Parliament. My name is Omar, and I'll yield the mic now to my co-host, Samax Obesi. Samax, are you available now?
Yeah, I am available. Omar,
Good afternoon to you. Happy Sunday, Samax.
good afternoon. Happy Sunday to everyone on the People's Parliament. It's good to be here again with you guys. Can you hear me, Omar, by the way?
Loud and clear, sir.
Oh, perfect, perfect. Um, I listened to your opening monologue. It was quite brilliant. It was good. Too many issues in Nigeria at the moment. I've I think I've got to sound this note of warning because I've seen too many on our side getting excited about the conundrum that we are really experiencing at the moment, especially regarding the central bank policy. Now, I don't want to sound like a cynic, but I'm not a cynic, but I'll probably sound cynical for a moment. And I'll pray that you indulge me, you all. Now, when you see Atiku Abubakar coming out to say that the policy should be the central bank policy, there should be an extension of time. When you see Tinubu coming out saying there should be an extension of time, we need to understand something. They're not doing it because of what a lot of you are thinking and are asking about, that the new policy is affecting them. They probably don't have the new Naira notes. On the contrary, I have a different opinion. I don't think that they don't have the new Naira note. They probably have it. And the only problem that they've got now is that the new Naira note have not been able to circulate to the ordinary people in the interland area, in the villages, especially people down north that are not used to modern banking facilities or modern banking platforms. And the only reason why these new notes have not gone to them is because the politicians themselves have found a way in between to get these notes. And now the question is, what's the implication of that? The implication is that if the policy ends as at, yes, it has been extended, but if it had ended as at the 31st of this month, what would have happened is that you would have had a lot of people from especially from the rural dwellers, the people that the mainstream politicians are targeting for their votes. I know you probably understand what I mean. Those people who do not have access to banking, you find out that a lot of them would be left with Naira notes that are no longer usable, that are no longer a means of exchange. Now, what's the implication? The further implication is that these people would now take off their anger on the ruling party or on the ruling elites in general. So that is where their problem is. They are scared that the effects of the policy may have some implications or some ramifications on them in terms of when they go to the polling booths. Obviously, Tinubu belongs to the ruling party, and if there's any policy of the government that affects the rural dwellers, they are going to take their anger to the polling booths. So that is the main reason they are angry. The same thing with the fuel, the thing with the fuel issue, the long queues and everything, they're not worried because it's affecting them. No, it doesn't affect them. Some of them probably have a fuel dump in their compound, or they have the numbers of, or their friends own the filling station. They even own it themselves. They can just go at night and load whatever they want to load. But the only reason they are concerned is because it's election season. The anger and frustrations that Nigerians will encounter at the banks, at the gas stations, Nigerians will in turn take that anger to the polling booths, and it will tell negatively on them. I think that's the only reason. We need to understand that this is the only reason why they are coming out publicly to not because they don't have this new naira note. Let me tell you, they have it. If young boys like myself and yourself, young girls that we know, our contemporaries, are going to marriage, um, um, going to ceremonies and spraying these monies in bundle, be best believe and be rest assured that your politicians have them in docs. So let's not be naive. Let's not think that they don't have it. No, they have it. And I think it's always the best thing to do is always to prepare for the worst. And if there's no what I've always tried to caution that there's no harm in erring in the side of excess. So let's prepare for the worst. If it happens in the unusual or the unlikely event that it turns out that they don't have it, good for us. But we need to prepare like they have it. We need to prepare like they have every arsenal at their disposal. So at the end of the day, we don't get disappointed. But so that's what I just need to put in with regards to the monetary policy or whatever is happening. And it's even strange to tell you that even our lawmakers do not understand the law that they pass. Imagine, which is something that you didn't cover, Omar. Imagine the fact that the Senate president and even the House of Reps passing um, a motion that they are extending the deadline for the naira collection. I don't understand how how our lawmakers at the National Assembly would think in their widest imagination that they have the power to make monetary policies. It's strange to me. At best, what they can do is to amend the CBN Act and give themselves whatever powers they want to. And even the amendment of the CBN Act will have to go back to the president, who would have to decide to assent to it or veto it. And if he vetoes it, it has to come back to the House and they have to summon forfeit majority to pass it.
I was
So
going to take you up on that, Sir Max. There seems to be a face-off between Femi Gbajabiamila and Godwin Emefiele. What exactly is the face-off about, if you have any idea?
I think Gbajabiamila and his colleagues are proceeding in error. I think they sort of have this. They have this. I don't know. They think, and in all honesty, they probably think that they have some sort of control over monetary policy. I don't know how they think. The only power that they have is to summon the CBN governor and then ask questions and that. And whether they want to issue an arrest warrant, the question is, and I make the comment when Gbajabiamila said that they are going to issue an arrest warrant against the CBN governor. Yes, they have a right to summon and even perhaps issue an arrest warrant. But the question that should be before everyone is that if the House of Reps or the Senate, for instance, issue an arrest warrant on the CBN governor, the question is who is going to enforce such warrants? Because don't forget, whatever the CBN governor does has been okayed by the president. So, and the president controls the
So the
executive arm
CBN
of
governor
government.
reports directly to the president.
I think if by virtue of the CBN Act, when it comes to monetary policy, in some aspects, especially when it comes to redesign of the naira and whether a particular tender ceases to become legal tender or not, the only nod that the CBN governor needs is the presidency and nothing else. I think so. So that is why I said I'm saying that they are proceeding in error. The only thing that the National Assembly can do at this moment, to be honest, is to amend the CBN Act, and even at then they have to still send it to the president for him to assent to it. And I don't think that the president will assent to it because he would know that such amendment was done in bad faith.
Very interesting, Sir Max. Thank you very much for your insightful submission. Of course, your opening monologues are usually very pleasant to listen to, especially the way you break things down. As this monetary policy thing, I'm hoping that we still get a lot of speakers who want to talk about it, because I'm trying to understand. It's been extended today now by the CBN, and as at 2-3 days ago, the president was making a very blunt statement about the fact that there will be no going back on it. But now it's been extended after a video was released yesterday by Atiku Abubakar. So it begs the question, who is speaking for who? Where is the presidency heading to? And I feel like this is somehow connected to the infighting between the APC. You start to wonder, where is the presidency heading to in this election? You don't get the vibe that the presidency is completely behind the Bola Ahmed Tinubu candidacy. So there are quite a number of questions for us to answer. Samat.
Omar, just before our speakers begin to touch on this, you have raised a very important point, and it goes to show how bad this Nigeria is. And I've said it a long time ago that people do not understand the kind of structures that we're against. We're against an entire system that is built on corruption. Now, what has happened is that the politicians are now working with the banks to circumvent this rule by the CBN and put pressure on the CBN. So almost like they are blackmailing the government and blackmailing the CBN, making the poor people, the ordinary people, to suffer for the policy. Now what they've done is the banks are giving this money, the new notes, to the politicians. So ordinary people who rely on cash payment, who does business, ordinary small businessmen and women who rely on cash payment to run their business, cannot find this money simply because these monies have been given to the politicians. And then these people now begin to cry, now begin to put pressure. You see what they did with the NLC. Politicians still control the NLC. NLC that has been sleeping came out and said that that there should be extension, that the policy is not in order. And then you see what happened with the students' union, a union that has not spoken and that did not speak during NSAS, a union that did not speak when politicians hid COVID palliatives, a union that have not spoken about corruption, a union that have not spoken about young people getting their PVCs, a union that has not spoken that when about 3.2 million students are at the verge of not participating in this election because of deliberate ploy between our politicians and people who control and administrators of our universities, that the student union or NANS have not spoken out. But you see that NANS were threatening to go on a protest. So all these were avenues to blackmail the government and put them under pressure and castigate them, make them feel. But I'm not holding brief for Buhari, but I can see what they've done to him, and then use the print media and other available media to paint the policy as though it is not, it wasn't really thought of, and as though the policy makers themselves do not know what they are doing. So that sort of blackmail, and you can see even what the governor of Kano State said to the governor, to the president. You cannot imagine that he cannot guarantee the president's safety in Kano simply because of all these underlying issues. So when you begin to see things like this, you need to understand that the system is fighting back. And I don't want to say it, but I'm sorry to say that they've won already, given the fact that the president and the CBN governor, after making a statement as early as yesterday, this morning they've now reneged on their ultimatum, and we now have another 1 week extension. But I hope that the CBN can now monitor the banks, because that's where the problem seems to be coming from. Monitor the banks and ensure that the people who are doing business, small business people, these are the people that I'm very concerned about, small business people who rely on cash for their businesses, and ordinary Nigerians who would need cash for transportation and everything would do that. And one of the things that CBN can do is not even to release this denomination that they are retrieving. What they can do is to make the other denomination, the 10 naira, the 5 naira, the 100 naira, make those ones massively available. So if you think that, okay, it is money you want now, isn't it? Or you take the 5 naira, take the 10 naira, take the 50 naira, take the 100 naira. Since you say you want cash, it must not be the 1,000 denomination, it must not be the 500 denomination, and it must not be the 200 denomination. So I would rather expect the CBN not to release these ones. What they have already, leave that in circulation. Produce massively the old naira notes, the 200, the 100, the 50, the 10, and the 5, and people who want money take it. Because money is money, it must not be we already have more. Let me shock you. We already have more of the 1,000 notes that we have right now. We already have more in circulation in Nigeria than you have the 50 pounds in the UK. I'll say that again.
What?
You have more. I'm telling you now. Even the new naira, the new 1,000 note that you have in Nigeria, you have more in circulation than you have the 50 pounds in circulation in the entire United Kingdom. So that alone, for me, will tell me, if I'm a policymaker at the Apex Bank, what I'll do is I would hold on, because we now have enough of this money in circulation. I'll hold on that. I'd rather go print the 100 naira notes. I'll print the 50 naira notes. I'll print the 5 naira notes, and I'll print the 10 naira notes. People who want money is money. Give them this one. It's still money. We know the ones that the politicians are targeting. They are targeting the 500 and the 1,000, and perhaps people who want to do marriage and stuff will be targeting the 200, but the politicians are targeting the 1,000 and the 500. And if indeed the policy position for introducing this naira redesign and cashless policy, if indeed the main policy thrust is to also fight vote buying, then I would say that you already have enough of the 1,000 and the 500 in circulation. I would argue that we print the 100, the 50, the 5 naira, and the 10 naira, and those who want money can go and change their money with these ones. I hope I make some sense.
Yes, you've made a lot of sense, Sir Max. There's something you lawyers call sidebar. So let me just quickly take a sidebar here. Have you ever been to any country in the world? Have you ever seen any culture in the world where they have celebrations, wedding celebrations, naming ceremonies, and people spray the currency of that country on each other during that ceremony? I just want to know, because I've never seen it.
I think, to be honest, the Americans, they do it a lot, but they don't, not
Oh
in the
yeah, well
sense
yeah,
that
that's
we
true.
do it. Not in the sense that we do. They do it a lot because historically, because I am an insolvency researcher, so I'm researching. I research basically bankruptcy and insolvency law. So historically, the reason why Americans, you see that huge sort of cash that they display in their films and all that, historically is because a lot of them are using it to escape the bankruptcy rules. Because when you put those money in the bank, obviously you have to, it counts for your overall asset base. And so in terms of taxation and stuff, so people use it to avoid taxation. And then sometimes when people want to claim that I think there was once, there's a classic case, there was once that 50 Cent made a very derogatory comment about one of the baby mamas of Floyd Mayweather Jr. And she sued and she got a huge sum, and he filed for bankruptcy. At the time when he declared bankrupt, he didn't declare bankrupt because he was actually bankrupt from what public knowledge is, because he was displaying monies in cars and all that. So what they do is that you keep some of your assets somewhere so that when they are, you can easily say that you are bankrupt, because bankruptcy is not a bad thing in the US, and obviously in most Western countries it's not a bad thing. But so
Absolutely.
you use it to escape. You use it for tax avoidance, and you use it to escape some of the bankruptcy laws that are there. So historically, that is the main reason why you see them have money in cash. And then sometimes policy comes where people want to even tax your money that you have in the bank. So some of those policies come. So people will be like, you know what, I might as well just have this money in cash in my house. So these are the things that people do. And then that's not to mean that people will do illicit um, dealings or illicit businesses do not want to. Obviously, those ones too would want to keep it at home. But historically, this is the main reason why you see that people they show you that they have bulk of cash in their houses and stuff like that, because they don't want it to be part of their entire net worth. Because if it's part of your entire net worth and you're going to a divorce proceedings, for instance, then that of course you know the implication that will be
Yeah, you
split,
lose
and
lots of your money.
the baby mama gets a lot of those money. So this is what these guys do. They keep a lot of this asset. If you see them, the same thing with jewelries. You see them buying costly jewelries. Nigerian artists probably don't know this. Part of the reason why you see them invest in those things is because you can liquidate that assets at the long run, and then you can use the cash for other things. So rather than have that cash at home or in the bank, and then when there's problem, you are taxed, or that's cash can be split. You can use it and invest it in buying gold, diamonds, and stuff like that, and keep it somewhere where it will not form part of your asset. And then when it comes to the rainy days, you can always sell it because the value probably will be higher. And that's what they do with gold and stuff like that as well. But this is the thing. But not in the Nigerian sense. We have sort of abused it. It wasn't our culture to be spraying money like that, but somehow along the way we bought into it. And when we buy into things, we change it and we sort of abuse it. So that's the way it is. But Americans, they do a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I had a very interesting conversation with a beautiful Nigerian lady the other day who told me she was going to buy a spray gun, and I laughed, and I was thinking to myself that how many cultures in the world do you see where people just bastardize money the way we do? I mean, I'm not condemning it. Everybody, to all man for himself, whatever rocks your boat, go ahead with it. But I was watching a video the other day where these new Naira notes that are very scarce, someone was spraying bundles of it at a party. So it begs the question, what exactly is going on in our system? But of course, that's not my own answer to give. My brother Jimmy, good afternoon to you. How are you doing? Good morning, I would believe, on your side.
Yeah, good morning.
I think it's only Real Ever Best that has managed to crack this thing. It just goes like good morning, good afternoon, good evening,
wherever you may
depending
be
where your space is.
from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How you doing, man?
I'm fine. It's morning here, 8 o'clock precisely. How you doing, Omar? Sir Max, my respect.
I'm doing great, my brother.
I dove my hat. The regulars are here. Lamin, Mr. Justus, Yusuf, Maxwell, Archie. I can see Saddam, Daring, Lelo, Madame Bolanle, Big Sister, Dr. Olu, Jerry. I see everybody. Sim. Oh boy. Welcome to another episode of the People's Parliament. It's gonna be an interesting one as usual. So let me start by using this proverb. It's a Yoruba proverb. It says, "Igi gogoro ma gun mi loju, atoke latin wo." Let me translate that. The pointed stick that will pierce your eyes can be avoided from far away. Omar, the clip you played regarding the Oshun issue, a guy was granting an interview and was talking about how happy they are regarding the judgment. And the guy said something I picked. I'm not sure people paid attention to that. The guy said, they gave us justice as promised. I'm not sure who promised them that. And he said it in a very, it wasn't in a professional way from my own perspective. He said it in a very unprofessional way of, oh yeah, they told us they've got our back and they came through. Right. Let's put that aside. Sam Max, I have a quick question regarding your last, the last part of your submission. Between what do you think is more?
Jimmy, I think there's something wrong with your audio. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better.
Okay.
I think it's better now. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I had my head on my horn. It's snowing, so yeah. Right. So within this through three guys, who do you think someone's mic is on?
Mine is on.
Okay. Who do you think is more caring or most caring out of them? You know, Atiku, Peter Obi, and Tinubu towards the Nigerian people.
I don't think it's up for debates. I don't think it's up for a debate
Well,
that Peter Obi is the only one who cares for the Nigerian people.
thank you.
I think, but go on.
Yeah, I just want to get that straight. So thank you for that reply. So that brings me back to the last part of your submission. You said, I strongly believe you're saying this from an economist point of view, right? But is it not shocking to you that only Atiku and Tinubu are the one bothered about this money change policy thing? Peter Obi is not bothered. And he seems to be the most caring person when it comes to Nigerians, right? He seems to be the most caring one.
Sorry, Jimmy.
Yeah.
If I can just answer you quickly.
Go on.
I think the reason Peter Obi is not bothered is because Peter Obi knows that whatever is happening is orchestrated by people in government. Peter Obi is a very experienced banker. Don't forget, apart from being a politician and a businessman, he's a banker himself. He's been at he's held executive positions in the bank, so we can by that we can say he's a banker. Peter Obi understands that, just like what I've said, that if what they are trying to portray, if they think that the problem is making this money available for the ordinary people, Peter Obi knows that we probably have enough money to go down to the ordinary people.
Okay.
But Peter Obi understands that what is happening. He understands what is happening now, that the politicians are now getting this money directly from managements, from the banks, and from people who manage the banks. And that is why it is affecting the ordinary people, not because of the CBN. That is why you see Peter Obi is not calling on CBN to do anything. These guys are now trying to behave as if they are fighting for the people, or they are calling for a policy somersault or a policy change simply because the people are affected. No, they are doing this for their personal reasons. The money that the central bank has printed that should have gone to the people, they have collected the money, and now the people are suffering. And they know that if it continues like this, they are going to pay at the polls, because the people know the person that cares about them. They know that it's Peter Obi that cares about them. And so if they go to the polls like this, the high likelihood is that these guys are going to vote against the status quo. They are going to vote against the political elite. And in that sense, Peter Obi would be the one who would be favored.
Okay. Thank you for that response. Anyway, let me proceed with my quick summation. What I think is happening is initially, if we can all remember, CBN governor made a statement. The purpose the real purpose they decided to do the money change thing was simply because out of, was it 4 trillion naira that was printed to be in circulation, they've come to realize that about 2 point something trillion has been hoarded. They even gave names and approximate number of people they think is hoarding the money. So in as much as I believe that these politicians do have access to the new currency, right? They don't have access to the amount they've hoarded. They do have access to a lot, right? But they don't have access to the amount. The amount they've hoarded back is basically budgeted for a particular purpose, and which is vote buying in a massive manner. And that is just my own opinion. But I think that can be, arguable, as you said. But as time goes on, our speakers will come up and we rub minds regarding that particular one. And regarding the Oshun thing, let me say this again. People don't be afraid of anything. I believe whatever it is going on right now is just political, okay? Heads needs to be rolling simply because some people needs to be punished for playing their roles regarding the Osun election. The INEC officials that were in charge of the Osun electoral voting.
Jimmy, you mentioned that part of the clip I played. You said somebody mentioned something like justice that we expected.
No. They gave us justice as they promised. They gave us
as expected.
Was it as expected or promised? I think it was promised. The word
you go on with your submission. I'll find the.
Okay, so basically, what people the misunderstanding regarding what happened in Osun that has come to my attention is that a lot of Nigerians were mistaking this Beavers thing for e-voting. There's a difference between e-voting and Beavers. Beavers is just to make sure that minors are not voting for accreditation purpose. Minors are not voting. Dead people are not voting. The non-Nigerian is not voting. So it's just to get your fingerprint, be ascertained that the person that is about to vote is legally allowed and registered to vote in Nigeria. That's what the Beavers does. So when that is done, we still go back to the conventional method, which is printing on the ballot paper and putting that ballot paper in the ballot box. That is where the problem is. So if the ballot box is overstuffed with ballot paper made for maybe Labour Party or PDP, then that's a problem. So there's nothing wrong with the Beavers machine. There's nothing wrong with the machine or the system itself. People are just trying to play a fast one. And I think both PDP and APC were at fault. They both tried to, cheat, right? And eventually they were caught. But instead of minusing what they overvoted on, why not just disqualify the both of them? I mean, we had a third party I think it was Labour Party. I'm not saying this because I'm a Labour Party person, but I mean, automatically they're meant to be disqualified because they both cheated. But what they did was they minus what they cheated with, they minused it from their vote, and they just proceeded by selecting a winner. Is that even legal? I'm not sure if that is right. Barrister Juliet mentioned it yesterday. I talked about it. That's a very compelling point. So I would like us to look into that. UC Maxwell is here. I'm pretty sure he can make a statement on that when it comes up. And what's the other one you guys mentioned? I think the students, the fact that about 4 point something students won't be voting. It's shocking that Atiku made a video, about 2-minute video, a couple of days ago, calling for the extension of this money policy thing. He didn't come out to make a video. Someone was arguing with me saying he made a tweet. Tweet is not enough, right? What bothers him more is what he actually went for. And he thought, look, this is my view. He thought, look, I need money to mobilize people during election, and this thing is giving me headache. And he decided to make a video about it. Whereas Obedience, Labour Party, we're conversing for people to go get their PVC. We're sensitizing people. We're even working on the ground on how students from different universities across the nation can be able to go home to go and vote. Nobody's bothered about that. And why is that? Simply because 80% of people that actually registered for PVCs were students. It happened during the shutdown. It happened during the strike. So, and the reason why they registered is simply because of Peter Obi's emergence. So Peter Obi coming up has given them hope. So now, Tinubu is not bothered about student voting or not. Atiku is not bothered. We are the only people with the Obedient and the Labour Party are the only people bothered about the fact that about 4 million people won't be voting. Man, anyway, we still have a lot to talk about, but this is just a monologue. Omar did it great, as he usually does. Sir Max, you came before me today. It was a brilliant one. And I want to use this opportunity to welcome people once more. Welcome. And we'll be having a very, very good conversation today. Thank you. Are you back, Omar?
Thank you very much, Jimmy. It's interesting that nobody mentioned the third subject, and that's how much we've gotten used to tragedy in Nigeria. This explosion is something that fascinates me a lot because there are certain things that were mentioned when people spoke about it. But I'll play this report that is for just a minute so you guys can listen, and anyone who wants to come into that part of the conversation will remember that it's a part of the topic. And if you are wondering the topics we're discussing today, just check out the Jumbotron is right there. You can discuss and touch on anyone that you feel like talking about.
North central Nigeria on Thursday has now risen to over 50. Fulani cattle herders were in fact amongst those that were targeted in the deadly attack. According to reports, the Fulani herders were in fact moving their cattle to Nasarawa from Benue when explosions in fact took place in the Rukubi village. Incidentally, this region has been marred by ethnic and religious violence in the past. Representatives of Cattle Breeders Association have alleged that a Nigerian military jet was behind the blast. They also claimed that the blast occurred after the authorities had confiscated the animals for allegedly breaching anti-grazing laws. Nasarawa's governor, Abdullahi Soleh, has claimed that a drone dropped the bomb in the area and no military jet was flying at that time.
That's very interesting. Okay, so we'll take a cue straight away. We'll start with Lamine, then Cizo, of course, our regulars. Lamine, Cizo, then we go to Archie. Okay, Archie is not available. SIM card, I can see your request. Okay, so when Archie is ready, you can come up. We'll start with Lamine, Cizo, UC Maxwell, Mr. Yusuf. I see you, no worries. Bankole Otegbe, Peter Chife, LP, Honorable Emeka, and Peter. Okay, I think I've mentioned Peter Chife. So yeah, we'll start with Lamine. Lamine, good evening from this part of the world. How are you? Happy Sunday.
Hi, good afternoon from this part of the world. Good afternoon, Max, Jimmy, Cizo, Archie, everybody, Slim Card, UC Maxwell, Yusuf, everybody. A very good afternoon to all of us. I have lots of things to talk about. I had to even, for the first time, I jotted down because I have loads of things to talk about. I will start with the Oshun. I'll be brief there. Oshun election, I'm not concerned about the election. I'm concerned about obedience, because they're beginning to push the narrative that the beavers does not work. And we need to understand that, like they say, power is not given, it's taken. We all know what we're fighting for. We know what we're up against. And I know that the beavers work. There were manipulations done by PDP and APC, and they're all paying for it, and it's none of our business. It is none of our business. Our business is to come out on election day very early, ensure that the beavers is showing 0-0 before accreditation. You cast your vote, chill in one corner with your drinks or food. After election, they count the results, they upload, and you can go home and let the polling agents and the ward do the rest. So it is not, please do not push the narrative that PO, because that is what I was seeing all through yesterday, and it was really heartbreaking to see that people are beginning to cave in to say, oh, what's the point? This beavers is not going to work. There was no beavers in 2015, and Buhari won that election. I need you guys to always remember that. No beavers in 2015, and PDP could not maneuver the election. Why? Because they saw that hell will let loose, and we had a president that was not willing to shed blood because he wanted power. So that is that. Then I'll go to APC internal friction or fight or whatever. Again, it is all the northern plots. I tell you guys, if you go to what are they calling this thing? TikTok, you will see how northern clerics have been cursing out this APC government. Where were they 7 years ago? Where were these guys 2019 when Buhari was contesting again? Nothing has changed. This thing that is happening now has been happening all these years. Now, these northern clerics cuss out APC. Why? We know. They will play the northern card. Eyes on the prize, people. It is none of our business. They are playing the card of pushing this election to Atiku. When they cuss out these same clerics cussed out Atiku in 2019. These are the same people now cussing out Buhari, cussing out at Tinubu, cussing out APC. Oh, there's no money. Oh, look at what they are doing. Bandits, where these guys were there last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. They said nothing. They were not talking about anything about this APC. Now, they want to play that victim card of, oh, Buhari disappointed us. He's been a disappointment since 2015. So why is it that it's now that your mouth is opening to talk about it and curse him and preach and say, God this, God that? Where were you guys 7.5 years ago, 7 years ago, 5 years ago? You didn't see anything about it. Now, give it 1 week. And none of them, these same people are saying that we will not vote Buhari. We know where they're tilting towards. We know ourselves. So please, do not be fooled by their fights. It is none of our business. We will continue to fight the two of them every day on Twitter and on ground. Let's not get carried away. These guys know what they are doing. This APC fight, it is a facade. They're pretending because they will tell their people, oh, it was not APC that was in power 7 years ago. So let's try APC. How about we try Labour Party? How about we try other parties, other human beings? No. The same article that they were saying is useless. That is the same person they want to start supporting again in this election. So it is none of our business. We will fight two of them, APC and PDP. They are all pretending. All these governors following this man up and down. They will dump him. And they will dump him for PDP. Murjana too. She's an hypocrite. Do not celebrate her. Do not get carried away because if you listen to her interview on Arise, you will know that she's another hypocrite. You said on national television that you're moving from a devil to a deep blue sea. You said on that national television that Labour Party has the best manifesto. You said on that national television that P2B is the most credible candidate, but you do not want to waste your time. There is no time. What's that supposed to mean? Please don't be posting and be talking about APC fighting. Let them fight each other. It's none of our business. They are fighting each other because Murujana knows where her eyes are. She feels like she knows that Northerners are going to play that card that they played before, and they move to their brothers, Fulani and Muslim brothers. And I'm a Muslim. Again, about the CBN. Please, just a thumbs up if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you,
because Cole keep interjecting. Okay, about the CBN, bro. These guys are giving. I swear to God, I know a CBN, a Apex Bank manager told me Tinubu comes to collect money from straight. It is not for us, and their people will get their money. Their people will get their money. Banks, tellers are now bank new note agents. You go, you pay 20%, you get new notes. Money to survive, to eat, will not have access to it. Now, if you go to a POS agent,
we keep losing you.
I'm sorry. Call. I'm using data instead of Wi-Fi, so call keep interjecting. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Lamine.
Okay.
It's okay.
So they go to the bank and they get.
It's quite unfortunate. We're losing Lamine. I think she's trying to take her call. I have a very interesting question for her, but I'm hoping that we have her back in a bit so we can get on with that part of the conversation. It's very interesting because she said that people are getting money. I kind of. So Lamine, we lost you for.
They are pretending. All these
Lamine, we lost you for about. Lamine, can you hear me? Lamine, can you hear me? Okay, I think.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I keep getting calls.
Yeah, we lost the last 30 seconds. All of it.
Okay, I said that POS agents, if you want 1,000, you pay 200, so you get 800 of new notes. If you want 10,000, you pay 2,000. Do you get? The politicians, National Assembly people, are they doing the same thing? No. This same Boko Haram and bandit that they say that they want to curb, they have their money. If they kidnap anybody, they will tell you they want the new note, and they get the new notes. If they say they want it in dollars, the ransom, they get it in dollars. So what are we talking about? I'm not going to allow these people fool me I'm not going to be fooled by these guys again. I would not fall for anything that they're doing. Nothing. Because
Okay, so
there are
Lamin,
people.
who is bound to benefit from this monetary policy, this
The
new
point
one?
I'm trying to make is that these politicians have money to throw around this election period. If you want to bet on it, we will see. I'm telling you, there will be money to be thrown around this election period because they have it. But if for instance, I will use Access Bank, get 1 billion from CBN for new notes today, 70 or 75% go to politicians and the elites. The remaining 25% is what they parade among us. You see people queuing from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. to withdraw money, and still is the old note that comes out from the ATM. So what are we talking about? I'm saying that these guys don't do anything for our sake. I'm not going to pretend that, see, I'm not going to fall for Buhari. I won't. I was doing that a few weeks ago, but I'm beginning to reason that, hey, it's not true. So let's not get carried away by these guys. Let's continue to think that they are fraud because they are. Let's continue to think that they are cheats because they are. Never for once think that Buhari is doing anything for anybody's interest. Nothing that Buhari is doing for the common man. Because if they want money, they will get money. Apex Bank is not doing anything for us. Northerners are, again, northern clerics are preaching to cuss out Buhari and cuss out APC because they want to play the article card in this election. Beavers will walk, obedient, come out and vote. Vote, protect. I joined a Uber ride yesterday. This man is not on Twitter. What did he say to me? He said that I chatted him up to ask to know, to prick him to know, oh, where are you voting and all, because we were talking about card. I said, I will do a transfer because I don't have the new notes. And he said, oh, yes. And he told me that when they protest, I gave him a sticker. He was telling me that if in their area in Dute, they have agreed after election, all of them have contributed. This man should be around 50 something. He said they've all contributed money to buy beer, suya, chicken, grilled fish, so that when they vote, they will just chill in one corner. These are men in their 50s. So what excuse do we have because of Oshun? What's our business with PDP and APC? We have seen the issues. We have seen the loopholes from the Oshun. Let us learn our lesson from their election and still continue to press their neck. Nothing has changed. There is nothing these people are doing for us. For once, we see a National Assembly swing to action, saying that they want to do what. There's nothing that APC and PDP will do in our interest. It is for them, only them. Please, let's not get distracted. Eyes on the prize. Eyes on the prize. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my dear sister Lamin, with so much fire as always. I'll bring in Cecil at this point. Cecil, I have 3 questions for you. The first is, what lessons can we take from what transpired in Oshun? The second one is, this CBN redesign policy, who is benefiting from it? Because according to Lamin, the politicians already have money available to them. And now the third question is, the blast that happened in Nasarawa, I don't know how much you know about it, but what exactly is the problem with the Nigerian Air Force and the issue of bombing civilian areas, indiscriminately? And that's happened with so much consistency over the last few years. I'd just like you to touch on those 3 things and make your submission as well. Good afternoon. Happy Sunday to you, my brother.
Afternoon, everybody in the People's Parliament. The answer to question number 3, I would say it's government ineptitude. The APC never gets anything right, so I don't think they would even get enemy coordinations right. So for the third question, the bombing in Nasarawa, if you remember, they had mistakenly bombed an IDP camp before, if you remember. And in our history, they've even mistakenly bombed a military installment before. Also, in all fairness to them, that was the bashing, but this is the second one. When we were in the radio and we had a briefing on terrorism during the Jonathan administration, we were actually given satellite image descriptions of how large certain states and certain areas. Let me use the Sambisa forest, for example. When you hear stuff like, why don't they just bomb the whole forest, which is something a sick, sadistic person like Nasiru El-Rufai would suggest. We found out that there are about 10 indigenous tribes living in that forest, but it's a forest, but it's like There are local governments there. It's as big as Wales, a forest within Nigeria. Nasarawa is also very, very huge. And, due to Nigeria tells a lot of lies in the census, but if you've been to the north, you know that there's more land than people. So I worry maybe they didn't get the coordinates right. Maybe, and also you need to remember in guerrilla warfare, sometimes the militants hide amongst the people. So my third concept is by way of a military exercise, if they did the math and found out there were more terrorists than, people, and the people were literally just being human shields and were knowingly knowing what they were doing, they probably count the collateral damage, bomb the fuck out the place, release this thing and say it was a mistake, and they stand by the records. So it's one of those three options. Your guess is as good as mine. I'm not open to classified documents anymore, especially since this government has not been very forward with the media. So that is my answer to the first one. The second one, or your first question, sorry, which was the Oshun, what do we take away from the Oshun election? I sat down and I did so many permutations. I went back to all of the Oshun elections and how many people, literally, that state has millions of people in it, but the elections of 290,000, 310,000 people out of sometimes 3 million or 4 million residents is who dictates their governor in Osun. It is really, really bad. Now, from an Anambra boy who understands how voter apathy works, something clearly has happened there's a disconnect between the government or the governor of Osun and the people of Osun. That is where I say, I don't think they like this Oyetola fellow much. You check this current election and Adeleke, okay, even now, Seth, you say Oyetola is the governor, use 310,000 thumbprints and PVCs is putting Oyetola in power. It's absolutely embarrassing. If anybody really understands the numbers, even with all the permutations and the fraud and the rubbish we saw from the tribunal, the fact that at the end of the day, Oyetola got 310,000 votes. Can you imagine 310,000 people who were just dedicated enough to go and thumbprint for one man are dictating a state of about 3 to 4 million people? So you see how voter apathy works. So I think what it was meant to do for the obedience, the first thing is this. Every single thing that happens, if you remembered when Michael Achimugu came on the violence space, he said where Atiku got into his big problems is because he goes to indulge in local politics, the politics of his state, which is what every Nigerian rich man always does. They always go and dabble in politics. Clearly, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is from Osun State. He always feels a need to meddle in Osun politics. If you check in all fairness, he has denied it, but at this point, I really do think he's from a Ragbiji, and I honestly do think that he is related to Oyetola. Urban legends of Oyetola being his nephew and things like that shows in this fight, because technically, a man won an election the first time. You beat him in court, yada yada yada. You put your little nephew. He went in there, and I remember that. I told myself, I said, Tinubu will fight for this state back, because one of the first mistakes Oyetola made, which is something Peter Obi keeps hammering on, and I said, this is absolute genius. I put the two together. Was, if you remember, when Peter Obi is asked whether he would try people, he says he's not interested in whoever stole money in Nigeria, he's interested in going ahead. One of the biggest flaws that Adeleke made, if you remember, was to release how much money Oyetola had stolen in Osun State, even going as far as saying that there was a loan of 48 years payment plan. At that point, I knew that the wrath of the BAT, machinery would come back for that state. They've probably used Osun to fund a lot of places, and there will be, the further they dig, there might even be direct links to Alpha Beta or even payment to Tinubu himself. So that is where Adeleke made some mistakes. I would have wanted him to just move ahead, leave this Oyetola fellow, or at least not bring it up for the first 2 years till he's solidified. I think the Supreme Court will throw the case away, and that the major concept of that was to cause voter apathy, to cause Nigerians to have a distrust in beavers. And if you draw, let me just cook one quick noodles for you. If you remember that 2 days ago, there was rumblings in the underground and a list on social media of APC senators who supported not using beavers for this election. It was all over social media, and there was a resurgence of that cry in the Senate and in the House of Reps to not use beavers. So really what Osun is to do is to discredit beavers. Do you understand me? Discredit beavers on a minor scale. It also prepares grounds for a Tinubu appeal at a tribunal when he will definitely lose the election, because he can say, oh yes, it's one of two things. They could just go back, oh, we've lost the election to Peter Obi, let's say from around 12 noon. What they start doing is compromise the election by stuffing or compromising the beavers in majority of the states, and then they might have to go to court or might have a rerun. You see these things. So that is what really Osun was about. It's just an ego grab, a power tussle. Tinubu's enforcing himself on the people of Osun, and also to discredit beavers, cause a bit of voter apathy. But like I said, we must go ahead with the beavers. Now the second question, I'm sorry I answered all of this because my entire
Sorry if I can.
yeah, yes,
Sorry. So when you take your second question, we know we don't disrupt you from time to time, but
all right.
I just want to make an observation on the way you I mean your premise for the first question. I agree with you that on the on your first premise for why the Osun election, why the tribunal decided the way they decided, that Tinubu wanted to come back and reclaim the state and all that. Um,
The
I agree with that
Golololo
theory.
Buga statement was the get
I
was
agree.
the
I agree
giveaway.
with that.
There is corn in
Yes,
the
I
pocket
agree.
on the
Fantastic,
of that head of
fantastic.
tribunal.
I agree with that. I agree with that theory. And to be honest, as a lawyer myself, I am deeply worried that we can see such. As someone who have gone through judgments of Justice Uwais, Karibi Whites, Begore, and some very Kasinalu, when you
Justice
read
Alpha Begore. I love
Alpha
that guy.
Begore, Oputa, Justice Alpha Begore, these classical um, members of the higher bench, as someone who's read their judgment and who have admired most of these guys, I am deeply appalled by not just the language itself, but the quality of the writing. Not just the
Sir Max.
Give me
Is that
please.
actually the topic? Is that actually the verdict or someone edited it?
No.
Yeah,
It
that
is.
is
It
the
is. It
verdict.
is.
That is the
It is.
verdict.
So that's where I'm going. Even the quality of the writing and the judicial philosophy, I don't agree. I'm very disappointed with the judicial philosophy itself, but the way I am really worried, not just disappointed, is the quality of the writing. But that's not up for debate for now.
Sir Max, to be honest, you really shouldn't be worried. Have you interacted with the average graduate? Have you seen the quality of their handwriting? Before you even see the quality of their writing, you've been on social media. The other day, a young lady called Lara the Law wrote one of the most retarded tribal ethnic dog whistles on Twitter. I don't know if anybody saw that. Something about the Igbos, yada yada. Yada. That babe too,
Yeah, I
na
saw
lawyer
it.
now.
I saw it.
Na
I
lawyer
saw it.
now.
Igbo's not
It's
being
called.
ready for presidency.
Thank you. It was one of the most retarded. It didn't start it had no beginning, it had no end. It was just ethnic bile and dog shit just coming straight up out of our oral faculties. Now that is also a lawyer. Tomorrow now, by maybe judicial juggling, she might end up in a court case in the East and totally bungle it just off prejudice alone. Because as you know what I'm saying, I said, look, there was something I said yesterday. I said, if the Nigerian Bar Association had an independent body that checks lawyers, you know how overseas the police will always have an independent investigatory body within the police so to check the excesses of police officers, and you will see that even policemen hate people in that body, but they have a job to do. That lawyer alone, we have reached a junction in this country where I suspect a lot of people's academic credentials, because we've come to find out for a certain generation between the 1960s to about the 1980s, none of these motherfuckers went to school. None. They bought these degrees. We are seeing it.
So Sizzle,
I worry
see
about
part of
somebody saying the
no,
governor went to go Lololo and to Buga, and you tell me that's a
no,
lawyer?
Ensign, so that my worry is not just because apart from
that all
the
cases he
quality
has
of the
judged are under
writing,
jeopardy.
and don't forget the reason I'm really worried. Every person who is a lawyer, and I'm not trying to preempt what Justice and the rest will come and say, UC Maxwell, but the reason is because that is the majority decision, and other justices or other judges, as the case may
Meanwhile,
be,
wait. Let me give you guys.
they went through that
Omar,
same judgment. I'm coming, NC, so I'm
yeah,
getting
continue.
somewhere. The other judges, they went through that same judgment. They saw that characterization, and they did not find any reason to advise
There's
their
corn in
colleague
their pockets,
to
brother.
take. So that is so that gives so that gave out so that is that's gave out that supports your earlier statements. So the area where I have a little snag with your theory is when you say, and I've heard some obedience make this argument, when you say that it was done to discredit the beavers. I do not buy that idea that it was done to discredit the beavers, even if it's okay. Let's assume without considering that it was, but the reality is different because let's be honest. Without the beavers, you wouldn't even know that there was overvoting because the beavers gives the number of accredited voters, and it was based on the number of accredited voters
But
that
okay,
they
but
were
do you
able to
agree that
determine.
with the
I'm coming.
beavers, they've already put the wrong man there for about 3 weeks? Does it not give you're a lawyer? You
So
might not
I agree with you.
discredit.
I agree
Listen,
with
brother,
you
you
to
might
that
not
extent.
discredit something immediately, but you can lay the groundwork for what you can argue with at the tribunal using Oshun
So
as a case study. True or
So
false?
that is why. So that is why we that know that's
We have to
okay.
win by a
Part of the
landslide.
reason why I'm coming. Yeah, I agree with the landslide argument. But we that now know that okay, part of the reason why we are even at this place where we are is because of the beavers. I'm not holding brief for INEC, but we need to emphasize the positives from that judgment. As much as we have a lot of things to say or a lot of points of disagreement about the way the justices conducted themselves and the judgment itself, we need to emphasize the positive. And one of the positive is that it was the beavers that led to that judgment because it was the beavers that gave the number of accredited voters. And all the judges did was to look at the beavers and say, how many did you accredit? And the beavers gave them the number. And then they look at how many votes were tallied on the result sheet. And they saw that it was more than what they had on the beavers. So that
Okay.
is credit to the beavers. But this
Sir
point,
Max,
we must emphasize this
Sir
point
Max,
as
Sir
well.
Max. I'm sorry,
But
Sir
go
Max.
ahead.
One day we'll have to meet physically so that I can show you the amount of work I do before I come on public platforms to say what I say. I'm sorry, sir, you are actually wrong. Let me explain this again. You need to understand something. If an election happened, if you know the way numbers are unshakable, unmovable objects, you cannot say that an election happened and a machine was to that is to remove at least 90% credit, that is to add at least 90% credibility to an election. We have sat down for the last 7 months under the violence space, permutating how can beavers be cracked. Now, what the crack they've shown you in the beavers is this: the beavers can be eligible, can do everything it's meant to do, but that at the polling unit, within the registration, the accreditation, and the actual voting process proper, you can then overflood the beaver system, right? Now, technically, what the beavers should then do is, since this is, you need to realize, if we're all in the tech generation, you need to realize the infallibility of machinery. All you need to do is go to the server, bring out the beavers, and then say who then voted at the beavers, and everything non-beavers related is null and void. One, or you call for an entire rerun. But you cannot mathematically prove who voted for Yetola and who. Let's say there's a theory going around. Let me stand as an obedient and say fuck PDP, fuck Labour Party. I don't give a shit about both of them, right? But then let's do mathematics. Who then says Who then knows? How then did the tribunal prove that a man who had 330,000 votes and a man who had 280,000 votes mathematically lost down to 280,000 votes, and the man at 270, 280,000 votes is now the winner at 310,000 votes?
I
So
think
you need to understand there is no, the
well,
ruling is
I
an
think
absolute border dash. Remember, out of
no,
three
no, no, no.
people, one person.
I think you are making a mountain
Okay,
out of a
okay.
molehill in
Let's
the
forget
strength
about
of your
Bivas.
argument.
We're not here to hold brief for INEC.
No, no, but let me
Okay,
just.
Sir Max,
I'll
Sir
let you
Hold
Max,
on,
go
Sir
Sir
on.
Max.
Max,
Hold on,
Sir
Sir
Max,
Max. Hold on,
Sir
Sir
Max.
I'll
Max.
I'm
let.
going to have to
Hold on.
step
Omar,
in at this
Hold
point.
on, Sir Max. Hold
No,
on.
Omar,
Hold
no,
on,
it's for
Sir
please.
people
Max,
to
hold on.
learn.
Sizzle, hold
It's
on.
for people
Guys,
to
hold
learn
on.
that I'm trying to
Yes,
put these things to Caesar so that
Okay, please
I
we
put
can
me in
totally
all.
order
get
when
you
I
guys,
answer the
but
last
please let
question,
me
please.
step in here, guys. Please, I plead with you guys. Let me step in here. In order to douse the conversation a bit, let me take you through the numbers in Osun State. Now, the document
God bless
available
you.
on the internet is not particularly verifiable, but I can see quite a number of signatures there that represents people involved in this case. So it says the table below explains who won the election by majority of lawful votes cast between the parties. It says the total number of votes cast in the identified 744 polling units is 181,540. It says the total number of votes scored by APC in the identified 744 polling units, as shown in the column 12 of the above, is 60,096 votes. Total number of votes scored by PDP in the identified 744 polling units, as shown in the column 13 of the table above, 112,705 votes. It says scores of APC after deduction scores in EC8D1, 375,027 votes. Scores of PDP, okay, it then says 375,027 less 60,096. Final scores
310.
314,931. Now it says scores of PDP after deduction scores in EC8D1, 403,371. It then says 471,371 less 112,705. Final scores 290,666 votes. So the final scores are 314,931, then 200, and that's for the APC, and for the PDP 290,666. This begs a
So
lot of
Omar,
questions. So, Sizzle,
have you
you
seen
go
the
ahead, please.
have you seen
I
the
was enjoying the
mathematical
Sizzle flow
indices?
before Sir Max
Ha-
came in. So, please go ahead.
Have you seen the mathematical indices where one goes up and the other goes down in a perfect seesaw that ends? Bro, if we sleep, we're going to end up in Imo State all over again. Omar, remember, they always try it in the obscurity before they bring it to the larger scale.
Yeah,
They
there's
tried it
always
in
a test run.
They tried it in Imo. They've proven it to you in Oshun. They are laying the groundwork for the federal. That's one. So I answered your questions. You asked me questions 1, 2, 3. The first question was Oshun. I've told you what I think is just to create voter apathy, give them a groundwork for their election tribunal run when we beat them at the polls, and see if compromised lawyers that have corn in their pocket might give them at the tribunal. You have seen that they can shamelessly still fight for a state they lost about 2, 3 months ago. They can shamelessly fight for the federal like that. So we should be very worried. At this point, I would even tell Peter Obi to find a list of all the judges at the Supreme Court that handle election tribunal issues and start, sending them text messages and hello, hi, very early now. To be forewarned is to be forearmed. I also answered your number 3 question, which was about the Nasarawa bombing. Remember, my answers are: when has APC ever done the right thing? Number 2, we've bombed shit before. We bombed an IDP camp. And number 3, it could all be calculations of collateral damage. Remember, Nasru El-Rufai has toyed with the ideas of actually missiling this entire forest. Who gets hit, who doesn't. So it could be one of those. The military does it all the time. Send them all to kill them all and let God sort them out, as they say in the United Navy SEALs. It leads me to number 2, because my entire premise why I raised my hand to talk here was on the Naira denomination. That was the only thing I came here to talk about. So I had to answer the questions just to land at question number 2 as my entire submission. I will cook something for you To make you people understand, I sat down yesterday in the club with a DSS friend of mine. He made one statement and I didn't sleep. No, this was 2 days ago. He made one statement and I didn't sleep for 2 days. So let us work on something. He said that remember, the United States said literally rumors of war, violence, chaos, or an all-round submersion of Nigeria by terrorist forces. One of the rumors the United States threw out. So let's do something. Do you know, if you remember in the beginning, the Naira denomination policy never truly involved politicians. What was the original concept that made Nigerians buy into it? It would stop kidnapping. Remember, it was to curb terrorism, kidnapping, and the large, voluminous amounts of cash that was being paid to kidnappers. 1. 2, everybody keeps forgetting. Why are the politicians panicking? The politicians are not panicking because of Naira denomination. They are panicking because of the CBN policy of 6th of December 2022. Let me remind you what that policy says. Number 1, the maximum cash withdrawal over the counter by an individual or corporate organization per week is 100,000 naira for individual and 500,000 naira for persons. The policy did not state that if you took 1 billion naira in cash and deposited it at the bank was to give you 1 billion naira in new notes back. The bank is to credit your account, and then you are to go back under the policy of the new CBN law. So even Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu himself cannot withdraw more than 100,000 naira a week in cash. Remember. Number 2, third-party checks above 50,000 naira shall not be eligible for payment over the counter, while limit of 10 million on clearing checks still subsist. But you have to notify the bank and go through certain processes. Only denominations of 200 naira and below shall be loaded into ATMs moving forward. There's a reason these people are mad at Emefiele, but nobody's reading the fine print. So even if you had a deal with your bank and your bank carried a bullion van and packed it in your house, you are still in trouble moving forward, because guess what? After you spend the bullion van money in your house, you go back. Let us remember. Now, let me give you numbers that will prove to you why Buhari is standing by Emefiele. My DSS Connect said that this country, they found out, and I'm only saying this on the People's Parliament, they found out Labour might win. They found out the 2 presidential candidates of APC and PDP might not particularly cause chaos or invite it, but little pocket state governors and this and that might be unhappy with this election or look at it and feel they might not win. You're seeing the chaos in Imo State already, might cause problems. 2, terrorists have been amassing money in cash for the longest time, and they have already calculated that right after the election, you need to remember that from February to May is still a very long time for an administration, and they are already calculating that there will be chaos at that period. Your Nigerian military forces has 223,000 servicemen. They will be overwhelmed if common Jagaban army has 260,000 people. So let us go quickly to Google. Let me show you something that will blow your mind to remind you why Buhari is standing by this policy. It has nothing to do with the politicians. It has all to do with terrorists. The first one, how much has kidnappers made in Nigeria? It will blow your mind to find out Nigerians have paid $18.34 million to kidnappers in 9 years between 2011 and 2020. Between 2011 and 2020. It will also shock you to find out that between July of 2021 and June of 2022, Nigerians paid 653.7 million naira in cash as ransom in Northeast alone. Leadership.ng. Now, let me also take you to why the new CBN policy is really happening. Emefiele, hold on, 7,222 people have been killed. 3,823 people have been abducted in 7 months alone in Nigeria. One more time, 7,222 people have been killed, while 3,823 people have been abducted. So let me cook this story for you properly. In the Abuja Kaduna train attack, follow me to the book of Google, vanguardng.com. Abuja Kaduna train attack, over 6 billion naira ransom was allegedly paid to terrorists in cash. Over 6 billion naira ransom was allegedly paid to terrorists in cash. 63 people were officially declared abducted. 6 billion naira was paid to them. So if terrorists made 6 billion naira in cash from just that one abduction, and then you also pull a thread, how many people were released in the Kuje prison? During the operation in Kuje, which led to the release, it led to release of about 2,000 terrorist inmates. The attackers had a free reign lasting about 2 hours. So 2,000 terrorists newly released from Kuje, who are in possession of 6 billion.
Sizzle, did you come across any news where any one of those guys from the Kuje prisons, was arrested at any point?
No. None of them have been rearrested till date. None of them have been rearrested till date. So now, if you do the math, if 2,000 inmates were released from Kuje, $18.5 million in naira is in the underground in this country. 6 billion alone was collected in cash by the kidnappers Abuja Kaduna railway line. It goes beyond these politicians. Now, what is worrisome? If Emefiele tells you that 4 to 5 trillion naira is printed and meant to be in circulation, but about 2.5 to 3 trillion is somehow hidden somewhere, is not in circulation, is in people's possessions. And we've also gotten proofs that I've shown you that out of the majority of that 3 trillion, most of it is in the hands of terrorists. Let me now draw the final pepper in these noodles. Remember when the remember when the Naira policy was announced? Who were the first set of people that complained and said they will not collect the new notes? It was the terrorists. Remember, Gumi had to speak on behalf of the terrorists and said terrorists will start collecting dollars. Nigeria said we had no dollars.
Absolutely,
The
I
terrorists
came
said they
across
would.
that story.
So it
Yes.
was the terrorists. Now, all of a sudden, the terrorists are no more speaking or condemning the CBN policy, but the politicians are condemning it. Let us draw the lines. Politicians,
Sponsors? They are sponsors?
God, sponsors, enablers, and you might think that majority of this money has been stashed to bribe Nigerians. The majority of this money might have been stashed to terrorize Nigerians on election day. For the first time, we don't have a 2-party race. It is a 3-party race. Everybody will be armed. So, put 2 and 2 together to understand why. When Buhari has been placed with a security report that says 2 trillion naira is in the underground and most of this money is in the hand of evil people, terrorists and politicians. After this election in February, you have till about May. The ruling party might not win. Your people, the niggas you fuck with have a penchant for violence. So what is the best thing to do? Emefiele has told you the best way to quell this violence so you don't lose Nigeria is this Naira policy. You're expecting the terrorists to be the ones complaining because they are the ones that these people need to now bring out all that money they've been keeping in the bushes, in the forest, and take it to the banks. They have no bank account details. All they do with the money is send somebody to the villages, buy drugs, buy alcohol, buy the occasional television, bombs, guns, missiles, guns. That's all they do. They reinvest into their trade as will anybody. So Buhari and Emefiele are using this thing to solve a terrorist problem. But when you cut the grass and the snakes show, all of a sudden, the politicians are shouting louder than the terrorists. Who really stacked this money? And what has it really been stacked for? I stand with Emefiele. And if it's even as long I say, and if you notice, Emefiele did not push this policy beyond the elections. They will still complain with this 10-day movement because they needed to go beyond the elections so the Naira can still be valid to change to dollars to buy arms. It was never about vote buying. If I took one gun with 6 bullets and shot it at a junction of 4 streets, that entire street will not come out. It is cheaper for me than trying to bribe that entire street, considering there's a policy coming that says I cannot withdraw more than 100,000 a week. I rest my
beg
case.
you don't do. Come collect my me, they listen. You don't do. Come collect
I
my
rest
me,
my
they
case.
listen. Back
We
to
Thank
might
you,
be
you very
looking at the
much.
wrong place. It's not
No,
vote
no.
buying. Let's get ready for violence we might not expect. It is my second biggest worry.
We're going to come back to that in a bit. I've really enjoyed the group of people that we've managed to bring together. I like the thought process that Cizo took us through. I'll go to Archie now. But before I go to Archie, the Osun election detail that I read not long ago is available on the Jumbotron. You can check it out. And the list of the topics that we're discussing as well is also there. The Violence Space premiered its YouTube channel yesterday. So we're currently live streaming this space, I believe, on the Violence Space YouTube channel. So you can check that out. And of course, you can listen to the Violence Space, the last one from Saturday. It's available there. You can check out the Violence Space website and the Violence Radio. You can listen to us over there as well. So once again, it's the People's Parliament. My name is Omar. I'll go to my brother Archie. Archie, good evening from this part of the world. How are you?
Omar, real quick, before Archie goes, regarding the bombing thing, it just struck my mind now. Do you know the sophistication behind drones being used as a bomb? This thing just started during this Russia and Iraq, Russia and Ukraine war.
I mean,
They came up with this idea.
Jimmy, drones have been, they've been around for a while. The
Hello,
most popular
can
ones are,
anybody hear me?
yes, we can hear you, Sir Max.
Hello.
Can you hear us, Sir Max?
I think it's having issues. You can drop and come back, Sir Max.
Okay.
Yeah, go on, Omar.
My brother Jimmy, Turkish. I'm not sure I'm going to get the pronunciation right. Bakirtia. I'm not sure, but yeah, the drones were used. I think the T something. They were used in the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia. And drones they've been used in Iraq. In the latter days of the Afghanistan war before the Americans fled. Drones have become popular in recent times. But what I don't understand is, considering the restrictions that comes with movement of
God
aircraft
bless you. God
in the
bless you.
Nigerian airways, how is it easy for a drone to just fly? That is what I don't get.
The
We're not talking about the regular drone.
sophistication
It's an
of
armed
the
one, Cecil, right?
weapons, the sophistication of the weapons they're investing in. Right now, remember, Nigeria bought Tucano jets. What did you hear? Terrorists started shooting down planes. There's a huge international black market that exists. And you either trade in dollars or you trade in Bitcoin or all these currencies. And you can tell that the Nigerian terrorists have these people's support. So I'm drawing a parallel for you. The Nigerian terrorist has always, right from the bottom tier terrorists, which is the regular cultists, the fraternity terrorists, all the way up. Now we have an election with what happened in Itiere. You saw the videos. PDP is armed, APC is armed. The people under Peter Obi will secure themselves however legally they can, either by coming out en masse in numbers or other means nobody is saying. So you check all of this and you find out you have an election where the two biggest sore losers, just by age alone, are facing their last electoral chance. None of these men will give up without sulking. These are men who have evil men who will even do their bidding. Remember, in the video, you did not see Jandor holding a pump action shooting. You saw people willing to hold pump actions and shoot in
Absolutely.
broad daylight on behalf of Jandor and on behalf of Sonwolu. Do you understand where I'm coming from? So these are the worries. These men have clearly stashed this money around the federation. One of the prayers, let me crack you up. I had a dream. It was a bit lucid, but it was a funny dream. It had to do with all my permutations, saying, and this might happen. So let me just put it out there publicly. One day, we woke up and the Nigerian people busted some warehouses And instead of palliatives, it was old Naira notes that filled that warehouse. This dream, please write it down in case it happens. The politicians faced it and said, look, there's nothing we can do, and let those monies rot. And Nigerians, the way we were finding those palliatives, it was a huge national scandal about a week towards the election. I woke up from that dream wondering, and I come to understand that these people have stashed this money nationwide. There's a reason all of these debts, if people were stashing palliatives as at 2020 to bring them out in 2023, who tells you that debts and monies that have been borrowed since 2015, 2019 at least, have not been stashed to bring out in 2023? It becomes an existential crisis. You're carrying all of this money to the bank, but the bank is not going to give you the physical equivalent of that money back. It's a big problem for any politician. And Emefiele has proven it to you that there is still a terrorist angle to why he stands by this election. Because I said, if Emefiele moves this thing beyond the election date, that means the DSS report is a lie. He's overlooking it. But if he doesn't move it, then it stands that these men are going to activate terrorists once they lose this election. And it's very, very possible Peter Obi is going to win. And that is their next pot of call. Burn down the entire village just to reign over as king of the ashes.
Stizo, we're going to, once again, the issue of the violence towards elections. It actually hurts me that I didn't put it on the list of the topics we're supposed to discuss.
Bombs went off in Lokoja recently, remember?
Recently. And you know, the reason I didn't
Thank you.
put it there is because in recent times, when people come on the People's Parliament or when they come on spaces that I've hosted, they be like, oh, you know, let's not stoke fear in the hearts of people. I totally get that. But at the end of the day, we cannot blind ourselves to the reality that is staggering right in front of us. So at some point, we need to just have that conversation. But we're going to come back to that issue of violence in a bit. My brother Archie, good evening. You've been waiting for a while. I apologize.
Good evening, my brother. Am I audible enough?
Yes, loud and clear.
Perfect. I'm using a hands-free, so you know, as it be now, I had to step out and come and have this conversation. Good evening, everybody. A good work N6 has done there with explaining. I think first of all, I will encourage everybody to, you know, do themselves the pleasure of always going back to. Saddam said something yesterday that the listen back, you know, the listen back quality of most of these conversations,
Value,
listening back value is pure gold, and it's the truth, because like you said, People's Parliament is currently airing on Violence Radio and Violence YouTube, and it will be saved there. So this conversation can be referred, you can refer to them. There was a violent space before last one, and I remember it was in the middle of the night that N6, Omar, you had left for work, I think, at the time. So it was just N6, Otumba, and Saddam. And I think I tried to explain most of these things. I think it was shortly after then that N6 had that encounter with the DSS, which he has brought everything more explicitly than I could have explained it, you know. And this has been a back and forth I've been having with Sir Max, my learned colleagues this morning. And because, you know, the characters on Twitter don't allow you to explain yourself so much. There's no way verbal conversation would have, you know, compensated for that. See, I will say this, and let me just add to the cooking N6 cooked, because N6 don't cook, person must come put the Maggi. There's a part that N6 omitted. Government accounts cannot cash money again with the new CBN policy. I'll say it again.
God bless you.
Every single state government, Okowa, if he likes, let him collect 300 billion loan. He cannot pull out cash with the 300 billion loan. That is the new CBN policy. So you'd understand why people like Atiku would come around and tell you, the poor masses are suffering, because even when you're doing this exchange at the little quantity compared to how much you're allowed to take, even if the government now transfers to, you know, corporate accounts, like 500 corporate accounts, and they can collect off the counter 5 million naira, you know, in a week, because that's how much it is, and all of that. Government accounts will be tracked. One, government cannot on their own bring out cash, because what do they do with cash as a government? That's the new CBN policy. You
God
understand?
bless you.
But yeah.
I put it on the jumbotron.
Yes. So, but
yeah,
very, very importantly is the fact that obedience, you need to understand. I think Dele Farotimi has said this, previously. Do not be caught up in their war. Peter Obi is doing something, and my people will say, lion of a born, you go look like goats. You understand? We need to do things like our principal is doing. Have you seen him say anything about this thing? He's not getting involved. He's not getting in the middle of it, because you need to be able to do what you can do for whatever fate throws at you to prosper. So you need to have done your work so that whatever any other person is doing for you would be able to work, because you put in sizable work. Obedience, leave politicians to fight their battles. As it stands, we are about to enter the biggest crunch of the country. See, if CBN lie, they extend it to 25th of February, these guys will still fight. It's bound to happen, because there is no way you tell me. And I will use another fact too. As I think sometime December 2022, the Deputy CBN Governor General said something in one of those conferences that the CBN have printed 500 billion naira worth of notes. 500 billion naira in a country where we are discussing 2.2 trillion in the hands of terrorists, or if you want to be as explicit as possible, politicians who fund terrorists and collect ransoms. You understand? You would understand why the political class is fuming and crying up and down. It goes even beyond election mobilization.
God bless you.
It goes to vote buying.
It indicts the entire
the whole
political
class is on a collapse right now. Tinubu, I don't know. We like making this thing look like our politicians are dumb. They're not dumb. Those guys are very intentional. That a flag bearer of the leading party had to openly attack the president. You should know that this is very, very serious. Because you have to have a conversation about.
Gandhi just said Buhari is not welcome in Kano.
Yes. You're talking security, you're talking structure. All the structure they were talking about for over 8 to 9 months. You do not have structure, This policy has crashed every single structure. Because have you thought of it? How will a local government chairman be able to mobilize voters in his local government and ward with this same structure? How does a governor mobilize people? If a governor is not sure of winning elections in his gubernatorial race, why will he come and carry your mandate on his head to deliver you when he should be able to be focusing on his gubernatorial ambition? There is so much dynamics to this that doesn't play well for the political class. Obedience, leave politicians alone and keep praying, keep doing your work. This is the time to intensify and double it, because I was having that conversation with some Max today. We're like, CBN people are, have been distributing Naira notes and all of that new Naira. Yes, we are not, nobody is ignorant of the devices of corrupt people. The structural architecture of Nigeria is laden with corruption. So it was bound to have happened. But can you distribute Naira notes worth 4 years of impunity? You cannot do it even in 5 years. With the current situation, you cannot do it. So even if we give them 8 years, they cannot match 20 years of hoarding money. Do you know how long these guys have been hoarding money? Someone woke up.
Actually, let me crack you up. I did a quick math here. So technically, even if you have a company, we go to the CBN policy, you can only legally remove 10. You can only legally transfer 10 million, right? So your Atiku Abubakar, there's 32 days to the election. You have to win 30-something states. All the Naira you have stacked is useless. Right? First problem. If you take the entire money to the bank, let's just use Atiku now for PDP. You take the entire money to the bank, they credit you your $1 trillion or $120 million into your bank account, right? Now, you're now stuck. The first problem for Atiku is this. He uses his legit company. He uses his BVN. He can have 100 legit companies, right? His BVN only allows him 10 million naira transfer a month. He transfers 10 million naira to the first state.
And that's it.
Election
And
done.
that's it.
He's stuck.
I'm telling you.
That's it. Okay, you now say, okay, let me do transfer to my guys. He transfers 100K to the first bullying unit. That's it for the day. He says,
I want to follow your train of thought on this.
He
so
says,
please.
All right, just imagine, Omar. So technically, you only have a 10 million naira 10 million naira to run this election. You are better off having a movement where everybody else, because they give shishi, everybody else is bringing out their little 100K. So that is why the obedient movement is more interested in PVC elongation than in this policy entirely. The
Interesting.
government is interested in the policy to curb terrorism, and the report that says the biggest wave of anti-terrorism coming to this country. We have an incumbent president that is living, that is not bothered, and the two major parties known for violence over a 23-year cycle are prepped to lose in one of the biggest landslide losses in the country. You know what happens next. It happened in 2011 when the man cried. It almost happened in 2015. That's why the Niger Delta man succumbed to Buhari. And you know that Buhari will not do anything about it. So it's better Emefiele and him clip this thing now than nothing else.
Tizo, I would like Archie to make his submission uninterrupted. Now, I would like after Archie, I would want us to go with UC Maxwell, Bankole Otegbe, Emmanuel Ajali, Ebuka, AK Priest, LP, Otumba DK, and also Honorable Emeka. Now, all of you, everyone they've gone to add LP to their handles. So it's difficult you just see a lot of LPs, but yeah, okay. So Archie, please go ahead.
So I'll hurry by saying this. There are many, there are many platforms to this very crazy. Now, the number one platform is the fact that I think I was privileged to have a conversation with a bank exec because I had a financial, something going on for me personally recently. And long and short of that very conversation is the fact that, and I think, Oma, I've shared this in back channels with you and some of the violence-based people. Access Bank, I'll call them by name. You cannot do domiciliary dollar-to-dollar transfer today. Let me say it again. I'm not saying inter-country. I'm not saying transfer money from Nigeria outside Nigeria. I'm talking about Omar Castro has an Access Bank account. Archie has an Access Bank account. They are domiciliary accounts. Archie wants to transfer a certain amount of money within the ambit of the law to Omar in his own account within the ambit of the law. Archie attempts it with his mobile app. It doesn't happen. Archie goes to Access Bank, tries to make that withdrawal and make the transfer. There is no dollar available in the country. So Archie has to now do a withdrawal as a tear slip, do withdrawal, and then do a transfer of the withdrawal, like I have dollar notes, and then I now transfer it off the counter. So it doesn't go as inflow directly. It now looks like cash flow. So I paid in dollars. So I pay in dollar, I'm flagged by CBN, and CBN now starts, asking questions to Access. This guy, don't they get this kind of money before? This money, where he carry on for? Oh, no worry. And now we do, and we cleared him, we verified him. That's the state of Nigeria. So, but now, having seen that, it means Abuki, now they panic. So this thing has also collapsed our bureau de change our bureau de change organization of Nigeria. All those malams, 2, 3. Lala spending, the last one you saw someone doing inside party, start counting it. You start seeing it reduce. Be counting, you see it reduce. Because, you see, you cannot be using money you do not have as cash to be buying Azu in club when you are not assured of the money. Long and short of all of this is that the stiffness of this Buhari policy, because in truth, this is not Emefiele. It has nothing to do with Emefiele. Emefiele does these things under the instruction of Buhari. They tried to disguise it, and Baba left the country and returned with military company, one full company of military guard that was released by the president himself. The president has said it publicly for whatever his motive is, which I'm not interested in, because I cannot be saying a president has been bad and suddenly I start saying the president is a wonderful guy for one policy and all of that. But he has said it that the Nigerian political class have to learn to respect the Nigerian people. It's going to be hard. Shit is going to be very, very hard going forward, because already POS is now charging 1,000 for 10,000, according to what I heard, for withdrawals of new notes. A lot of things will get very difficult. Maybe that difficult is going to motivate the voters to kick against the whole political class completely. That's one. Two, that very money they've hoarded. Because if you keep feeding an animal, a wild beast, and suddenly you stop feeding the wild beast will revolt. He will not revolt against someone who is outside. He will revolt against the person who has stopped feeding him. The terrorism in Nigeria is about to explode against the people who have been feeding them. That is the reason why you need to listen to the people making the loudest noise and note them in political spaces. But by all means, in summary, please, obedience, focus on your political worker. This is the time to double up 7 months into 1 month. This is the time to mobilize like your life depends on it. You need to see this to the finish line, because at the end of the day, whatever fate has thrown at your table is dependent on how much you could have done yourself to deliver yourself. And that's very important, because all these policies cannot exist and someone takes his light 5,000, because at this point, votes buying will be done with 500 naira and 2,000 naira. Someone even predicted in another, corners that maybe they'll start using dollars to do votes buying. That's where we're getting to. The political class might start unleashing $10 on top polling units and all of that. A lot of crazies will happen, but you have to have done your work sufficient enough.
You really think that's possible,
My
actually?
dear.
Where they start distributing US
My
dollars
dear,
as
these people are
police?
psycho as they come.
Omar, sorry. So you guys, you see, sometimes maybe because some of us will have practical knowledge of some of these things, when we speak, we tend to speak differently.
Samas, you have a bit of background noise.
Background noise. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
No, I'm curious to hear what Samas has to say. Samas, go on.
Okay, go ahead.
So sometimes maybe because of the practical knowledge that some of us have on the field, I'm really surprised. I'm actually very shocked that you people don't know that they pay dollars in Nigerian election.
Oh, they do.
so you see, that's why some of
No, I mean, I understand they pay it at the primary level, but I'm talking about
in many elections.
They do, but Samax, what we're having a conversation about is paying dollars
on
at the level of
exactly. Yeah.
I'm talking about paying dollars at the level of 250 million Nigerians. Nobody has that money in Nigeria. You see, if you like, be funding terrorism for 20 years. In fact, nobody get that kind of money.
No, that's not even the issue. Some people may have, because don't forget, when elections comes like this, the way it works here. So, for instance, the presidential election, Bayelsa State, for instance, Atiku will not be bringing money for presidential election in Bayelsa State. It will be funded by the Bayelsa State government, because it's PDP. So the same thing in Delta. Delta will probably have to fund it. Now, what will happen? Delta APC, since Wike is interested, Wike might fund it. So different people may fund it. So at the end of the day, they may have that dollar to do it. Now, the point is that the challenge that they have is the people at the grassroots will not accept dollar. That's the challenge that they have. You need to understand these politicians. That's the only challenge that they have. If the people at the grassroots will accept dollar, they will do it with dollar. But you want to go to Ilela in Sokoto State and give somebody that is at the polling unit dollar. He will tell you, what is this? He would rather give him 100 naira to dollar. So the dollar will not be effective in what they want to do, because it will be
Samax,
rejected.
I don't know if you're hearing me, but what I wanted to say is what you are postulating, because I also have a little bit of that experience too. What you're saying, and it's very good to put things into perspective. The state governments rarely form presidential elections, and I say this as a matter of fact. What happens is the presidential candidate or whoever is his very biggest funder mobilizes the states. And so if Akwa Ibom State, for instance, has a prior interest in Goodluck Jonathan's election, yes, Akwa Ibom State government can promise the president that, don't worry about your presidential election, we will clear them for you. But in an event where there is this kind of catastrophe in the country, that is the reason why you're seeing mobilization. That is the reason why the PDP is even having the problems they're having with Nyesom Wike, because someone has to pay the piper, and the money had to come from somewhere. You understand? So what you're telling me now is Bayelsa, for instance, let's use Bayelsa. When not normally get money, because nobody get money now for this country because of the way Nigeria is. But let's say Bayelsa is an oil-producing state and all of that. Bayelsa will carry all their dollars for election where they get in the next 2 weeks to go they share $10 to electorate, where they go still share after 2 weeks. I don't know. The math is not mathing. Do you understand? That's the problem.
I think actually you underestimate the level that our politicians can go.
My dear, what we are discussing about is hundreds of millions of dollars. So that's what you're talking about.
The number of dollars that is in Nigeria is more than the number of dollars that is in America. That's what you don't know.
Obviously.
Sam Max,
I'm
calm
telling you.
down,
Samax,
calm down, calm down,
Samax,
calm
I
I'm telling
agree.
down.
you.
I
Sam
agree.
Max,
I
calm
agree.
down.
But what you're postulating is that the average Nigerian politician, okay, let's use the example you gave to us this afternoon. Someone said they mobilized at the level of 200 million. We saw how someone said they mobilized at the level of 200 million naira to Cross River Central, for instance. So let's just say Ogoja, Yala, and the rest of them. And so it was mobilized to someone who would make the distribution. So, Samax, if now you they mobilize, just put hypothetically,
Yeah.
because I know say you are an obedient, you don't follow for this corruption. But hypothetically, thinking like the Nigerian politician, they mobilize the 200 million. Now I'm going to take the election. Samax, how much you go carry go the election? I'll answer the question for you. I'll answer the question for you. Samax, I'll answer the question because it's good to make it very snappy because it's a space. Samax, is Jesus' joy that you use and take 100 million to that election? That's the truth. It's factual. It will take a miracle for you to take as much as 100 million to that
No, I'm not
election.
like that. I'm not like that.
No, we said
I'll probably do
hypothetical
is
Samax. I did not say the real Samax.
I'll probably go with the money, but I'll spend it, and then the remaining ones.
Okay,
I'll
so
probably
you're
spend
not
them
the
for.
average Nigerian politician. So, but the average Nigerian politician with ground experience that we have will not go with. In fact,
Yeah, we
it's the
know.
best of
Yeah,
them that will
some
go
of
with their
them will even
100
go
million.
to the hotel that night. Yeah, just
Exactly. It's
relax.
the best of them that will go with half of that money. Now, the half of that money that they are going with, that money is halved when they give it to their mobilization and their warlords. So the half. At the end of the day, the electorate will see like maybe 10 million naira out of 200 million naira, and that's being very generous. So if we're having
Yeah,
this,
you are right, actually. But I just want you to put into context these
so
things when you argue. Just
yes,
put into context that in some areas, and especially in urban areas, if it gets to the worst, politicians may resort to doing transfers.
transfers at
Again,
where, Max? I would love to see how that works.
at the
In the
polling
current,
units, they've done it before. They've
so
done
we
it before.
gather
Don't worry.
people.
How would that work?
Max
They've
is
done
not
it. Omar,
Max. Do you
see,
know
Omar,
how
let
the
me tell you.
elections
In
are
Kolokuma, let
done
me tell you.
now?
Okay, let me give you practical example. Again, I come with practical knowledge.
You say again, I
In
remember
Kolokuma,
Abago.
Opokuma, in, in Kolokuma,
We can
Opokuma.
create wonders. Yeah.
Again.
So Omar, in Kolokuma,
I
Opokuma
can
local
never miss
government,
that.
in Kolokuma, Opokuma local government area of Bayelsa State, as at the last general election, they were doing transfers. Now, the challenge that you have at the grassroots, and this is like, and even in dollars, they paid dollars in parts of Rivers and parts of Delta and parts of Bayelsa. I don't know. I talk about places that I know about. Now, the challenge that you have is that a lot of people do not know dollars. So people at the grassroots, they feel once you say you are bringing dollars, there is a clear way to people begin to feel that you are giving fake dollars because after the election, people have to go and change it. So when you just hear that they bring fake dollar, everybody's waiting. No, give me the naira that I know. I don't want dollar because it could be fake. The point I'm trying to make, I just want you to put it in context. I'm not disputing what you're saying, but just put in context that if the worst get to the worst, politicians may decide to bring up the dollar. If the worst get to the worst, politicians may decide to do transfers for people who they feel that okay have smartphone within the urban areas. The way they do it is simple. Once they confirm you that you have voted for them, then you give the account number, they do a transfer. Somebody somewhere will do the transfer for you. They do it. So I just want you to put in context that if these
Yeah,
politicians
okay.
are pushed to the
I agree
wall,
with you, Sir
they may
Max.
resort
And
to
once
this.
again, I would like Archie to be able to make his submission uninterrupted. I've been trying to come in for Archie, but we have too many brilliant minds. I don't even see one of my panelists again. Since we don't go. Okay, yeah, okay. I
Now.
think he's just
Let
listening.
me end it now by
Now, okay, Archie,
yes.
please before you go
Yeah.
on, I'd like us to allow Archie to just land the submission. Please go ahead.
So, in summary, first of all, the complication of doing that very transfer waka is, I mean, I cannot even begin to imagine. You should know that there's a limit to how many transfers an account can do. So, see, putting this thing in the grand scheme of things, it is safe to say at this moment, you understand, that elections will never, today, elections will never be as rigged as it has been, even in Osun State election currently right now. I can say that for a fact. Now, considering as in everything being equal, in fact, there's even that very confusion of fake new Naira notes. So you've talked about fake dollars. We are going to have the problem of fake new Naira notes and counterfeit Naira notes on the election day. The vote buying thing has been completely, almost decimated. But again, in summary, Nigerians who want good governance, do your work, oh. Do your work, because these guys, the moment they see they've lost somewhere, they change pattern. So I am seeing, like Cizo said, and I think we need to sit down and have this conversation on election violence, because that's the direction they want to go to. But again, I really, really am confused. How many people can be violent against maybe a polling unit of 2,000 people? This election is dependent on how much you want it. Who wants it most?
You see, Archie, this is a conversation. I'm glad to I'm glad that you brought it up, and I'm happy to have it with you. You know, you and I. Now, you see, the thing about elections is that I've seen quite a number of it whilst I was in Nigeria, especially in the Southwest. There's a game they play. You see, the Nigerian Union of Road Transport Workers is a bunch of muscle for hire people that are always available to the highest bidder during the electoral process. Now, you see, most of them, I often tell people that Ibadan, Oyo State is the breeding ground for the biggest thugs that you see in Lagos. You can fact check that anywhere. I'm telling you. You would find the crudest of them in Oyo State. And there's a pattern of politics that stretches down from the days of there was a guy that contested the last election in Oyo State, Bayo Adelabu. His father, a man called Adelabu Penkelemes, back in the days, this was like in the 50s, 60s, back in the Awo days, the Akintola days, there's this pattern of using muscle for hire guys on the streets, you know, to influence elections. And there's something that worries me. A lot of people keep talking about obedience being able to win Lagos. And I'm absolutely telling you that if the game is fair and square on a level playing field, Peter Obi would defeat Bola Tinubu in Lagos, hands down.
Facts.
But the question is, will the playing field be leveled? I don't think so.
I just to jump in there, you know, I think the playing field being leveled is a dependent factor on obedience and not Bola Ahmed Tinubu or the violence he has orchestrated over the years. The truth is, it's dependent on the obedience. Let me paint a picture. If you always had an election where 500 people came out and you had 50 people who were carried with buses to scatter that very election, and for instance, today you now have 5,000 people coming out for that election and 50 people still brought in to scatter that election, the outcomes will never be the same. Case in quote, NSAS. 50 people came out to come and scatter a protest inside Lagos. And the resulting factor was the demolition of the whole of Lagos State, as it were. Nobody wants to take a chance on his assets. So the key is very simple. Obedience. The same way you go out for your rallies, go out for election like that. You don't have PVC, go out. You have no business with that election, go out. Stand there. The moment they see that they cannot match your numbers, the alternative will be to scatter everything, lie anybody. So if they conduct the election 50 million times and you people come out in the same number 50 million times.
Actually, now you see, when we say this, what you've just said, I feel like we're always missing a trick.
Yeah.
On election day, movement is largely restricted. Am I correct?
Oh, movement by car, but movement is not restricted.
By car.
Yes.
Yeah, it's largely restricted. So what I would advise, and I'm glad that we have quite a number of people on the platform right now. This is me just putting my own solution out there. I would like us to understand that it is important to get veterans involved in this.
Okay.
So if your father is a soldier, or was a soldier rather, and he served in the army and he has the license to carry arms, we can create small neighborhood watch groups.
Okay.
You know, we're not, you know, we can have...
We can create one.
I think that is the purpose. I think that's the, Max.
Somebody has to choose that.
I think that's the purpose of the town hall app, actually, and whatever mobilization app. The thing is, I think obedience, or non-obedience, God forbid, I think Nigerians don't realize that the thugs are our brothers. The roadside commercial sex workers are our brothers. They belong to people. They come from places. You hear stories where someone says, I lost my phone on this street. I mean, it happened to me a lot in K2 in Lagos State. People will lose their phones, come to the hospital where I was working, say they lost their phone, and I'll pick up my phone and call somebody. And all I will need to give that person is Alomo bitals of maybe 200 naira, and a phone of 150,000 naira is produced on the spot. So I knew those people because I treated them. Do you understand? These people are a part of our society. This is the time to hold everybody, including the Agbero where they are. See, an Agbero in your family will not come and kill you for Bola. It's not going to happen. He go injure, but kill you because of someone else, it will not happen. I don't know that, Juju. All we need to do is, like you said, every veteran has to be mobilized. But above all, we need to treat everybody like we are all Nigerians and we want the same thing. The same way you buy mineral for INEC staff inside INEC office because you want to collect PVC. Your opening statement in any single place should be to buy mineral for even that Agbero. He will remember it. It's the truth. I have had dealings with these people to know that they always remember. You buy beer for person. Now you be the person where you go first carry ball to break head. It's not true. It's not going to happen. If we go out the same way we go out for church functions, if we go out the same way we go out for concerts, you see the way we mobilize for Burna concert, let Burna go and install the whole of Nigeria on top Lagos Island. If we go out in that number, if it's that important to us, if it's that
You had to
important, I
do
had to
that.
create it. If it's
Archie is
if it's
brutal.
that important to us, nobody will win Lagos. That's the truth. Because they've never won Lagos. They have never won Lagos. That's fact. It has always been this same pattern. The different look at last election now. Count the last election. Look at what Atiku did in the last election of PDP. Let's not call Atiku. You would see the indices. And they had to disrupt a very major voting bloc of the PDP to be able to have that win. Remember when they went and attacked Igbo voters somewhere around Festac and the rest of them?
Yes, I remember. I watched the
So
clip.
they have a pattern. Disrupt that pattern and they'll be begging. And that's the reason why you're a problem in Lagos. That's the reason why obedience are a problem. They know the capability. I think I'll rest my case here so other people can speak. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I'll make a brief submission here at this point. My fellow Nigerians, I think it is important for us to understand that for you to crush the enemy, it is always important for you to defeat him in his backyard. There's one, when you look at all of the modern conflicts in the world, if you go out to attack some other person and they push you back, they would eventually chase you back to your territory and make sure that they crush you there. We have proper inroads in Lagos. We've seen, obedient rallies in Lagos. We know that most Nigerians in Lagos are genuinely obedient, but we need to find a way to protect ourselves. So if your dad is a veteran, if you have anybody that served in the armed forces in the past, I think this is the time for you to engage them. It is time for you to create small neighborhood watch groups. I mean, I'm not telling anybody to go carry arms or, rise up or create any kind of mutiny, but defend yourselves. Defend yourselves and defend your vote. If the state is not going to come and protect you, you need to protect yourselves. You don't have to be armed. You can just get protective gears. There are so many protective gears out there. You can create defenses in your neighborhood to make sure that you guys are even able to scrutinize anybody that comes into that neighborhood. Once you see strange faces, you call the authorities to step in and, find a way to resolve the situation. I think we need to be the watchdogs for these elections ourselves, because what we can get from the state is a very confusing pattern of behavior, especially at federal level. You can't really tell who the presidency is going to support in this election. If the presidency is going to be neutral, neutrality is what we're hoping for. Neutrality will be fine. Just give us a level playing field. Let everyone, just contest a free and fair election, and then let the best man win it. But if we don't get that, if issues of violence and intimidation is not being properly addressed, we saw what happened in Lagos some days ago. I mean, people who were alleged to be Jandor's thugs went around firing guns. I've seen this politics play out over the years. I grew up watching stuff like this. But I need to assure you that we can defeat the system if we find a way to operate within it. It's very possible. All we need to do is to protect ourselves, make sure that the process is free, fair, and credible. And there's nothing to worry about, because we know that the power of the people will forever be greater than the people in power. If you're just joining us, you're listening to the People's Parliament. We're streaming live on the Violence space on YouTube. They're premiering the YouTube channel today, so you can listen to that, and you can also listen to us on the Violence Radio. My brother, well-meaning Nigerian, thank you for your patience. You see Maxwell, I see you. Emmanuel Ajali, Bankole Otegbe, Otumba DK, AK Priest Ebuka, LP Lustrous, and Honorable Emeka. UC Maxwell, good evening. How are you?
Good afternoon, Omar.
Thank you for your patience, my brother. Too many intelligent minds, they go back and forth. It's always difficult to be the man in between them.
Yeah, it's been wonderful, listening to each and every one of them speak. I I've been listening to everybody, and everybody have their own sound mind and their own perspective towards issues. And well, good afternoon, Omar. Good afternoon, Jimmy. Good afternoon to everybody on the space. It's always a pleasure to be here. I realize that sometimes I have to sacrifice playing football on Sunday just to come up on this space and learn one or two things. And it's always a pleasure just to speak on the Osun State elections. As of this morning, I'd already sent a message to the Great Oracle to send me the judgment of the court in the case. And since that morning he sent it to me, I've been going through it, and I don't know. But lawyers will definitely eat food. They will definitely become rich, and they will definitely make money. And I just see why a lot of lawyers will continue to make that money. Because after every election now in Nigeria, well, we would see a lot of Supreme Court governors. I promise you that. A lot of Supreme Court governors. Let me just go into it. Now, the issues which were before the tribunal, the main issue, the main question before the tribunal was the issue of overvoting. And overvoting is just contained within Section 51, Section 52 of the Electoral Act 2022. For the judgment that was given, that's the main judgment, the lead judgment, which, made Oyetola the governor of Osun State, he saw that the there were two reports of beavers. I'll be bringing out some issues with these beavers over voting and the Electoral Act after my submission. That the issues with the report from the beavers, there were two reports from the beavers, one on the day of election and the other subsequently. Now, these two reports were inconsistent with each other. So this is one issue I'll later come to talk about, why reports of beavers will be inconsistent. The same beavers that we've stayed here, we've praised it and all of that. But I'll come back to that. And that was where the judges had problem with, the men at the tribunal. For one of the man that read the lead judgment, he said he leaned towards the argument of APC and Oyetola, of course, going with one of the reports of the beavers. Meanwhile, that of which Adeleke and his team went with, that particular report of the beavers, what they claimed it was not synchronized. So remember that we said that, or they told us that the beavers can actually receive everything you need to input without the need of a network service, that it will later transmit everything you have input into the beavers when it is able to get in touch with network. And that is one thing. That is where the issue of synchronization comes into play. Even in the report or the judgment, I saw that they were even trying to define what synchronization means. So there was a problem. One of the things I hold very dear after reading both the judgments of the judge who leaned towards Adeleke was the issue of overvoting. I am very, very particular about it, because I know that Section 52 of the Electoral Act has defined overvoting. And on this space, we talked about what overvoting is. That the measure or the calculation, the formula for determining overvoting now is what? The total number of accredited voters and the number of people who actually voted. So the problem with the Electoral Act that I have now realized is that, or like that judge highlighted, was there is a need for us to look at the voters register to determine overvoting. And that was what the judge who read the leading judgment refused to do. He said that the voters register is inconsequential in determining overvoting. And why do I say that that argument is wrong? In my perspective, of course. I guess I can talk about the issues since they've given judgment. I will not be prejudicial. Now, if the beavers, for instance, people are accredited, or if in that polling unit there are about 2,000 people, I'll be giving instances, there are about 2,000 people, and accreditation on the beavers shows 3,000 people, and the people who vote are maybe 2005. Now, because of they are using the beavers accreditation to determine overvoting, so they will look at the 3,000 on the beavers, and then 2,500 people voted, then they will say there is no overvoting. But meanwhile, the number of people registered in the polling unit showing on the register, the INEC register of voters, is what? Is 2,000. I don't know if somebody is really getting the analogy I'm
Yes, I'm
trying to
getting
make.
you, my brother. I'm
So
getting
they
you.
are not going to, from the lead judgment, they are not going to look at the voters register at all. Of course, it may be a wise statement, because if you read section 51, like I talked about, that is where you see overvoting and what overvoting would mean. But it becomes a problem, because if we can have two reports from one beavers machine. One, they say that it was not uploaded to the back end of INEC. The other one, they say that it was uploaded to the back end of INEC. So if we can get two reports from beavers, it means that there's a possibility of manipulation of the beavers on one hand. On the other hand is, if beavers is able to be manipulated and more than the people registered in a polling unit are accredited, it means that the beavers that there's a possibility of manipulation will still be used to determine the number of voters or to determine overvoting. And that is why I had a problem with the entirety of that judgment. Like they were saying in their press conference or when they were being interviewed, that one judgment did not say anything and all that. It may not hold water, because in all cases, some judges, of course, they will give their own views to determine the lead judgment. They will say, okay, I support this or I do not support this. But we will see a lot of dramas when we go to the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. I bet you that we are going to see it. I want to talk about something. Now, when the counsel to Adeleke was talking, he said that when they examined the beavers, the beavers were provided for these guys to examine. He said that it showed overvoting in 6 polling units, as against,
Overvoting in 6 polling units.
yes, what I read from that judgment. If you have the judgment, you open to page 11 of that judgment. It says that he sensed that they realized overvoting in 6 polling units. In fact, he was particular. They mentioned the name of their forensic man, who they also brought as a witness, who examined it. Meanwhile, these people were in court for as much as 749 polling units, as claimed by Oyetola and APC. So the margin is so big, so large. One person is saying that from our analysis, we saw 6 polling units where overvoting is. Another person is saying from our analysis, we saw over 749
Houston
polling units.
Maxwell, from the perspective of a layman, let me ask you a question now. If Oyetola eventually wins this at the Court of Appeal and eventually at the Supreme Court, would he be considered a Supreme Court governor?
Well, the
With
Supreme
all of
Court
the
gave
things
him
that you've laid
What
out.
what do you even mean by Supreme Court governor?
Opens or dim light.
No. Not in terms of a person, but when you describe Supreme Court governor, what picture do you what do
The
you
picture I
think?
have is somebody that did not win a popular mandate and the judicial process was manipulated to put him in office.
So in that sense, if that's the way that you picture it, it means that more than half of our governors in the country, they're Supreme Court government, to be honest,
Sam Max,
because a
why are
lot of
you
them,
breaking the
Baya,
table? We're just trying to stand on it as much as possible.
because Bayelsa, you people, that's the thing. A lot of people, they don't call Bayelsa Supreme Court governor, and the thing is, we need to put things in context, and we need to be fair when we discuss some of these things. Hope Uzodinma is called Supreme Court governor, but the Bayelsa State governor is not called Supreme Court governor, and I think that he is a Supreme Court governor.
Why do you think he's a Supreme Court governor?
He didn't. Because the same way Hope Uzodinma came is the same way he didn't win the election. He got victory at the tribunal. So what we are, if you say that, the reason I'm trying to say this is because if we say that, it means that any governor that wins an election on technical basis will be called a Supreme Court governor. And
No.
even those whose election,
No. You, in the case of Opuzodima, it was on technical basis, but the technicalities are very, very questionable,
were
right?
frightening.
Frightening to say the least. You get so
he
it's not.
came from
I mean,
he came from the
Peter
flank.
Obi won
He
his
came from the
mandate
flank.
on technicalities. Am I correct? He won his mandate and got it again even on technicalities.
Yeah.
Or by interpreting the Constitution and all, seeking an interpretation of the
No,
Constitution
when
and
I
all
say
of that. So,
technicality, what I mean is that when it's not a straightforward interpretation of the Constitution, they have to
well,
manufacture those kind of technical rules in the courts used to, like in the Bayelsa own. The reason he became governor is because they said the deputy governorship candidate of the APC filed a fake result. But then again, that person that they said filed a fake result is already a senator. So if he's used a fake result, how did you make him a senator? And then even after the judgment, he's now passed his primaries. He's going for another term in the Senate with the same result that the Supreme Court alleged to have said there are different results.
so adding to that, even if
Samak, just to add to what you said, when I say Supreme Court governor, what I since I'm the one that made the statement, I'm just trying to talk about the technicalities that are used in
yes,
achieving judgment in the court system. If you go to court for the proper computation of numbers, you understand me? You go to court, they determine that properly that there is overvoting here because of this clearly, and then we have to do a rerun and all that. You would say that this is the mandate of the people. But when we begin to use a lot of technicalities that does not fly, for instance, your example is very perfect. The case of the Bayelsa State, elections and all that. That is the problem we are having because, and courts will always give very, very confusing judgments sometimes. And when you read some of it, you would need to really some things I had to read line by line. After reading one paragraph, I will read it again to actually get what they are saying, and it is a problem. The usage of
if you can round up real quick, so we can, because we have a lot of requests now, and I'm getting DMs like, Omar, please, I want to come up and speak. Plenty people. So
all right,
if you can
I'll
round
just
up
do
your
that very
submission.
quickly.
All right, I'll keep
quickly.
you up definitely, but I just want to be able to take as many
One of the things I also one of the things I also saw from that case is that there was a concurrent agreement that the beavers did not malfunction and there was no network hitches. The plaintiff, the petitioner, the respondent, they all agreed, the court agreed that beavers did not malfunction and that there was no network hitch. Then I begin to wonder, why do we have...
Sorry, if I can ask him this question quickly, because this is the point of disagreement that I had with MCs.
Yeah, but I want us to be able to move on. We've not been able to take as many speakers as possible, Sir Max. Please.
Oh, no problem. Go ahead. I wanted
I want him to
just
round up
ask
so
a
we can
question about the
move on. Yeah.
beavers.
I'm rounding
You're
up with this
listening
point
to is
on the
powered
beavers
by
because that is where
AzureCast,
we'll
the
be
free and
seeing
open
it
source
play out
software that
in
makes
the
web radio
general
simple.
elections. And
If
that
you're
is why
hearing
these
this message,
questions
you're
need to
hearing
be
this message, your station's ready to
answered
go.
by
Music just
INEC
add
as
new
a
music to
body.
your playlist.
If there
Need
is no
help? Or to learn more about
dysfunctionality
AzureCast,
from the
visit
beavers, there's no network hitch as seen in this particular
azure.com.
judgment, why do we have two different reports from the same beavers that is supposed to be used to determine the overvoting issue? This is a question that needs to be answered. And I'll just stop at this point. Thank you very much.
Omar, hold on, one quick one. You see Maxwell.
Yeah, I think Sir Max can go ahead with his question now. Jimmy.
I just want to ask quickly, you see Maxwell. Again, there was Buga in the verdict, right?
Oh, Jimmy, come on. Jimmy, come on.
No,
Sir Max, let's go with Sir Max's question, and then you can ask UC Maxwell your question.
Jimmy, your sense of humor is
as in,
contagious.
I don't know. He likes to just rub it in.
Yeah, but
okay. Sir Max, please go ahead.
Yeah, because Omar, I think I want our listeners to understand that some of these questions that I ask, it's not because I want an answer or I want to go back and forth, but I want to enrich the conversation and I want us to expand the debate so people can learn and appreciate some of the points that we're making. This is why this beaver thing is very important. And do you think, and you see, because my argument is that if you look at the judgment, there's nobody complaining about the beavers and stuff like that. I think Mr. Justice is here again, very brilliant. So nobody complained about the beavers. Mr. Justice, if you can mute for a second, please. Perfect. So nobody complained about the beavers. My assumption is that the beavers worked really well.
And the only reason why we're even talking about overvoting and why overvoting is the main issue is because of the beavers. Do you agree with that? And if you agree with that, that means to that extent we must say that the beavers have done part of what they are meant to do. Remember, the beavers have not come to replace the manual way of voting. The manual voting is still the best. Even the US and other advanced countries where they use Canada as well, where they use electronic voting. People are arguing that in the electronic voting, they are beginning to see circumstances where these voting machines are almost as if it's manipulated. You know the case with the Domino's machine during the American election. So what they are saying is that they are bringing back paper balloting system. While you can use your machine to accredit, they want to use paper balloting system so you can able to count the vote. So the paper balloting system is good. The beavers have not come to replace it. The beavers are for the purpose of accrediting, determining, stopping overvoting, determining who is an eligible voter, and looking at cases where people who are not supposed to vote in an area, they are coming to vote. And in this sense, can we say the beavers has done their work? Now, given the fact that we have two data, separate data from the beavers in a particular election, do we now say, or do we now begin to look at the we now begin to look at the personality of the INEC staffs and whether they have been doing something either pre the election or post the election, whether there is post-election tampering or pre-election tampering of the beavers. So if that's the case, then we need to begin to target those INEC staff and ensure that we try to stop this preloading of the beavers or post-loading.
Okay, so Samak Otumba has a comment in the comment section. It says there's no case with Dominion voting system. I am Max Obesi, and I want to go through the comment section. Let's go through it for a bit. I'll come back to you, Samak. This one says 57 minutes ago. It says Cizo has nailed it and it's complex. This one says they thought Buhari was sleeping while they were distributing dollars and nairas at the APC convention. Engage local vigilante. I think that was when we were talking about protecting ourselves during elections. And then another person, Peter Obi's Kaftan, says, when they come to my polling unit, we voters will contribute money and give them to calm their nerves. If we're giving them more than the politicians promise them, they will end up protecting us. Well, I mean, I hope you have a lot in your pocket. Ada says, Nigeria is a crime scene. My goodness, that was an hour ago. CCME says, grassroots outreach should be our word or take away now until election. Thank you. She also says, town hall harp is to create camaraderie and a sort of neighborhood watch. We have been saying this. Let's get PVC obedience to register and begin the mingling and conversing in their area and their polling units. Okay, all right. Just quite a number of interesting comments there. Let's go straight to my brother Emmanuel Ajali. Emmanuel Ajali, how are you?
You've not allowed UC to answer the question. Oh my.
Sir Max. Okay, I was trying to just move on. I know so you don't agree. I did try to rescue people from Sir Max. Okay, UC, go ahead. UC, did you hear the question?
Okay. Yes, I had the question. Now, from what I saw there, very, very simply, and I'll say this to everybody, and I'll say this for those who have connections with Labour Party to tell them this, and I've been shouting it since. Teach your polling units a lot, your polling agents a lot of things. The problem is with INEC officials, or the major problem is with INEC officials. I will tell you why. Now, by that judgment, first of all, they are trying to erase everything that has to do with voter register, because when you go there, they will tick your name by the voters register, and that document is supposed to be relevant in determining the people that voted, accreditation and overvoting. But the problem is, if beavers can take in the details that we want at the ground, it means that there can be some staff that can add details to it later, that it will now give a separate report at another different time. And that is why the Electoral Act provides that polling agents can travel together with the material from the place of voting to the place of collection, everything. Immediately it is done, let them lock it all up and travel down to where it is supposed to be collated. I feel that there's a lot of things going on in INEC. This is my personal opinion, please, that is going on with the staffs of INEC. A staff of INEC was brought to that particular place, and she said the same thing, that These things are given two reports. That for the one of 17th of July, when it was uploaded, is different from the one of 27th of July. So why should it be so if it was not later tampered with? They claim that it was as a result of non-synchronization and all that. I cannot say anything more than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my brother UC Maxwell. Okay, so Max, are you satisfied with this
No,
explanation?
continue. Yeah. That's the point that I want the audience to understand, that we need to put our eyes on the electoral officers, because we now have evidence of post-election tampering of voters' sensitive materials. So this is clear evidence. This is what a lot of people are not saying, and this is what I wanted to come to the fore, that this election, apart from whatever is happening, one of the positives is that we now have evidence, clear evidence of post-election tampering or pre-election tampering of the voters' material. So the CBN too, we have to query them. If it was pre-tampered, how come something that was in their custody was tampered with? That's the question. If it was post-tampering, we need to query INEC. How come after election you still opened this thing for people to access? And INEC need to tell us, how come people will tamper with this and your database will not be able to read it out and for you to take action immediately to know that somebody has tampered with one of your equipment? So these are things that we need to look at.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Sir Max. If you're just joining us, you're listening to the People's Parliament. Guys, please, I would like our speakers to have their day now. I would like to go with a queue. I'll start with Emmanuel Ajali, then Ebuka, AK Priest, LP Illustrious, Incoming Virus, Mr. Justus. Oh, well-meaning Nigerian. Okay, all right. I'll just take it. Just raise your hand if you're interested in speaking. Emmanuel Ajali, please go ahead.
All right, thank you so much, Omar. Max, Jimmy, and everyone in the speaker session. Good afternoon or good evening. Okay, so I would quickly piggyback off on what the discussions were, because now this is my own take on the issues with the Osun election, and I'm going to base this off certain things that we saw during the 2019 election. In a way, and this is purely my own, let me emphasize that this is purely my own submission, right? There are possibilities that there was actually no overvoting on any of the Beavers machine. And what you're hearing is the report. Because understand something, right? If I tell you, for example, I had 50 people overvote in my polling unit, right? And my machine reads it and everything. It is my report that you are taking. Understand something. After each election, every polling unit, the presiding officer writes a report. If the final what's it called now, the rack chief or whoever is going to read the final result in that particular rack decides to go through the report and gives the report as it's stated there, right? It's still up to him. Now, like I said, I'm going to base most of my submissions on what we experienced during the 2019 election. Now, during the 2019 election in Ondo State, I work in Ondo State. My election was in a place called Agamo in Ondo State. If you know Akure North, it was under the Akure North local government area, right? I was in Ward 5. Now, what happened while we were doing elections? If you check what I sent to you, Omar, I told you that there was a situation where we had both PDP and APC coming together to throw the election for PDP. Now, what happens in such a situation is the fact that PDP tells you that APC tells you they want to give all their votes to PDP, but that to ensure that it doesn't seem too easy to make the people who they're working for still pay them, because at the end of the day, it's still an election based on profits, right? Everybody wants to make money from it, right? So what they do is that, okay, the PDP will tell, the APC will tell you that, okay, for every 10 votes that you get for PDP, you randomize it enough to at least have a little bit of APC within it to help balance the equation. Now, this is where you as a voter comes into place, because if you're not monitoring the process, right, you can easily miss out on some of these things. Also, note that after the report of the presiding officer at the polling unit, even when it gets to the rack center, for example, in 2019, right, the PDP actually won on those states by a very large margin. If we're on those states, probably what you'll have heard was that the margin was about 30,000 or 40,000. I can assure you it was way more than that. If I'm not mistaken, just from the area I was, which, because for such things, all of us discuss with each other, we get results together and we collate on our own, right? Just from my own area, I know that the PDP won by 100,000 votes minimum. But what was the announcement at the final day? You will find out that, okay, by the time they were announcing the final result, the announcement was where the problem was, not in what the records were saying. So it's very possible that the news that we're getting of overvoting is not that there was an overvoting. It's just that they decided to announce an overvoting, which is where there's a whole different ball game. Now, yes, okay, we'll say they probably brought evidences. It's not all of those evidences that are shown to the public. It's not all of those evidences that are actually shown to the people that are observing it. If you check, okay, for example, now for some of the beavers, like we said, they said they saw about 6 of them. Where you're having a disparity of 6 to 749, it should tell you that there's already a problem. Because if one party is saying they are seeing a disparity in 6 alone, and another person is saying they are seeing a disparity in the entire 744, or whatever it is, right, on that place, it should already tell you that there's something fishy going on. So this is just my take, right? There is a very large possibility that the whole tension of overvoting actually never occurred. So before we let ourselves get too carried away, let's have that at the back of our mind. But then more importantly, on the day of election, right, as much as possible, it's very important that we protect the electoral officers, because understand something, it takes about 4 principal people to make some of these things work. Now, it takes the party agents, it takes the electoral officers, it takes the security agents, and then it also takes the voters too in question. If you're in a place where, one, your security agents are not available, I'll give you an example. Where I was voting, the police officer that was attached to my team left the polling unit, went to a beer parlor, and sat there all through. The woman that was the NCDSC or whatever woman that was attached to us sat behind me and slept off. Now, if there was ever to be anything of violence occurring, it means that we're left unguarded. So there are many elements, like I said. So it's the responsibility falls back on us to be able to watch this process and ensure that we are able to because if you can't protect the presiding officers and those that are handling the elections, there's little to what they can do. Even if they say no, if you're not able to speak on their behalf to support them, right, anything goes on at that point. So for me, by and large, what I would just say is the responsibility falls back largely on us to be able to protect the electoral officers on the election day. And I'll rest my submission here.
Thank you very much, my brother Emmanuel Ajali. Very interesting insight into everything. Let's go with Ebuka.
Omar, thank you very much.
How are you doing, my brother?
Yeah, fine. Omar, can I talk about the money policy or?
Yes, you can. We have 3 topics up there. You can choose anyone that interests you.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. So for those of you that doubted that this money issue that this CBN is doing is not about the elections, I hope this extension that they gave will have cleared your doubts. Now the issue is this: people say, "Oh, it's not. It can never stop vote buying." Let me give you an instance. Now, if they do this, even if Tinubu has access to cash, so far they limit this cash that is being sent to the bank. It is easy for them to retrace. Let me tell you something. There's no way you will win Tinubu with the kind of money he has stocked in his house. It's not possible. Like, I feel like to him, his plan was just to overspend in this election. And judging by what is happening on ground and knowing that Buhari is not in line with Tinubu with this election plea, that from body language and
Are
everything.
you convinced that Buhari is not in line with Tinubu?
Omar, I can tell you from sources that Buhari is not in line. This man went to Katsina State with two governors to apologize. Omar, if I went on television to tell you that you cried on television before I helped you to become president, Omar, like, would you easily just tell me, "Oh, I forgive you, you can go"? It's not possible.
Yes, I'll tell you, but look here, I will get you for mine.
Thank you very much. See, let me tell you, judge by what Buhari did first when he entered power. See what he did to Colonel Dasuki. A grudge of how many years ago?
Yeah,
How
Dasuki was the one who arrested him in 85, I
Thank
think, when
you.
the Babangida coup happened, yeah?
Thank you. Now, when you listen to that voice note of Atiku's daughter and what she said Atiku, her father, was going to do, she said it, that my dad is a Fulani man, and the Fulani men, they don't forget, and they are very, very wicked. It is, and they're very, when they want to do you bad, they don't care about the consequence, and that is how it is. That is how these men are. It is not possible. People will say, "Oh, they are playing us, blah blah blah," that they want to do this. The truth of the matter is this: all these things that is going on, it is just to affect Tinubu.
Ebuka, before you go ahead, don't forget there is wickedness in all men, you know. Either Fulani, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, Ibibio, Efik. We've seen evil on all sides of the world, you know. So I think we should be very careful about
Yeah.
ascribing.
I
I mean,
get.
I get that you are quoting Atiku's daughter
Yeah,
verbatim, but
I'm not
yeah.
saying from my own end. It is what she said in that voice note from what's this guy, Lion of Jah, that I'm quoting. I'm not saying that, oh, that is what I actually believe. That's why I referenced the voice notes. Now, looking at that, it's obvious that this fight is between. I feel like the grass is just suffering. This fight is between two men, because if you check it out, if you go to the streets, there are some people now that maybe they had sentiments towards APC. You see, this policy, it has made a lot of people hate the party. They can't even talk about it anymore because everybody now is suffering. So if I tell you that Buhari is the number one obedient, I'm not telling you, oh, because he supports Peter Obi or something. He's putting in place things that will make it easy for people to say, I can never in my life vote for APC. And these are one of the policies. So for me, I said it in the beginning when they launched this policy, I was like, man, this policy, I know it's going to make, because now people are looking for how they're going to get money to pay for transport, stuff like that. I had to go to the bank to get 100 naira notes like last week because I know that this was going to happen. So for me, I was like, this policy might affect us now, but in the long run, it's going to help us, especially for the elections. That's, by the way, about this currency issue. And if you notice, Atiku has not even said anything about PVC, collection of PVC, and then what he was emphasizing on was just this extension of this money. Gandhi threatened Buhari that he will not be safe if he comes to Kanu just because of this money issue. Because even in the north, people are just angry because, oh, why is this government doing this? And it's affecting them. So that's not my business. Now, when it comes to this Osun State election P, on my simple, there's no need to discuss that judgment. To me, my own opinion was just a kangaroo judgment. Because they didn't use the Electoral Act. It's very simple. If there's a case of overvoting in a polling unit and the results from that polling unit is going to affect the election, what you should go for is a rerun. It's simple and short. So you can see that.
Ebuka, sorry, hold on a minute. Let me add to your last submission. If everybody can remember clearly, when they did a short interview with Buhari, and he said something. He said the money change policy is no. I mean, he's not going back on that. He's doing it to prevent people from mobilizing, vote buying, and thugs. Out of the three major parties right now, who do we think has thugs in their pocket?
go back to listen to that video very well. I just remembered now when Ebuka mentioned that. Sorry to interrupt, Ebuka. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, Jimmy. So that for me, like it's clear for anybody that feels like, oh, these guys are. If you understand what went on in that APC primaries and all, you know that this man he vex for Tinubu, and that's the truth about the matter. Now, for this Osho election period, man, for me, I feel like it's something that's even at the appeal court, Adeleke will win clear. You rushed, the party rushed to bring one side of the beavers that they said, oh, because of this side favors the argument, they submitted it. When the party that the organization that organized that did the elections are telling that no, that this thing has not updated fully, that this is the fully updated one, and you rejected that one. Why? So for me, like, it's just a kangaroo. And even if you accepted the one you wanted to accept, if you are to follow the Electoral Act, it's very simple. A rerun should have been done. So how would you just cancel over 700 polling units and say, oh, the results don't matter, and the next you're not even just supposed to announce a winner. If the judges had said, okay, we are cancelling this polling unit and judging using the Electoral Act, we are demanding that a rerun should be done maybe in 14 days. Fine, makes sense. But you cannot tell me that because of over voting, then you not tell me that, oh, the other person won. How? So 700 polling units will just vanish and people there will be disenfranchised or what? I don't get. So for me, I don't bother myself about that ruling. To me, I feel like it's even that ruling might even not favor him, because obviously now the people of Osun State will now be very, very angry. I know that, oh, they need to actually vote out this man, because you cannot just come and it's the same thing that happened in Imo State. The reason why Imo State is the way it is today with violence and all is because of the people voted for somebody, and Supreme Court. Omar, you there?
I'm right here with you, my brother. I'm hoping that you round up your submission in a bit.
All right, no problem. And the Supreme Court came from nowhere and made the person that got fought, because it was obvious that the guy rigged election, and nobody knew how he got 300 and something thousand votes, and that was why INEC had to cancel it. And all of a sudden, the Supreme Court came and accepted all those votes.
You see,
back.
Maxwell tweeted something just now. He said, I have read weird judgments by judges. Even former CJ and Tanko was brutal with words. But this one was too personal an attack. It shows too much unethicality by a judge. But what do I know? Please go ahead, my brother, and round up.
So for me, like, I feel like those judges, even from their statement, you know that these guys were actually just, in my opinion, no, these guys were actually just bought, because it's not heard of. And I feel the judiciary needs to be cleaned up, because it doesn't make sense anymore. It doesn't make sense. It should be the last hope of the common man. But right now, I feel like the politicians have taken over it. Yeah, thank you, Omar.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. Nelo, good evening. Nelo, are you there?
Yes. Sorry, I just kept my phone aside and
It's okay.
I'm listening. Can you hear me?
Omar,
Yes,
sorry,
loud and clear.
let's not get carried away with trivia questions.
Oh, yeah, Jimmy, definitely. We're coming to the trivia in a bit.
Let me run
Nello, do you
away
want to go
before you
before? I mean,
come.
we have a number of interesting minds. Okay, Nello is still here. Nello, should we go with the trivia before you go on?
I was going to say, let me run away before you come with the
Don't
trivia.
run. Come on. You can try, but okay, go
All
ahead with
right,
your
so
submission and
then
then
you
we'll take the
can go.
trivia.
Let's do the trivia and then I'll
All right,
do
all right.
yeah.
Okay, so the questions of the trivia today, just 4 questions, and I'll go straight to them. They're just random based on the topics we're discussing. Okay, so the first one is, how many states have an off-cycle election in Nigeria?
4. I think about 5.
4 or 5.
I think 5. I know Ondo has.
Okay.
I know. I think Imo has. I think Edo. No, not Edo.
Don't think, you have to be accurate.
Jimmy,
Imo,
I'm sure.
There's
I'm sure
State,
all of those
Anambra.
states.
calm down, guys.
Anambra,
Calm down,
Kogi.
guys. Calm down, guys. Calm down. First off, how many states have an off-cycle election in Nigeria?
5.
5,
Imo,
5.
Kogi,
Five.
Hold on,
Anambra,
slow
Edo,
down, guys. AK Priest
Bayelsa.
says 5. AK Priest says 5. AK Priest, name your 5.
Imo, Kogi, Anambra, Bayelsa, and Edo State.
Okay. You're
I think
correct
I
with all
think
of the
it's,
answers, but you're wrong with the numbers.
yeah, I think it's not correct. I think it should be 6. One of the southwestern states is included.
Yeah,
Is
because
it
Osho
Ekiti?
is not
That's
Osun
Ondo.
State.
Osho also. I think so. It should be up
Ondo
to
has
7.
Ondo
Ekiti.
has
Guys,
Osun
It
calm
shouldn't
State.
even be up to
down.
7.
Osun State.
Osho and
I
Osho
correct
Ekiti.
and
you.
Ekiti
Calm
included. So
down,
up
guys.
to 7.
Calm down. Guys, please. I don't want to mute people, but please. I don't like
Don't
muting
put
people.
me. I got it in 7.
Okay. How many did you say it is, Mr. Justice?
I think it's 7.
Okay, mention the 7.
7. Oshun, Ekiti, Anambra, Imo, Edo, Kogi. Is it up to 7? Have I not mentioned 7?
Yes, you've
Bayelsa also.
mentioned 7.
Bayelsa also. Bayelsa also.
All right. All right. I think Mr. Justice is with that correct answer. You're right. Anambra, Bayelsa,
Thank you.
Edo, Ekiti, Oshun, Imo, Kogi, and Ondo. Mr. Justice with the correct answer. Okay. Second question is mention 3 CBN governors before Emefiele.
Sanusi.
Hey.
Wait. In descending order. From the most recent to, downwards. Just take it back.
Okay. I think it was Sanusi, Soludo, and shit.
Exactly. Now, they're the bad one
Udo,
today.
Sanusi, and Emefiele.
I
Udo,
said,
No,
I
I
said
Emefiele.
3 CBN
Omar,
governors
Omar,
before
are you
Emefiele.
counting acting as well?
Just 3 CBN governors. I didn't even check the acting part.
Yeah,
I,
It was
because
just
before
2.
before Emefiele, I think there was an acting governor.
I think it's Sanusi, Soludo, and is it Iwu? No, not Iwu.
Don't think, you don't think.
Jimmy, calm
Wait now.
down.
Wait now.
You're close. You're very close. You're actually very, very close.
Oh Jesus!
Come on.
It's not Morris Iwu. It's not him.
Jesus, the CBN governor.
And say Maurice Iwu. Maurice Iwu na INEC now.
No, INEC. If Morris was INEC.
This guy called
I'm
Jesus
biased.
now. Jesus no be CBN governor.
Jimmy.
I think it was I'm pious.
Okay, Ayim Pius Ayim was Senate President, my brother. You're wrong. Okay, nice try. But yeah, the CBN governor before Charles Chukuma Soludo was Joseph Oladele Sanusi. So it was, it was Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, Chukuma Soludo, and Joseph Oladele Sanusi. All right, next question. Mention the names of Nigeria's current Minister for Petroleum Resources and the Minister of State for Petroleum.
Buhari and
Mohamed Buhari and Timi Alaibe. Timi Peresiba and Mohamed Buhari.
Oh my! I don't talk about
Timi Peresiba and Mohamed Buhari.
People hate their president.
Many people are wrong. It's not Mohamed Buhari.
Timi Peresiba and Buhari.
Okay, AK Priest with the correct answer. Guys, let's calm down, please.
Oh my, how now? Okay, no allow.
Let's calm down. Okay, next question. Mention the name of the current Nigerian Air Force chief and 2 of his immediate predecessors. Yeah, this one hard small. Current Nigerian Air Force chief and 2 of his immediate predecessors. Yeah.
Okay, I'm using Google.
The current one.
I'm on Google.
This one hard small. So this one
I'm
will be
on
fastest
Google,
finger
so
first.
let me
No,
answer.
the correct one
All
is
right, Nello,
Isiaka.
let Nello go, please. Let Nello go.
From Google, it's not from my head, but it says Air Marshal Isiaka Oladayo.
Okay,
Wahala.
correct. Please mute your mic. Please mute your mic. Nello, go ahead, please.
You want the previous ones as well?
Yeah, his predecessors. That's the only question. Okay,
Buhari's guy now,
I
Sadiq.
think it's Amawo, Sadiq, and Adeshola Amusu.
Oh, that's correct actually. Who mentioned that? Emmanuel.
Yes.
Emmanuel, nice one, Emmanuel. So today we don't have anyone with too many with the highest correct answers. We had different answers for different questions. Okay, so the winner was supposed to take home 20,000 naira. So well, you guys can just agree amongst yourself, whichever Peter Obi support group you want to send it to, and if you want to share it 5,000 naira amongst yourself, that's also fine. So
Let her give it
okay,
to Annie. Let her give it to Annie. Annie, the lady that point flyers. Domi Bar is it Anna? Let her give it to her.
Oma, I wanted to make a plea
No, I
actually
was going
for
to give it to Magnificent Space, They're doing a
okay.
lot there.
actually
You
Okay,
Oma.
love the
Magnificent State, I
magnificent.
go with that.
Make
I
una
go with
wait.
Magnificent.
Oma.
I'm
So
with you
there's
guys.
one of the lady contesting for under LP for House of Rep in Cross River. She was on Violence Space yesterday. She's on this space currently. Her
Okay,
name is Clarita Oga.
okay.
So I think maybe we can
You
extend
are
her.
suggesting Clarita Olga.
Yeah,
Nelo
she's
wants
actually
it.
is on this space currently.
Nelo wants it for Magnific Dude Space, and I think who wants it for Annie?
AK, please.
AK Priest. All right. Now you see, this is the corner of democracy. How do we do this? Can somebody help me here?
Omar, we can
You
vote
need a
to.
tiebreaker. You need a tiebreaker.
We
I
can
need a
vote on it.
No one else.
tiebreaker. Okay, all of the people on the speaker section, can you vote, please?
Let's ask one question. Ask one current affair question.
Okay, all right. Whoever gets it first then decides. That's interesting. Okay, I like that. I like that. All right. Mention 3 military heads of states before 1985.
Before 90, Mohammed Buhari,
Shagari,
Agui Rosi,
Agri
Agui
Ronsi Muhammadu Buhari
Rosi,
and
Obasanjo.
Olusegun
Independent.
Obasanjo,
What's going
Olusegun
on here?
Obasanjo, Aremu.
You people say.
Oh, okay, guys. You know what? I don't know. We're going to have to find another way to decide
I
on
got
this.
two
Okay,
now.
hold on,
Oh
I
my,
got
just
two.
decide and
hold
let
on,
you.
hold on, guys, hold on. How many people got it right? The previous answer. I think about four of them, right?
Yeah, but bro,
I
those
mean,
answers
Omar,
are quite
four
scattered.
people, right?
Yeah.
They're contemplating on giving. Okay, we'll do it this way. We'll make it 40,000 naira, so 10,000 goes to each of their recommendations.
Okay. That works.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
That works. All right. Resolved. So, guys, please send me a DM with the support groups you want them to be. You want the money to be sent to, and then let's move on with the conversation, please. Um, Emmanuel Ajali, we've had you. Let's go with
No, Nello was
incoming
supposed to go
virus.
next, remember?
Oh, sorry, 1 minute Nigerian. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please go ahead.
No, I was saying Nello. Nello was supposed to go next. Remember, he told her to wait.
Nello. I'm sorry. I got
Nello
completely.
has all the gossips
Nello,
in
yeah.
this
Nello, I'm
world.
sorry. I got completely lost in the conversation. All right, go ahead, please.
That's fine. Hi, Omar and Max. You only show up for this space, right? And Jimmy, what's up? 1 minute Nigeria. You see Maxwell. Thank you so much for breaking it down. Okay. Actually, I came up because of you, Max. The conversation you were having, the beavers on the beavers with N6 Sizzle. I think somehow you kind of think that the average Nigerian, is very intelligent and has time to start looking at, the Beavers drama and even start deciphering that, the fact that there's even a drama with the Beavers means that the Beavers actually works. That's not what the average Nigerian is thinking. The average Nigerian is thinking, shey we said it, our vote don't count. They have already decided who is going to be the president. You vote or you don't vote. They have already said who is going to be the president. So therefore, they are not going to go out. That's all they know. They don't. So and I keep saying that for me, this is the game plan behind. Do you think that the people of Oshun, if their votes are overturned, they would even bother to come out? This APC, they are banking on voter apathy. They are hoping that, by bringing this up, because you have to understand the work that people are doing on ground, to sensitize people and make them believe that, their vote actually counts. ask them to come out, say, there's a new electoral act, these beavers, you can see what happened in Oshun, it's different now, your votes will count, come out. Just go and speak to the average woman in the market. She say, I beg you, well, all this, whether we vote, then we no vote, they don't already decide, they know who go win. All this one wey we dey do, no
And that
matter.
narrative has been existing for such a long time.
For a very long time, you have to understand the work that people are doing on ground to change the psyche, and then something like this comes up. Do you understand what these guys they are trying to do? And they know it. They know that, as far as I'm concerned, when Adeleke goes for appeal, he's going to win the case, because whether they say the like what UC Maxwell has said, that the
You
Beavers
think he
has,
will win?
he will win, because obviously there's a signed at all the polling unit agents, there's the sheet that must have been signed by all the polling unit agents and then uploaded. So if they end up uploading a different one and the Beavers is recording two, then everybody should come with that signed one versus the two that's there, and that should automatically let them know which one's the correct one and which one is the wrong one. So I believe that by the time they collect all their proofs together, they will be able to win, the case. But then it's probably going to be at the appeal court. But you know what? For Tinubu and his team, they don't care about that. What they want to promote is this apathy, the voter apathy. They want people to have this, thing at the back of their mind that their votes don't count anyways, because these guys are still going to do what they are going to do. So that's the way, the angle that I choose to look at this from. But then again, I also wanted to, when I listened to Emmanuel Ajale and what he said, I just wanted to buttress again that because even when Valentine came on the space on violence space yesterday, he also said something about it. Nigerians, we must come out on that day, whether you have your PVC or whether you don't have your PVC, come out. And in fact, when you're going, as in early in the morning, when you are going, please be knocking on your neighbor's door. Obedience, come out, or let's go to the polling unit. Just from door to door, you guys should all go there as a crowd, stay there, because the truth is, in polling units where you don't have a lot of your people to to be there and support the INEC officers, the ad hoc officers, and the polling unit agents, they can overturn things. I was looking at the result. A lot of the parties were having zero. And there's no way you tell me that all these parties, they didn't have people, I'm sure LP must have had people coming to vote for them, if for nothing else, just because at that moment, there was that
including the
obedient.
agents of the party.
Yeah, but there was no, it's either one, there was no agent, or two, I don't even think there was any agent, because a lot of these things were not really put into place. And it's funny that the guy there that wanted to be governor, he didn't do his work. He just sat back and was hoping to maybe ride on the obedient. But then this is the thing, when they talk about structures, that's exactly what they are talking about. You must have your agent there, and you must make sure that your agent's not compromised. And the only way to do a lot of these things is that we as well, we've got to be there, and we've got to be very, very vigilant, and make sure that when the votes are counted, you're recording, you have all these things. I mean, that's what happened, but we all just have to learn from it and see how to move forward from it. I know you want to also talk about the Nasarawa, at the, what's it called again? The
The
air
the
attack. Yeah, the drone attack at
the
Nasarawa. But
bombing.
the bombing. I the truth is, I just, this thing is going to cause a lot of insecurity in that place, because now that the bomb this has happened, definitely there's going to be reprisal attacks. So I don't know to what end this whole thing, and I believe that this thing is something that's been going on and on in those communities. I would really like someone from that part of the country to just come on and throw more light on what is happening exactly, because sometimes when you rely on the media, they don't, I've heard some reports about it, but even our media is usually very scared, to
Yeah,
say
but
what.
most of the clips I've played, they're from the international media. I mean, for instance, listen to this one from the France 24. Just hold on. Listen to this one from the France 24 website. Okay, go ahead.
Cattle herders. They were loading their cows onto trucks when a missile struck them. The police in Nasarawa State, where the attack occurred, say they're investigating the incident. Raham Nansel, police spokesman in the state, said it is unclear if the missile that killed the victims was fired by an airplane or by a drone. The victims have been given mass burial, and some reports suggest that up to 50 people died from the incident. Questions remain as to who carried out the attack. Suspicion easily falls on the Nigerian military, as it is the only one known to have the capacity to carry out such an attack. But the military says it will not comment on the incident. The military has been carrying out extensive airstrikes in Nigeria's far north and the central part of the country as part of its war against jihadist groups like Boko Haram and armed groups known locally as bandits. People in the operational areas say the military has a history of hitting the wrong target during some of its aerial attacks, causing high death tolls among civilians. When this happens, the military will either never comment or it will simply deny that any such thing happened. The military, however, accepted responsibility for an incident in January 2017 in Ran, Borno State, when the air.
Okay, so that gives you an
Omar,
insight
are you
into.
saying that? Are you saying that even local media in Nasarawa did not report this?
This is from the France 24 YouTube channel, so I don't know. It's a bit confusing. Nelo, you go ahead, please.
Um, I think they did report it because if I remember correctly, the governor was he on channels and answering some questions on the raid. Although he refused to comment because he said he's waiting for the military to do their investigation and then come out to tell us exactly what's happened. So yeah, on that, like I said, a lot of all these things, especially for those of us that are not there, we don't really know what's happening. I don't know, can we put this down to the anyhowness of the night? But I don't think that our military would be so careless and so it's either it's intentional, but then if it's intentional, I'm thinking to what end, is this. So
I don't think it's intentional. I think this was some kind of another round of gross incompetence. For me, this is my opinion. I just feel like this was just another, very screwed up situation whereby someone didn't just do their job right and they're trying to shy away from it. Because if you listen to that report, the man said they've chosen not to talk about it. So, and that's the thing with the Nigerian security forces. They just have a way of sidestepping information when it comes to disclosing it to the public. I don't know how they're able to get away with it, but I guess the Nigerian people are docile enough to allow things to fly by. Because even when I put it out as a topic today, I noticed that a lot of people didn't pay attention to it. And that's the thing, we've somewhat gotten used to tragic situations and we just let it fly past us. But it is what it is. Nelo, round up please so I can go to Wellman in
all
Nigeria.
right. Well, I think that most times in other climes, conversations like this, it's the media that keeps it going. It's not really the people per se, just like you're doing now. If people are not talking about it, then you have to keep bringing it to the fore. And also, the traditional media, they're the ones that drive the narrative, because left to the ordinary man, he just wants to maybe talk about the one that would affect his bread and butter directly. So I would say, keep putting it in the news. And the thing is that for me personally, I feel like our media has really failed us big time, because they are the ones that should keep hammering on this, and then that would force the people to talk about it, and then that would also force the government to address it. But when they keep silent and we all keep silent, everything just it goes swept under the ground and people just move on. As for the CBN drama, I just want to encourage Nigerians, please, if you go to the bank and they don't give you the new Naira notes, please make a video. Please tag CBN. Please post it, because obviously now we are our own media and we are our own government. If we don't name and shame these banks, because what I think is happening is that the banks are conniving with the politicians once again, and the money is being released to the banks, and they are not, giving out this money to the public. So name and shame the bank and the branch. I watched these media guys. They talk about how they don't get new Naira notes, but they refuse to name banks, because once again, our media is, very, very, they are scared. I don't know why, but they are scared. Maybe, they are being gagged. But we have social media, and we can drive this narrative. Let's name and shame the bank, make a video, tag them, and let's escalate it. That would force these banks and their branches to sit up. Maybe CBN might get to query them, and yeah, let's do this. This is what I just want to add to the conversation. Thank you very much, Omar, for all that you do. God bless you guys.
Thank you very much, Nelo. 1 minute Nigerian.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you very much, boss. Thank you, Omar. Thank you, Max. Thanks, Jimmy. And meanwhile, I think I just spoke to Miss or Mrs. Clarita in the DM. I think she's currently in a noisy place, so I think she said she would. Not I think she said she would request the mic in about an hour. I was particular about her because I actually think somehow if we're able to also support all these candidates running in their different constituencies, it will be a way to support Peter Obi, because I'm sure even in their own grassroots works, they too would also promote Peter, because I'm sure when they go for grassroots, they will not go and say, "Oh, vote me, don't vote Peter Obi."
Yeah, that helps. It
Yeah.
helps with the vote LP all the way thing.
Yes. So to the topic, I'll just quickly start from the Air Force issue. I totally agree with you, Omar. It's not. I don't think it's intentional in any way. It's just a case of very gross incompetence. But what's sad about it is the fact that I will go through these things. I mean, I think the summary, the word to summarize it is the value of life in Nigeria is very low. The value of life in Nigeria is extremely low. And through this, it has somehow affected all of us mentally. Like you said, all of us, and I'm not exempting myself. I mean, if you see a news now, yeah, somebody attack a place, two people were kidnapped, you'll be like, oh, 2 people, and sounds like, oh, just few people. I mean, what gets our attention now is 100 people, 50. Like, it has to be like big numbers. Now, people now be like,
I
oh.
disagree. I don't think 100 is so catchy anymore. I don't
I
think so.
disagree as
In
well.
fact,
Even
Yeah.
right?
even 1,000 people just take it as regular.
Yeah. I mean, we need, like I said yesterday on Violence Space, we need, we need Peter Obi desperately. We need someone that, we need a mindset. I don't know, something is happening to us. Beyond the whole poor governance, something is happening to us that is beginning to affect us psychologically. I mean, it's quite sad. Anyway, to the next topic. For me, I actually, how will I put it now, on the issue of the CBN, the Naira notes. So here's my take on it. The issue, of course, it's not going to eliminate. I think when people think about things, if we learn to be moderate, like how will I put it now? Think about it from both sides, it can be easier. So I understand when people say, "Oh, it's not being done for vote buying or something." Of course, it's not like an outright. So there's no solution to vote buying generally. So my point is that it may not eliminate like totally the tendency for vote buying, but whether the question is, will it mitigate it? And usually in Nigeria, the best you can really wish for in everything in Nigeria is mitigation. In Nigeria, you cannot, I don't even know if there's there's anything you can request for elimination in Nigeria. It's mitigation. So the question will now be, like, how far can you mitigate it? And to be honest, whether or not, like I think Archie was trying to say, Sir Max was also saying it, whether or not we, how will I put it now? Whether or not to say, oh, politicians will get this money, which they will get it. I agree with whoever says it. In fact, banks will carry all the money and go and give to a politician. I agree. But the truth is that to an extent, there will be some form of limitation. And in this election, what we can ask for is as much limitations on the politicians' ability to rig election. That's what we can ask for. Anything that can limit, even if it just limit small, as long as it can limit. So anything that can just be limiting them, because we need as much of that as possible. As to whether I want to just put this out because it's very important. I agree with a lot of people personally that all indicators, let me not say because I don't know, nobody knows Buhari's mind. I agree with a lot of people that all indicators point to the fact that he's not supporting Tinubu. But let's also be aware, especially for obedience.
But then who is
Buhari
he
not supporting
supporting?
Tinubu. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say now. I wanted to say, let's be aware. The fact that Buhari is not supporting Tinubu doesn't mean he's supporting Peter Obi, because I think normally what comes to everybody's mind when you hear somebody is not supporting Tinubu is that, oh, you just automatically think that, oh, okay, it means he's supporting Peter Obi. No, it's not, it doesn't really mean that. But as to whoever is supporting, I know I've had conversation by virtue of where I work, like before I came for my program. Some of the conversations I've had from people that I know that go to Villa every now and then could be, in fact, it's probably closer to Atiku, but I don't really know. I don't want to speculate on that. But as far as I'm concerned, which brings me back to my law of limiting politicians. So anything that can limit any of these two bandit politicians, for me, I'm fine. That's where I'm seeing it. You get, if we can limit them as much as possible. I'll just quickly say something.
Okay, you see, Maxwell,
Probably
there's
there
a
might
very
be a CBS
interesting
staff.
breaking news now. Muhammadu Buhari has just appointed Yakubu Dogara
Speaker Dogara.
as the new Director General of the Nigerian National Youth Service Corps. Okay. Dogara, is he not a PDP person?
He is.
Wait,
He's one of
Yakubu
Atiku's
Dogara.
Yakubu Dogara
He's
is someone from
PDA
APC
people.
now.
He's
No,
PDA
he's
people.
No. He's
PDP.
supporting.
He's
He's
PDP.
PDP.
He's PDP.
Oh.
Wait, Yakubu Dogara.
Yes.
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 So
Oh
while
my
in
goodness.
Nigeria, that gives you an indication of where Buhari's
Yes.
interest maybe lying towards.
Yes. Yes.
Whether there
Guys,
is.
I hate to bring this back up, but then he takes us back to this conversation again.
The APC parts that voted CPC have literally withdrawn from the APC. I don't know if Nigerians are observing. No member of CPC is in the party executive. The chairman is former PDP. The secretary is former PDP. The candidate is former ACN. The vice president is former AMPP. There is no
Sorry, guys.
in the APC structure today. And I think Nigeria should watch that. And CPC is the party that got 12 million votes in 2011, not APC. So you need to be watching where the CPC is heading to. Just watch where CPC is heading to in this election. Put your eyes there, where they are heading to. They are the party that got, without a governor, without anything, they got 12 million votes. That party is alive and well. It is part of APC, but is not participating in this election.
Well, I don't know what made me go back and cut out this part of that violence space. I've held on to it for such a long time. It sounded like a prophecy to me, and I told myself I was going to hold it close to my heart. Things are playing out now, and I like Nigerian politics.
Yeah.
It's just like watching what's this one that people like to watch? Game of Thrones. It's like watching Game of Thrones, and everything is just playing out, and you're like, wow. Can the presidency really be leaning towards Atiku's side? That will be, he will probably be taught in political science classes in the future. Nigeria. Go ahead, please.
Anyway, let me try to quickly round up. It's interesting, but to cap this particular portion, and this for everybody on this
Okay, somebody
page,
said it's not
just
that
know
Dogara. They said this one is a 7 Army officer. So let's get that straight, please.
Okay. For everybody on this page, just know this. The upcoming election is not the way you should see it is an election between Nigerians and the elites and politicians. So that's the best way to put it in your mind, because if you see it as an election with some of the politicians against some of the politicians, you will begin to mix it up. So for me, as long whoever is not supporting Peter Obi, who I see as the person I support, is really for the people. Is not is on the other side. Whether or not the person is wearing the tag of APC or PDP. So that's one. But I was going to say to CBN. I think CBN, if any of their staff is here, anybody that can relate to them, two things I think they should do to reduce the suffering of Nigeria, which is not something we can ignore. This is the People's Parliament, so some of these things we need to look at them. Two things. One is if there's any way they can track whatever money they disburse to banks to make sure it gets to people. Two, I think this is even the simplest one. I think CBN can initiate something as simple as a call center where if you are in front, because what I'm hearing now that is disturbing is people saying they go to POS and POS is charging 200 for 1,000. That is sickening. Just a call center where people can say, if you get to a POS and that POS is doing that kind of this thing, even if it's just a message, send a message, let police come and pick up that POS person. I'm sure if they do it and POS people start getting pick up, automatically by default their sense will come back. Then lastly, on the Osun State issue, I'm just going to say this. First of all, whatever happened in Osun State, I need us to see it as a win. A win. Just bring your mind to seeing it as a win for, and when I say a win, I mean for Nigerians, for us obedient. See it as a win. Because I was reading something from this day just before I spoke. Whether or not likely, there are things that this judgment would expose or have exposed. Some of them cannot even dig deep into them in this space. In fact, I've heard people say a lot of things about the beavers. That's what prompted me to like the space I'm going to tomorrow. That's what prompted me. I'm like, okay, I need to get a feel with real life people that have used this, people that have pressed it, people that have run this thing on, as people that have seen it happen. Let's have a feel. That's why I'm having the space I'm having tomorrow. But on this now, the truth is that I have one thing in mind. We cannot have free and fair election 100% in Nigeria. Then some of the things we are going to learn from this, I think Sir Max have said one, is the possibility that, INEC back end can be doing some things, either post or pre-election. But most like in this case, it looks like post, right? And on the other hand, there's also something to learn that can happen in either of the stronghold. It means what I've also learned from this is that it's possible that a political party can, in their strongholds, try to manipulate things, or in the stronghold of their opponent, try to I don't know if that makes sense, demanipulate things, right? Which is where voters' education comes in. Like I've heard people say, let the beavers be reading zero. I was looking at a document just now. Do you know if they show you where the beaver is supposed to read zero? Some people might be confused because there's another number there that is supposed to be the registered voters. So I think we need to get more information, more education on this, and starting. Really not an attempt to talk about the space I want to host tomorrow, but starting from there tomorrow we can get all that and going into the mock that INEC intends to hold the commissioners. Let's try to learn as much as we can learn about the beavers. I hear the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, well-meaning Nigerian. Bankole Otegbe, you've been dropping on and off. You've been coming on and off, rather. Sorry. So please, can you go ahead now?
Oh, thank you. First, Yakubu Dogara is APC. Although
but it's a different Yakubu Dogara.
Oh, it's a different one.
Yeah, it's a different one. This one is actually, I think, he's a former military man. This one is Yishao Dogara, I think. Yeah, it's a different Yakubu Dogara. I don't think it's the same one. His name is Brigadier General Yushao Dogara Ahmed. I think it's just People's Gazette trying to, clickbait with the name Dogara. Yeah. So, all right, go ahead.
I was surprised. All right. So a lot of interesting topics, but I'll just circle on one because, to be honest, it is very sensitive, and I want. If you are from Benue, I think you should.
I'm
pay
sorry,
attention.
I don't want to interrupt you. But I would like to time you, please. So you have 3 minutes. I want to take as many speakers as possible. So
okay.
All right, thank you very much.
If you are from Benue, you pay attention. We live in a very funny world. On November 3rd, Anonymous tweeted something that CIA director was meeting the head of intelligence of Russia and to discuss the consequence of using nuke in Ukraine. And on the 4th, a missile struck on Poland's border. And you find that there was a lot of politics around it, because if the missile was pronounced a Russian missile, then Article 5 of the NATO would have been invoked, and that would have meant that all NATO members would have to go to war with Russia. So there was this politics that Ukraine fired a weapon backwards, but clearly there was a smoking gun there because Anonymous deleted that tweet. And I took a screenshot when I saw it because funny things happen. I said that because another YouTube video I watched, a documentary on DW called Libya, The Destruction of a Nation. I watched it on the 1st of November and I recorded the video, although it was a difficult recording because it was kind of bugged. But when I saw this news, that when you played this news that a drone hit, that they claimed the governor was saying is a drone, I went back to look for that documentary because there's a piece of information in that documentary that related to Nigeria, and the documentary has been taken down. So I'll just zero in on that piece of information. The Libya, The Destruction of a Nation by DW, that documentary was about a January 4th, 2020 drone strike on Tripoli Military Academy, and the documentary was very detailed. It was like some espionage stuff where they are like, the name of the drone used is Wing Long 2. It's a Chinese manufactured drone that carries like heavy duty bombs that can do that kind of thing that just happened in Nigeria. And the telling part of that documentary is that only four countries have that drone: Egypt, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. Nigeria is one of the countries that's on that drone. So when you see that documentary is now deleted, although I took a recording of it because I know the world is
Yeah,
just
but
funny.
you don't have any information on the detail of this particular drone that carried out this operation, do you?
No, I don't, but I am just saying that Nigeria military does have the capacity. And when you see them saying there was a drone strike and they are saying it is not the Air Force, it is funny, and it's not good for this information as to who is responsible to remain in limbo, because next thing you know, you start hearing it is justification for attacks. Because when you listen to that story, they say Benue seized cows and they went to retrieve cows, and on their way back this happened. And you're saying then the news is like it's the Air Force, and we are hearing it is drones from nobody knows who. So it is dangerous that nobody knows who, because we have seen them justify the killings of innocent citizens in different states for less. So it is very
Yeah, I
important
think
that
you're getting a call, my brother, and it's beeping really loud into
okay, it's very important that the Nigerian media it's very important that the Nigerian media and the Nigerian space begins to insist that we should know who is responsible for what. It's a very big security challenge. Same with the Naira issue. Banks are sabotaging security effort. I just think there is a lot of conspiracy going on in Nigeria. It is not safe, and we are drawing closer to a very tipping time of our nation's existence. But there's a lot of conspiracy going on in Nigeria. The media should, whoever is responsible, should come forth. But I believe Nigerian military does have the capacity for that. And when they say drone, I have just given you that Nigeria does possess strong drones military. So we don't want to hear later that there is a guerrilla warfare in Nigeria where some other people have drones. Nobody we shouldn't hear that. The military has that weapon. So which is not good. What I'm just saying is not good that it is still a suspect story. It's even better for the military to claim the responsibility if they are the ones immediately. So
All
I don't
right.
want to talk much on
Yeah,
issues
thank you
because
very much, Bankole. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, moving on real quick. Dozier, are you okay? Joe Best, incoming virus. Yeah, I can see you've been there for a while.
Good evening, my brother Omar. Good evening to
Incoming
everyone on
virus,
the
lots of
space.
background noise.
I'm living where the noise is. Can you hear me
All
now?
right, maybe when you leave there, we'll come back to you in a bit, if that's okay.
Can you hear me now? I'm out of where the noise is.
Okay, all right, yeah, we
Incoming
can hear you.
virus. It's like a virus has affected your call.
Yeah, he often there's always that background noise there. Incoming virus, go ahead.
I'm always on the well. It's all right. Omar, good evening to you. Good evening, Max Obesi. Good evening, Jimmy. Well, and every obedience wherever you're spacing from. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. The words of real ever best. For me, I think speaking on the topic or to the issue about Buhari and and all of it that is going on. Go and meet your mommy and your daddy. Speaking on everything that is going on, I think the problem between Tinubu and Buhari never started today, and the body language of the president is so obvious. We can read it, and it's very, very obvious. I think for me, how I stand corrected, his problem with Buhari started when Ambode, there was a saga that happened when Ambode was to become the governor, as in the second tenure, and then so much happened that Tinubu had to, the president rather, Buhari had to step in and, he deliberately refused. And I come to discover also that there are three persons that will not forgive you in a hurry. One is President Olusegun Obasanjo. There was a story where his son bashed his car when he was small, and the son grew up and later bought a car, went to show the father that this is my car. He drove the car and bashed it into a tree and said, do you remember certain things? This and this happened back then. If I can remember that story vividly. Then secondly, Buhari never forgives and he never forgets. And then thirdly is the Atiku saga. So I think the problem started for me, this is just my own conjectures anyway. His problem started from that point. I stand corrected. And then secondly, on the Naira policy issues or the monetary policy issues, I think my in-law or my brother-in-law here will like to give a very good insight because he's directly involved in the policy. So, Mr. Silas, that's talk to them.
Hello, good evening. Good evening, good evening.
Yes, good evening, sir.
Max as well. Okay, I want to be very brief and address the issues just as it stands. Okay, on the policy issue by the CBN, it's been addressed. It's something that is actually going to work for us. It's not something we as an individual. As a country, anything good will always come with a backlash. Anything good, even if you want to construct a bridge, you need to destroy every businesses around that area to make it work. So this is something like this today. It's just a matter of time. You can't go outside the country and hold up to $5,000 or £5,000. It actually will not work. They will ask, what are you doing with this kind of money? We have gone E. We need to go E. And at this stage, it is necessary. And if the parties wants to now, go into using dollars for this purpose, which means they will need it in low bills and which they do not have. They must have this money and they have it in large stock, in hundreds, in 50s. They can't stock $10 or $20 because it is a waste of resource wherever they are storing the money. And now, how do you think they will have that amount in numbers and in size to be able to take up the whole country or community? Considering that some of them we even doubt how this money will even come into play. Then on this new Naira note and this extension doesn't guarantee us that the money will be more available. No. The point is that this money, even if you extend it from now till the end of this year, it will still not be enough for us as an individual, as Nigerians. We just need to adopt this strategy, is to help us curtail this vote buying. If you want Peter Obi to win, if you vote for P2B. If you support P2B, let's not join the crowd who always goes, okay, the bank is not releasing this money. If this bank releases money now, the funds that the bank has released is in billions. And I can categorically tell you that none of this money are coming back to the system. They are all being held somewhere. Somebody is giving people access to open different accounts to withdraw this money. And yet the money is not coming back to the bank, which this money is being stocked for that election. So how long do we continue doing this same thing, crying aloud? How much do you even need in that currency that you cannot even do a transfer to purchase? You only need few of that money to do a little expense around you. We just need to just allow this thing work. If it's a bad policy, why are they fighting over the CBN governor? Why is our president backing him with extra security? He knows this thing. Buhari has failed us. We all know. But this man is saying, I want you to remember me for one thing, that even as you're leaving, let it be that this is the only legacy I can keep as a sitting-in governor. That in my own time, this worked. Election was fair. Election was free. Election was okay, and people actually enjoyed what I had to go through. So this is a way of that part of the reason why it should work for us, and we should just try to understand. Even if you go to the bank and you don't see the money for now, just understand. If the bank make the money available, it will still be stocked. People do not still come back to repay this new currency into the system. So that is an issue. Let us try to understand and see how it can even help us and how we can adjust to it. After a while, the whole thing will be over. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you, Incoming Virus, for bringing your brother-in-law in. Okay, Dozier, are you there?
Omar, finally,
Good evening. Sorry.
It's okay. But first of all, let me I want to greet everybody from every part of the world that tune into this thing. Can you hear me very well, Omar?
Loud and clear, bro.
And I really want to appreciate you, Omar. This thing started like and then see where we are. See how far we have come doing this space every Sunday. And I don't remember any Sunday this space not holding. Am I right? So it's been a long time.
Well, I took a Christmas break.
Okay, that's
the
during the
Christmas
Christmas
holiday and the New Year holiday. Yeah, it fell on Sunday, so I just decided to take a break.
It's okay, man. I got to congratulate you. It's not easy to stick to, doing things like this and then talking about these issues. Okay, so quickly, let me talk about the issues of the day. When I came in, we're discussing about the Togri violence on election day. The truth is that, yes, Togri is mostly perpetrated by politicians in area where they cannot win, right? And when I see a lot of conversation on Twitter, I noticed that Togri is APC that you see today is PDP that taught them Togri, and fighting and all that stuff and devising strategies and everything, even though two of them are Siamese twins, right? So on election day, I would advise that Togri holds a lot in polling units where there isn't a large crowd, right? There are some polling units that are in like urban centers where there is a lot of people, right? Thugs will hardly come and disrupt those places, mostly in villages or in places where they know that they can and everything. And the truth about thugs is that thugs also fear for their own lives. There's no matter what they give them to wear, they always fear for their own life. So like somebody said here, I will reiterate again, is you stay in groups, as much people as possible come out. That's why we are advised that a lot of people come out to vote. They should step out on that day, wait till the votes are counted and all that stuff, so that no kind of hanky-panky happens. Let me talk about Buhari and Tinubu. I had always insisted, and I said it in this space before. Can you hear me, Omar?
Yes, I can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
can hear you. Yeah.
I had always insisted, and I said it in this space, that Buhari's cardinal sin, Tinubu's cardinal sin was that statement he made in Abeokuta, not the one he made a few days ago, right? The Emilokon statement, right? Where he talked about how Buhari was crying and they went to bring him and they made him president, And if you know the politics of this country over the years, that's on a sitting president. I doubt if there's anybody who has ever, even though there are people who have been, even in 1999, for instance, Obasanjo was installed as president technically, right? Because he was in prison and they brought him in and made sure he won Olufalaye and then whatever, right? But even the people who installed him today do not turn back and say, we made you president. They can say it within themselves, but you don't say it in the media where it becomes a butt of joke. And I think that
the audacity for me.
Yeah, that thing actually hurts Buhari in such a way. And I remember during the primaries, right? it was an off-mic conversation where Tinubu told Aisha, I think it was Aisha Tinubu told, that, well, no, he was telling Buhari that Buhari was waiting for him. I think, the primary was a whole day, right? Buhari was waiting for him. Then it was time for his victory speech. And he came and said something in the line of, well, I used to come to the villa and you make me wait all day. Now, this is your turn. I don't know if you understand me. It reeks of one who is so confident that there's nothing that can happen to him. And I think that before the primaries, there were indications that, okay, maybe Buhari's mind is here or there. But it's obvious from the last few days that he just wants a free and fair election. And from his body language, I wouldn't really say Buhari is supporting Obi or is supporting Atiku, really. But the truth is that what he wants to do is ensure that the things that gave Tinubu confidence that he can just ride on a sitting president, and he ensures that he just removes them so they can go on a free and fair election and see whether you can win or you cannot win and all that stuff. And vote buying is obviously everywhere we go, every community we go, right? I've done all the possible permutation in my head of how APC can actually win the presidency. And I know it's only three options actually. The first is massive vote buying, right? But there's a danger in that you can buy the vote and the people will go into that polling booth and do because a lot of sensitization has gone out. The second is massive election, election variance. But the challenge now is that the party is torn apart. The CPC part of the party has gone on their own. And I don't think they are willing to sacrifice the security apparatus to Tinubu on that day to use and do whatever he wants to do, right? And then that brings us down to the third thing, which is ensuring that he tampers with the beavers or just do something about hacking, just do some abacadabra and all that stuff. That is the only one that only INEC can explain. And INEC has been very, very, positive about themselves, right? They score themselves high very well. But with the recent developments in Oshun, we can see that, yes, it's time to begin to ask that Mahmoud, what's his name again? The current chairman. I wanted to call Jega. Questions. Because Mahmoud I don't think that guy has been, Mahmoud Yakubu, I don't think he has been questioned the way, Jega was really, really questioned, and for everything, Jega had an explanation. So I think that guy should begin to explain what happened in Oshun. In fact, I'm surprised that they've not put out a statement now as regards the case in Oshun State and everything. But I think that I want to encourage, because this is technically a Nigerian space, but it's obedient leaning, right? I want to encourage everybody. If you've not gotten your PVC, go out, get your PVC. Just ensure that you get your PVC. Have people travel and house them and they get their PVCs and all that stuff. I'm going to tell you from what we feel as we get on ground, we are so confident, except something magical. This is Nigeria. Except something magical out of the blues happens. But we are so confident that Peter Obi is going to win this election. And everybody who has worked hard, at the end of the day, your labor shall never be in vain.
Thank you very much, Dozier. Let's go straight to Beehive. Okay, before Beehive, let's take Madam Bolanle, please. Madam Bolanle, good evening. Happy Sunday to you, ma'am.
Good evening, Omar.
Good evening,
So
ma'am.
Max, Jimmy, everyone else on the speaker section. Topics, interesting topics. And I've listened to the conversation and I'm like, okay, I learned a few things today, but I kind of have a very simplistic view. Firstly, to the Oshun results. I am kind of agreeing with Nello that the idea was to, so people become the apathy sets in because people don't believe that their votes are going to count. However, I also believe that the timing of, hold on a second, Kayla, can you stop? Thank you. Sorry, my daughter's playing the guitar. I also kind of think that the timing of the judgment helps us because it helps us in terms of education, it helps us in terms of vigilance, and it helps us in terms of strategies going forward, right? So had this happened like a week to the election, even me, my heart would start wavering, thinking, what the heck? So we've seen that as far, if anyone reads the judgment, they'll see that the problem isn't BVAS. Clearly not. The problem is the human beings that have access to it. That is, that is the A to Z of it. Right. So it is how we now go forward and counter that. Um, and I think I've said this on some other spaces that we need to be hyper vigilant. But I also like, I can't remember who was talking about, looking after your annex staff, looking after your polling agents, looking after everybody, because the temptation to give in to financial inducement is always going to be there. Right. So, but it depends on how we decide, right, to manage. We can't eliminate vote buying completely, and we can't eliminate rigging. In every system, in every country, there's always an element of rigging, right? However, it's perhaps it's so minute that it won't change the result of that election, right? And that is what we need to focus on until we, continue using beavers from one political cycle to the next, right? We will still have issues that need to be rectified going forward. But the biggest issue we have is the people who have access to that system. Right. And I've said, when we get to the, people need to go out on mass, which everybody has talked about. People need to stay. People need to almost, it's not just the polling agents that need to, keep an eye on the process. Everybody needs to keep an eye on the process. Record what can be recorded, even if it is at a very basic level, i.e., they give somebody more ballots than they needed to have, because by all indication, even one vote is overvoting, and we can't risk it, and when I looked back and I've listened to commentary and I've also read some stuff on the Oshu judgment, I kind of saw the fact that, hold up, the very first form that they referred to, there was no overvoting. It was the second one. So the argument then is, was it synced? My own is okay. If the INEC person says, oh, they don't have signal, everybody go with your data so that you can hotspot them, so that at least it's uploaded, because that's gonna, is there gonna be dispute with the presidential election? 100%. Because they're not going to want to accept, which is why we keep on saying we have to win with a landslide. And that is dependent on everybody going out to vote, which is the work we have over the next few weeks before the election, right? So that's that. The bombing, I kind of, my mind went to a place where I haven't heard anyone else. That, I mean, the last speaker alluded to it as well, because I read Mayeti Allah's statement on it. So they're obviously feeling that people have targeted them, specifically. And this is likely, or could lead to, how it is with them. It could lead to conflicts. That means, I don't know, because it's just, I just can't get my head around the fact that these people had left Benue with their cows, and whilst they were trying to kill some because they were sick, trying to get, water some because they haven't eaten for days and all the rest of it, boom, there's a bomb. It comes across as being a quite planned thing, but I don't know the motive of perhaps those, or maybe my conspiracy theory is going crazy. Let me sorry, let me round up quickly. The CB,
I don't want to think. I don't want to think it's a conspiracy. I think it's just
I
crossing.
don't know. You
For
see,
me,
that
I
was
think
where
it's
my
just
mind went.
crossing.
Madam Bolale, I don't want you to think that it's out of place to put it that someone is trying to put the Fulani herdsmen against the Benue people. I wouldn't. If you are thinking in that direction, I don't think you are in
Yes,
that thinking
yes,
alone.
that's my direction. That's my
So
direction.
you are not in
Because
it
they
alone. So
talked about,
if it's a conspiracy theory, then I'll be a conspiracy theorist myself.
I think
yeah, no, so
there's also a feeling that I'm getting of maybe the military just caught some Fulani headsmen they've been looking for a long time, and they decide to carry out some kind of silent operation on them, and they just don't want to talk about it. There's
But
also that angle.
they for let them enter Nasarawa well now, not not at the border of Benue, where
That's the
you
thing.
know that
The place where it took place, the place where the point where that incident took place is what is very suspicious to me. It could be a
yeah,
coincidence, but that point, the border between Benue and Nasarawa, it's a bit suspicious. And don't forget that these guys were just coming from Benue after a dispute has just been settled. So it creates a general thinking that okay, you collect, we allowed you to take your cattle out of Benue, and then while you were going, we came back and attacked it. So if this is not managed very well, you could see a crisis between the Fulani herdsmen and the Benue people on the other hand. So that's where I am. That's why I feel that
that's where I
Madam
am.
Bolanle is not in it
Exactly, you're
alone. Yeah.
100% spot on, because that's what I read into the situation. I may be wrong, but that's what I read into the situation. In terms of the CBN thing, look, let us face facts, right? The politicians will take their money out. Anybody that thinks it's not gonna happen does not know Nigerians. Because when we talk about corruption, corruption isn't just with the politicians, it's with everyday Nigerians. Every Nigerian, okay, the vast majority, let me not say every, the vast majority of Nigerians are inherently corrupt, and they'll do anything for a fast buck, right? So, whilst the CBN policy may, have come from, a place where they want to really restructure, or stop all these practices, or take money out of the economy, whatever the basis for it, right? It would not work 100%. Would they still vote by? Yes, but I am hoping, and maybe this is me being um trying to stay positive. I'm hoping that all the education we've been doing about vote buying, all the heavy curses that pastors and and some clerics have started, leveraging on people that want to accept for their vote to be bought. I'm hoping that whilst it will not totally eliminate vote buying, it will mitigate it to the point where it will not erode the obedient votes. But as with everything, we need to keep on hammering away at the education, both for vote buying, and also in terms of the BVAS and how we can mitigate any plans going forward. Then that's my submission. I yield.
Thank you very much, Madam Bolanle. Real quick. Okay, I think we have Madam Clarita Olga on the platform. I think she's available to speak now. Otumba DK, you've been waiting for a while. Please, can you take the next
Sorry,
4 minutes?
check your DM. Check your DM.
Okay, I will, ma'am. I will, ma'am. Otumba DK, please, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Omar. Thank you, Max. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, everyone that's spoken. I'm just going to make my submission real quick. On this Deleke's case, I still feel that the reason why we are a little bit attached to Adeleke's issue is because probably he's an uncle to our favorite or something like that. Because politically, apart from that, Adeleke is just a PDP governor. Why I'm saying this is at this stage, I like to look at things from the political side of things, which is Peter Obi or nothing. That's the way I see it. The reason why I'm saying this is that last the LP candidate for Labour Party, I know how they were telling Peter Obi to come and campaign for him. Then during that Osun gubernatorial candidate election, and Peter Obi came and yeah, exactly him. Peter Obi came and campaigned for him. Where is Lasso now? Is he not campaigning for Atiku Abubakar? So I want to borrow Buhari's ruthlessness in this election, sincerely. Whatever Adeleke, if it's his party that is trying to cause confusion on beavers in cahoots with APC, that is their own business. Whether they can prove it in court or whatever, that's their own business. My main focus is how we can just get into this election and get it done and dusted for Peter Obi, sincerely. Because even the Adeleke on his own was even campaigning for Atiku. So please, obedience. We have no dog in that fight. Allow PDP and APC just let them slug it out. There's a possibility that in Adeleke stronghold, they try to add some votes there. There's a possibility that APC on their own planned this right from time and tried to add votes illegally for Adeleke. So what we just need to do is to take our lessons from it. On the day, because after the election, they will count votes. The PO, that's the polling officer, and the APOs, they will count the votes. And even party agents have to even sign that form. So it's better for you when they're even counting the votes, right? To when they'll write it on that, that's what they call it, the form 18. I've forgotten what they call that form. When they write the electoral results, there, please, if you can video
From
from the
88.
starting to the end. Exactly, is that person. Where they there. So if you can just video that thing for your own polling unit and send to possibly your as the party agent, send it to Labour Party. What I'm saying is that I've been in a state situation room before, so we're able to get all these things in case for litigations. You understand? So it's better for us to have hardcore evidence. So they just played their hands too soon, but they were trying to, as Nelo said, trying to cause voter apathy, but it's not going to work. Lastly, let's look at 2007. 2007 election has a whole lot to do with this election, sincerely, because as it is now, like we've been saying here, APC now is well divided. I don't see Tinubu getting up to 6 million votes, and that 6 million vote is probably AMPP's vote from this guy, his vice president, who was AFPP member. CPC have long gone. And when we talk about CPC having 12 million votes, CPC doesn't have 12 million votes. If you check 2007 results and subsequent results when CPC came up, you find out that it's that 6 million plus 6 million that makes it 12 million. So AMPP has 6 million votes, and that is what Shetima is carrying with him. So I don't really see Jagaban winning this election, sincerely. It's just going to flop for him, and which is a good thing for us. So that's the topics I would like to just speak so that other people can speak. Let's just try and come to well-meaning Nigerian space. His space is going to hold his space tomorrow. There are a lot of things that are going to be discussed there, like how election goes on proper. It's not about, we're not discussing strategies on that space. We're just discussing how election goes, because some people are first time voters. So we don't go there and start doing it and fighting each other. You understand? And causing chaos that the opposition is going to use and defeat us on the polling unit. Let's hold on to our stronghold, and God bless us. God bless Nigeria. Thank you for giving the opportunity to speak, Omar.
Thank you very much, Otumba DK. Okay, let me go straight to Madam Clarissa Oga. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening, Omar. I'm doing great today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you make a brief introduction to Nigerians on the People's Parliament, please?
Sure. So it's my first time speaking on this space, but I want to thank the hosts, the co-hosts, and everyone else who is listening. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Clarita Oga, and I'm the Labour Party House of Reps candidate for Ogoja Yala Federal Constituency. I spoke yesterday on the violence space, and I made a promise to be more active on spaces. So I would like to contribute to the topic at hand. I don't know if I can go ahead and do that.
Please do. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So running for the House of Reps position in my constituency has given me a different perspective when it comes to some of the policies that we're discussing today. For example, the issue of vote buying, when you juxtapose it, against the CBN policies, the recent CBN policies. So you see how the CBN has put out, limits for cash withdrawals. And in a way, a lot of people are thinking, okay, this would actually help, minimize the incidence of vote buying. But one thing I want to make people understand is that there are different types of vote buying, depending on the areas that you go in. By areas, I mean the different localities in the country. So in my constituency, it's made up of there are urban areas, as well as very rural areas where you wouldn't even find cell service or network service in those places. And a lot of the vote buying that has happened, in previous elections have been with actual food materials, right? So you see a situation where some of the agents of these parties, they go with, things as simple as, moi moi or salt or Maggi. They don't actually give cash. On that level, on the grassroots level, they go with things that are perishable, right? And there's a reason they do this. They do this because, number one, they don't trust that if they hand over monies, to the different agents to share to the voters, that it would actually get to those people. But if you provide perishables, things that would actually go bad after a day, they don't have a choice but to share this, to the voters. That's from my personal experience, right? And that is also a very effective way to buy votes, because we are faced, right now the country is faced with a lot of, a very high level of poverty, high level of hunger. And, these are things that would, the existing parties like PDP and APC, these are ways that, they would actually try to get to those voters. I also want to shed some light on Cross River State specifically, which is my state. We have a governor who is currently APC. He ran under the PDP and defected to APC 2 years ago. And in that same year, he made a move where he appointed almost 50,000 aides. Okay, 50,000 aides that are on the payroll of the state. All of these aides still exist today, and they're all being paid officially. Okay, so and the way all of these aides were chosen, they were chosen from the different wards in the state, from the different polling units. So each ward has representation, in those appointments. So what am I trying to say? So what I'm trying to say is that despite the fact that we have these new CBN policies, what the opposition parties have done is they've systematically appointed people, as speaking specifically again for Cross River State, appointed people who are working as polling unit agents, and all of these people are on the official payroll of the state. And from the information that we've been getting, all of these agents are responsible for ensuring that they deliver their different polling units or their different wards, whatever the case may be. So that is one way, that is just one strategy that they've come up with. But being on the ground, the vibe we're getting from the people themselves, from the masses, is they are aware of what's going on, and they have made, or they are very resolute, at least in my constituency, they are very resolute in the fact that it doesn't matter what APC does. We are tired of APC. We're tired of APC and we want something new. So that is the message that we've been trying to pass across. So when we go around sensitizing the voters, we cannot tell them, oh, don't collect food items from so and so party, or don't collect money from so and so parties, because there would always be that human nature, right? So what we try to do is sensitize them, right? Your monies, or the monies they are actually sharing to you, or the food items they're actually giving to you, it's coming from monies they've stolen from you. So if you want to take it, we advise not to, but if you do take it, you can still vote your conscience, right? And your conscience is
Sorry, Madam Clarita. Sorry, hold on a minute. Let me interject you for a second. Regarding the vote buying, in as much as you've made a compelling point, but I think this is based on conventional method of voting. But from the new method of voting now and the new electoral law, couple of spaces the INEC officials, they've come to speak regarding these things, and one of the updates they've applied to this new electoral bill of people voting henceforth is the fact that you won't be allowed to have your phones with you when you want to go to the kiosk. They've come up with this idea of having a kiosk where you go there yourself to vote. Not like the conventional way where you have people around you, like police people around you, telling you who to thumbprint for. Your phone won't be with you for you to snap who you thumbprint for. You go there, you thumbprint, and you leave. So for people willing to buy votes, you will need to convince them that you voted for them before they can actually give you whatever it is they want to give you. So I think we need to let people understand that the vote buying thing is not going to work like it used to, like it used to work before. So the moment you mention it, I just thought I should put that across to you. You might not know about it, but yeah, it's part of the new update now. You may proceed.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's a valid point. So let me address that point. With the new Electoral Act, right? My constituency had a by-election last year in February. So we have actually gone through the BVAS process. Like in that election, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. In that election, we actually used BVAS accreditation. This isn't going to be the first election where we're using the new Electoral Act. Elections have been held even before the Osun election in, I believe, 105 elections starting in 2020, when it was first used in Nasarawa State. And it sounds good in theory, but I'm trying to come from the perspective of what actually happened at that election. There were still, reports of electoral violence. There were still reports of vote buying. There were still reports of ballot box snatching, even with BVAS. That's facts. Okay? So you can have what the law says, but what actually happens on that day is largely dependent on, number one, the security agencies, right? Are they going to allow it to happen? So you have the law, but you also have the implementation or the enforcement of the law. And those two are very different things, okay? So you can have a law that says you're not allowed to go with your phone to the ballot box, where people can tell you who to vote for. But who implements it? When the security apparatus is being run, for example, in my case, by APC, they control the security agencies, they are going to ensure that they have security agents at all the polling units to ensure that it's whatever they want, right? That's not to say, that's what's going to happen or that we are going to let it happen. But understanding that reality is the first step towards stopping it or towards putting checks in place to make sure that it does not happen. But you first have to accept that reality. Okay, I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it did. That was a beautiful response. So, obedient. This is a loophole we need to focus on. We know the electoral law. We can actually enforce this at the polling unit. Let them know you're not allowed to take your phone there. You only need to go to the kiosk and just print. So, if the security agencies aren't doing their jobs, it is our duty as a citizen to do that for them, because it's our vote we're protecting, it's our future we're protecting. Thank you, Madam Clarita. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you so much, Jimmy. Yeah, so that's just one thing I wanted to say. We are making, a lot of plans to ensure that not only are we, putting checks in place on that day, to ensure that, the right thing actually happens. We're also ensuring that, just like all the different obedient groups and the support groups have, they already have plans in place to ensure that we're able to take or collect evidence on that day as, the polls are ongoing, to ensure that we're recording everything that's going on. So I'm very optimistic based on the feedback that I've gotten, being on the ground, being on that grassroots level. I'm very optimistic that, we're actually going to come out, victorious, because it doesn't matter how much money they have, you cannot buy the experience
The
of people and
goodwill
the
of the people.
the goodwill. Exactly, you cannot buy the goodwill of the people. These people they've seen how democracy has not worked for them, in the last 20 years since it came to Nigeria, and they know that this is how much we're suffering, and it doesn't matter how much you give these people. On that day, the shocker is going to be they will take it, and when they get to the polls, they will vote who they want to vote for.
Okay,
So I
so
think
Madam
that's,
Karita,
yes.
I don't know, you were going to say something. I just have a
No,
question for you, but you can go
please
ahead,
go
please.
ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay, I wasn't on the violence space when you came yesterday. I'd left, but yeah. I would like to know, how did you get into politics and how would you describe your journey so far?
Thank you. So I actually talked about this on the violence space yesterday. I mean, I've always been interested in politics. Before the 2015 election, I was very vocal about my support for President Goodluck Jonathan. He lost that election, and I, kind of lost interest in, politics. But then seeing Mr. Peter Obi, when he made that decision to move from PDP to the Labour Party, and just seeing how, how different, how different the narrative, the narrative he was pushing, how different it was. That's the kind of politics that, that I like. That's the kind of politics that interests me, where people are actually discussing or talking about issues, real issues that affect the masses. That made me, decide to pick up the nomination form. It also helped that Labour Party made it, free for women to actually pick up the nomination form. So that definitely helped. So I want to actually give kudos to the Labour Party for that. We don't see a lot of women going into politics. They tell you it's a dirty game, and I've had a lot of people tell me, it's not something that you typically see women go into. But I think coming out to run, and not just coming out to run, but also being very serious about, my campaign, being very serious about, what my end goal is, which is to win the election in my constituency. That has been a very that has been a very big driving force for me. And if you go down to my constituency, they will tell you, it's different. And my campaign so far, the process has been, been very hectic. It's a lot of work to do in a very short amount of time. You're running against people that have had, you know, years to plan. They've had years to strategize. So trying to put in all of that work in just a few months before the election has been very draining. But it's also been a very rewarding experience, at least for me. It's been a rewarding experience dealing directly with the citizens, the constituents, right? And I said yesterday, I'm actually the only candidate in my constituency that put out or drafted a manifesto. And I made it a point of duty to actually print out my manifesto to share it to all the different polling unit heads that we've appointed as well. And I did it because it's also very important for people to know. It doesn't matter if you're running for House of Reps, doesn't matter whether you're running for the State House of Assembly. People need to know what your plans are for them. They may not take it seriously because maybe that's just not the level that Nigerian politics has gotten to. But it's important to have that record that says, okay, this is what I said I was going to do. And then, now I've won. This is my plan, for the people. My background is not in politics. I'm actually in tech. I work as a cloud consultant. So a lot of the funding for my campaign has come from personal funds. I haven't, done any fundraising, sessions or anything like that. And the main motivation for me, I would say, is Mr. Peter Obi. And as I go through my campaign, I always make sure that I am pushing Mr. Peter Obi in all the different polling units, in all the different wards. All my banners, all my materials has Mr. Peter Obi on it, and that's the message. That's the message we're pushing. When my campaign started, Labour Party presence in my constituency was non-existent. I, pretty much paid for the Labour Party office in both the two local governments that I represent, that I will represent, furnished it and pretty much try to build some kind of structure in that constituency, because in as much as we cannot compete, monetarily speaking, with the other parties, there are certain basics that we need to have to actually, show that we are serious. And that's what I've tried to do. So at this point, I just want to thank everybody for listening to me. I know I've been going on for a few minutes now. I really appreciate all the people that have followed me. I really appreciate everyone that has taken the time to listen to me. And please feel free to reach out, send me a DM if you have suggestions, opinions, or anything that would help, help us achieve our goal come February. That would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clarita Oga. Honestly, you're probably like a dream guest for me on this platform because you were able to speak to the topic. You stayed within the confines of your time. And yeah, you just touch on the issues in a very articulate way. And I enjoyed listening to you. Good luck with your ambition going forward. And I hope that you succeed in that come 2023 by the special grace of God.
Thank
Moving
you.
on real quick. I found a very interesting riddle on the internet. And this one is just to make you laugh. It says, I'm a 70-year-old with a 60-year-old daughter. What am I? I'm a 70-year-old with a 60-year-old daughter. Should I say, who am I?
Oh, Dilule. Oh, Lule.
A 70-year-old with a 60-year-old daughter. Anyway, amazing productive skills there. Blaze.
Omar, if it's okay, I have a question for Claritas. I don't know
All
if you.
right. Yes, go ahead, please.
All right. Miss Claritas, thank you so much for coming on. I just wanted to piggyback on the question that Jimmy asked and the answer that you provided. I the elections, because I know the INEC chairman has, the last time he spoke, he did say that there has been some improvement, on the beavers. So I just wanted to ask if, when the elections were held, at your place, was it before? Because I know before there used to be accreditation, and then people would go after accreditation, then they would then come back to cast the vote. Or is it the one that now, because I know the recent one now, you get accredited immediately and then you cast your votes immediately? Because I know the previous one, had opened the beavers to, the ballot snatching and the rigging. And so it had to be, they had to work on that system. I just wanted, to clarify this with you.
It's very possible that the changes were made after that election that happened in February of 2022. So you have a good point that some of the changes that INEC is putting in place to checkmate some of these issues would come in very handy, and it would most likely present a very different situation on election day. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
All
thank you.
right, guys. All of you that want the trivia, please send me the account numbers you want the funds to be transferred to, so I can channel it to those who are willing to sponsor. I think we got like 40K and then another extra 20K from one of our speakers here, right on the speaker section. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Nelo wants her own money to go to Madam Clarita Olga. And also we got another extra 20,000 naira, and that person also wants it to go to Madam Clarita Olga. 1 minute, Nigerian. I'll come to you in a bit. We have people who are yet to speak. Blaze, are you there?
Yeah, I'm actually there.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I'm
Oh,
really,
sorry, please, 3 minutes. I don't want to bring in the timer, but please, yes, try and stay within the time limit.
okay. So actually, like every time I come on Twitter, it's always like this space, and I was like, yeah, I think I need to come on this space sometime to actually see what's happening. And I've been following up, so I really want to say thank you to all of you to the amazing job you've been doing. And actually, I just wanted to make a contribution, and then I wasn't actually in the space when it started, so I can ask for like the party where like the individuals that the donations will be going for, and then I can know the little I have where I'm gonna channel it to. So actually, I worked as uh, a presiding officer when I was like a youth, when I was in my youth service. So actually, I know, for example, a lot of challenges that we're gonna face on election day. And I know INEC has come out because I watched something that the current INEC chairman said, about trying to make the polling booths to be far away from where individuals or party agents are, to avoid people actually not knowing where people voted. But the truth is that it can happen in some places, but the majority of the places where the space are tight. For example, where I work, where I actually was a presiding officer, we had like 3 polling units in the same place, very congested, not possible for you to, put out the box in a very far place. So most times, even people that wanted to vote for another party couldn't do it because they had like the party agents really close by. So, sometimes I used to hear people say, oh, take their money and vote for another party. Then it might become complicated. Let's say someone in such polling unit, they might take a money from PDP or APC, and then maybe they can't actually cast for Labour Party because the presiding of, I mean, the agent of the party is gonna be really close to him. So I think, in as much as we are saying take this money, and it might also backfire in some certain polling units where it's the case as regards to where I work. And also in some cases, the agent, let's say it's an older lady, the agent would say, okay, I'm going to help you vote. Because, of course, if it's elderly people, there are provisions in INEC to actually, for them to appoint people who could help them. And in most cases, those agents take that advantage to actually make those votes to those people. And also, if you guys, any of you that are close to like the people in the campaign, in as much as we have like the town hall app that they just brought, I also think it's important for us to identify, because a lot of people don't have access to internet too, like to have such app, to identify the markets, the football centers, the beer parlors close to all of the polling units, and try to have like their numbers of people who vote in those polling units. And also, in as much as we have the town hall to communicate with people, we can also keep in touch with people who don't have access to such information. So that's like the little I would like to add. And I want to thank you, and you can just tell me how the donations are going as regards to the different places, and then I would know what to do.
All right, thank you very much. I don't know who you'd like to donate to. People are donating to Madam Clarita Oga's campaign tonight. I don't know if you're interested in doing that. Madam Clarita, please, if you can send me a DM and provide me the account number that people can send their donations to. I don't have one. I'm trying to check your page to see if you displayed anyone there.
I'll share that with you, Mr. Omar. Thank you.
Okay,
All
so
right, thank
maybe
you so much, man. Oh, sorry.
so maybe I would actually like to ask Mrs. Clarita a question, because I'm really interested in like women being part of the political discussions in our country, because I think it's really robust, for us to move forward. It's good to have like different views. And yeah, and my mom also was opportune. I think she's like the education secretary, one of the secretaries of education in Anambra State, and she's a lady. And I know how much they've been able to work together as a unit to be able to, take Anambra State where it is as regards to education right now in the country. So I would like to know, because I know your governor is APC, and I would like to know what's the situation like on ground as regards to, you know, the local people, like the really people that are like in places that don't have access to, like the apps, the Twitter and all of these things. And also, how are you trying to, increase female participation in politics as regards to your constituency?
Yeah, thank you, Blaze. And that's a very good question. So, um, the reality on the ground is a lot of the people, a lot of my constituents are not happy with the APC. In fact, I think the main opposition right now for the position I'm running for is the PDP, because you have people who have experienced the PDP role, and when you compare that to the APC role, they think that the PDP was much better. Um, so the APC, despite the fact that they have all the resources at their disposal, they don't have the goodwill of the people. So, and this is the findings we've made, like going out and talking with people. It's not it's a very hard sell for APC right now. So that's the reality on the ground. And there have been a lot of issues, during the campaign season that have come up, with the APC especially, using security agents and making arrests. They've actually arrested a lot of young people in my constituency, drumming up charges against them, shipping them off to jail cells or prisons in Calabar, and that has not gone down very well with the people. So all of these issues, in a way, work in the favor of the Labour Party. And the mantra for my campaign, or the main principle for my campaign, is we don't do anything that doesn't directly impact the masses, right? That doesn't directly impact the constituents. So whatever strategy it is that we are currently employing, as long as it impacts the constituents, that's what we are going to do. We've been working with the support groups, Take Back Niger, the Peter Obi support network, and a number of other support groups, to increase the reach of our sensitization. In December, we actually had a sensitization run where we had vehicles going around the different wards, and with a megaphone, just trying to talk to people, sensitize them on the Labour Party logo. To our surprise, when you ask people, who do you want to vote for, the common response is they want to vote Mr. Peter Obi. But then when you ask them, what party does Mr. Peter Obi belong to, they tell you PDP. That's what we saw, when my campaign first started. So that gave us insights into what our strategy should be. So in as much as, people say, yes, South is in the bag, there's a lot of, sensitization that still has to happen. And that's what, we've been focusing on as, the campaign progresses. I don't know. Okay, the second question you asked was about, encouraging women to go into politics or something in my constituency. I only just became a politician. It's only been a few months, and I've been, mainly focused on my campaign and trying to ensure that I win the election. So the truth is, I haven't really done any work when it comes to that, when it comes to encouraging women. But I plan to do a lot of work in that aspect once the election is over, because it's also a topic that interests me so much. I want the participation of women in politics. We need to improve that. In fact, the numbers are abysmal. When you look at the number of women that are actually running in this election, it's a very small number. So that's definitely something that I plan to work on. I know there are a number of groups that NGOs and different foundations that are geared towards that. So I plan to collaborate with all of these people, all of these groups, to achieve that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Clarita. Blaze, I hope your question has been properly answered.
Yeah, it is. She
All
absolutely
right.
addressed the situation. Yeah, and then I'm gonna support her with something little, so you could just send me the account so I could make transfer to her.
All right. Thank you very much. I mean, she's got quite a number, quite a number of support from different people. I have a lot of DMs. 20,000 naira from, I don't know if they want their names to be mentioned, but of course it's not much of a big deal. So, but thank you nonetheless, all of you who have contributed to Madam Clarita Oga's campaign. She's got 20,000 naira, 20,000 naira, then another 40. So that makes it 80,000 naira. Please send me your account number, so that those people can make the payments, and I'll send you a confirmation once it's done. Tanko Kazanshi, are you there? Tanko, are you there? Okay, LP Taiwo, are you there? LP Taiwo, are you there? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, actually.
Okay. I think I can't hear LP Taiwo. LP Illustrious, are you there?
Yes, I am.
LP Illustrious, are you there?
Hello, yes, I am. Can you hear
Yeah,
Yeah, I
me?
think he's
LP lost
answering
trust
the
is talking.
Okay.
Omar, can you hear him speak?
Hello, can you
No, I
hear me?
can't.
Help you, hang on,
Oh,
hang on. Let me sort this things out with Omar. Omar, can you
okay.
hear my voice?
No, I can't hear him at all.
No, but you can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so Jimmy, speak. Let's see if Omar can hear
Hello,
you as well.
Yes,
Omar,
I
can
can
you
hear
hear me?
Jimmy as well.
Brilliant. Nello.
Can you hear me,
Hello.
Omar?
Yeah, loud
Yes,
and
I
clear,
can hear
Nello.
Nello. I can hear Nello.
So I think now is the problem is with him. He has to go off
To
and
drop
come
and
back.
come back. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
All
I
right,
can
LP
hear all.
Illustrious, you're going to have to drop off and come back.
No, because
Um,
Omar can hear you.
yes, he's dropped off. Anyways,
Okay. He'll come back.
let's take Isaiah. Isaiah Davis Ijele, how are you doing?
By the grace of God, happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday to you, the gallant leader of the army of God.
I'm telling you, we are marching on. Just coming back from church. I was in Dunamis today and it was a bombshell. And the Papa lay hand on me, and I'm still going to see him tomorrow for special impartation and special commissioning and authority. You see, this man spoke like a thunder in the church today. And he
Isaiah,
made
are you speaking to the topic, or you're speaking about what happened at your church today?
it's a weekly review of event in Nigeria politics. It's part of
But I
it.
mean, your church is not a part of Nigerian politics,
No,
Isaiah.
no,
Come
no,
on.
no, no. We are talking about the ginger, the ginger. You
Isaiah,
call the leaders of
Isaiah,
the God's army.
I've
So I am
told you
bringing
times
a
without
message
number
from
that
the
you're
altar.
giving Joseph Kony vibes. Honestly, you're giving Joseph Kony vibes. But anyways, go ahead and make your submission.
You see, I'm giving you the message from the altar. The message from the altar today was that is you should look at the people that are vying for this office and look at the people that have destroyed the country. People who cannot speak, people who cannot even know we don't you can't trace them. People are there. He said, vote for the interest of the church, and the message is very clear. I give it to him. To the weekly review, well, first of all, I'm condemning the issue in Osun State that election tribunal chairman must be called to order, and we cannot take that kind of janjawi and one-man decision to override the millions of Nigeria that took to the sun that day. I watched that election from the beginning to the end, live transmission. And one man who has always been under AC, who has always been under protections of security, will now come to override the thousands and millions of Nigeria that were under the sun to vote that election. God will not forgive such people. You see, I don't know where they think. That is why I believe in the youth movement. That is why I believe that by the grace of God, when people win this election, it is not about party. It has gone beyond party line. It is not about a movement of people who believe in a new system and in a new Nigeria. And that is what it is all about. You see, the Bible says, and it shall spring forth. He said, and I will do a new thing. There must be a quest for a new thing, new system, new people, and that is what the movement represents. So we have to put more energy. I want to say something about what one of the I think the Clarita said. You spoke about the election, the kind of money they are moving, how to buy election, all those kind of things. Let me tell you, the new system they are deploying now, which we must be very careful to make sure that we put our tentacle to others. The new system now is that the APC group people, they are beginning to tell people to form a group. I don't know about other people, other places, but in Kogi is one of the things they are doing now is to add to encourage people to form a group, so that even if they are not going to give the cash, they'll be able to give money to the group leader, transfer money to the group leader, to the this, so that they can be able to control still the narrative of voting. But the fact is very simple. It is dead on arrival, because most of these youth have also determined that they are going to chop their money. And I encourage them peacefully, as a man of God and as a child of God. The Bible says that don't suffer a wish to live. And the Bible says the scepter of the wicked, the rod of the wicked shall not rest upon the lot of the righteous. It is our money. So when they bring it back to give you, please joyfully, wonderfully, peacefully collect the money. And that is what is happening. So they are going to be collecting. Even my blood brother is part of some of the collecting. Please, so collect the money. Because these people, they want to weaponize they want to use this money, everything, to make sure that the will of the people are subvented through both vying or different means of maybe polling unit agent. You know, somebody spoke about the polling unit agent, and I kept saying it, that our victory is at the poll. And we shouldn't take it for granted. We must do everything possible. The youth group, the strong group, the women group. You see, there is something I have formed in my movement called Kogi East Ladies for IDJLA. Those ladies, we are grouping them into taking over even the polling units. You see, we must have those 10 set of ladies too to be able to stand to defend.
Ladies, Isaiah.
Yes. IDJ, Kogi East ladies for IDJ. Yes, beautiful, wonderful ladies of Kogi East. So you are invited to marry from my constituency. Praise the
Omar,
Lord.
the way Mr. Ijele is emphasizing the ladies.
You see,
Almost,
Max,
I'm
go
trying
and
to
watch.
paint a mental picture. I have a feeling that he's licking his lips when he's
No.
mentioning
You see,
and he's
Max,
salivating.
go and watch the meeting between America, Russia, UK, or Germany after the First World War. Look at the ushers that the American brought into that meeting. All were ladies, American ladies, beautiful ladies that every other world leader that came to
Do
that
you know
meeting
this can
said,
count as you objectifying women, right?
yes, the woman. That's to tell you that woman has a role to play
You
in this
said
election.
yes, Isaiah.
What do you say? That
You
woman
know
has a
that
role to
this can count as some form of objectification of women, right?
No. This is to let us know that woman has a good role.
Tread careful,
That women
my
are
brother.
weapon. Listen, Omar, if I send a man to you now that give me 5,000, you may oh boy, don't worry, no, I don't go give.
So
If I
what
send
difference
Nello
does it
now,
make if you
Nello will
send a
use
woman?
her female voice. Nello go woo you, collect that money. No go even collect 5,000. Nello go collect 20,000. Am I lying,
Isaiah,
or Max? Yes or
that's
no?
objectification. No.
Isaiah, I think this is where we're going to. This is where we're going to have to hang it for now. Thank you so much for your beautiful submission as always, Isaiah. I've enjoyed it. My brother Jimmy, are you there? Jimmy, are you available?
Yes, I am.
All right, please go ahead.
Right. So, I think INEC needs to have um, a very broad press conference. They need to reassure the Nigerian people. They need to rekindle the aspiration, the desire, the hope, the concerns we have regarding this upcoming election. They need to do that to let people know that there's credibility in this coming election. They need to reassure the Nigerian people that this coming election is going to be free and fair. They need to address what happened in Osun State for clarity purpose, other than just what we've heard from the court. So they need to do that to assure people. And as for Buhari, I still believe Buhari has a very this is it like a vendetta kind of approach towards Tinubu. Um, Tinubu's declaration of being the primary candidate of the APC, the Olule speech is still backfiring on him, heavily. And he made another mistake recently at his campaign in Abeokuta, and I think these things are being noted by Buhari. And as we all know, Buhari is someone that doesn't forgive easily. So all this being put together is still pointing at one narrative that whether we like it or not, this election is being won by Labour Party. I don't care what other person says. I don't care. This is my own opinion. And one thing people don't understand about Peter Obi is I consider Peter Obi as an honey badger. I posted a short clip about honey badger and how rugged that animal is. Honey badger is a very small animal. I'll post it on Jumbotron for people to see. Very small, tiny animal, but it's fearless. You know, it goes after poisonous snakes. It eats them. It devours them in a very, very well. Devour them, and it's very, very aggressive. You know, so Peter Obi, whatever comes his way, people overlook him. They underestimate him, but he still goes in a way they don't expect. It just slides right under their noses, and they don't know what hit them when it's gone. So moving forward, I would thank every single person that came for today's People's Parliament. It's been a lovely one. I can see Stephen Archie, Tanko. I can see Professor Saddam. Thank you for coming. B Rookie, Zairi, Sydney, Dr. Lu. I see a lot of people. Daring, Sweet Angel, Ripple. Man, a lot of people are here. We appreciate your presence. Take care, Sindhu. Ogameg, I see you. And there's a guest that's been actually following the Nigerian spaces, especially the obedient one. Shirley Lou, I've been noticing her for a while now. She's always on the violence space and always on the People's Parliament. Thank you for joining. Thank you for listening. We can see you have an interest in our politics. Thank you, and I believe you're taking note to know that the people are all standing up for a better Nigeria. Thank you very much for coming for today's People's Parliament. We'll be having it same time next week. Are you back now? Omar, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Jimmy. So, Max, are you there?
Yeah, Omar, thank you for the opportunity, everyone. Thank you for coming on our space again today. Thank you for your time, for the insightful comments, how much we've learned today. I would just say this as I turn down the clock. First of all, as obedience, let's understand that the turf is not set in our favor, it's set against us. So in every situation we find ourselves, let's try and let's play the game as if everything is against us. Whatever wranglings that is going on in the APC shouldn't be our concern at the moment. Let's come out, do everything we need to do to win this election. Take it that the entire system is set against you. Take it that all institutions are set against you. And at the end of the day, if we go out and if President Buhari decide to keep to his promise of ensuring that there will be no intimidation and the votes will count, then that will be a plus to us. But having said that, we need to prepare for unlikely outcomes. When it comes to the Osun election, I just have a few words to say, and this is that um, as a lawyer myself, I'm very concerned when this kind of decisions come in, and even the judges themselves. I know that they don't put themselves in this situation where they find themselves. It's quite difficult for them, but we need to understand if democracy is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. We need to find a way to let the people determine who lead them, and that is why all our elites and even judicial elites, political elites on all circles, we need to understand that if we want people to have faith in democracy, then we need to allow the process, credibility in the process, and allow votes to count. And INEC themselves need to do when their staff when judgment like this come out, it is an indictment on INEC as an institution on its own. And to see that these same people, and this is what has been happening all over the country every time and again, these same people that are responsible for this anomaly, for this misgiving, would be the same people that would be given positions to be in charge of another election again. And then we'll continue to go through these roads all over again. This is one case too many, and this is the time when INEC need to sit up and sanction their staff, all those that have taken part in whatever that has happened. The judgment is there, the entire proceedings are there. It's an indictment on them, and they should be nowhere close to organizing or taking part in any form of anything that has to do with the electoral umpire, from the SPO down to the polling unit officer and to the clerk in those units that are affected.
they should not be allowed to conduct any election moving forward. There should be sanctions, even if our security agencies are not ready to enforce the law. INEC have their own internal mechanism. They can make a rule and blacklist this set of people, stop them from conducting any goal. These people are corrupt. If they've done it before and if they go away with it, they will do it again. Today is Oshun, tomorrow it could be Abuja, or it could be Bayelsa, or it could be Nasarawa, or it could be Kanu. If you let these people go, they will continue to do the same thing and will continue to be in this circle. And people will lose faith in our democracy. People will lose faith in the system. The people of Oshun, they're already losing faith. They did it to them once, and now they've done it to them again. All with the connivance of INEC, and they cannot continue like this. And if this sort of situation continue to spread, more Nigerians will lose faith in the system, and that is breeding ground for anarchy. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Omar.
Thank you so much, Sir Max Obesi. Thank you to everyone who's taking time out to join today's People's Parliament. My sister Nelo, thank you. Madam Clarita Oga, it was such a pleasure having you. And thank you to everyone who's donated to our campaign. Thank you, well-meaning Nigerian, for being a very integral part of the conversation. My co-hosts, Sir Max Obesi and Jimmy, thank you so much. God bless you guys. Thank you, Dr. Olu. Sincere apologies, you came really late. Archie, my brother, brilliant mind. Thank you. Always a pleasure listening to you. Professor Saddam, thank you for always listening, sticking around. I appreciate that. B Rookie, my brother Zari, Yusuf, Anka Dede, Sweet Angel, thank you so much. Ada Igwe. Thank you, Ripple. Ripple, I see you. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend. Cindy Gold, thank you, Madam Chelix. Thank you, everyone, for taking time out to join. I'll be back same time, same platform next week, God willing. My name is Omar. And until then, for God and for country, good night.